Alrighty then. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Get up. Get ready. It is time. All right. Had a great stream yesterday. Gonna have another one today. Good morning, Brittany. Good morning, Indiana. Thank you, Chad. Good morning to Indiana as well, who's currently playing chase with my partner in the kitchen. Indiana is winning as per usual. She's a very proficient. What's the word I'm looking for? Tag. Okay, she's very good at tag. Okay, she's very, very good at the game of tag. This girl is a pro. Chad says, oh my gosh, these earrings. I don't know which one you mean, but let me just run you through the outfit today, girls. Okay. One, the earrings on my head actually match the necklace from my mother-in-law. Jewelry she's had for decades, she gave to me. Love it. Second, jewelry in my ears, the earrings from Inspired by Mia. I follow her on Instagram. She is an independent earring creator, jewelry maker. She's fabulous. Please check her out. I really, really adore her stuff. I wear her earrings all the time, as you know. Okay, so... Okay, today, prolific. Yeah, I think prolific is the word I was looking for. Prolific, right? Prolific. Is that the word? No. Well, hold up. You know when you're really fucking good at something, bro? When you're like a pro at something, proficient? Is proficient the word? Why doesn't that sound as good? Proficient? I guess that is the right word, right? Yeah, proficient would be the word. You're right. It doesn't sound as good. We should change prolific to proficient. I think those words should change. You know, I think they should change. I've decided. What I say goes. Boom, boom. Okay, now, hold on. Chat says, can I link her? Yeah, let me go to my Instagram. La, 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 la. La 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 la. You know, if I ever doubted my autism assessment, I should have just looked at my Instagram. My whole Instagram is autism to the T. Only an autistic girly would have this Instagram. That's what I've decided, okay? Who am I following? How do I go? Following 7. Okay, let's see. I'm only following a few people here. Inspired by Mia. Let me grab her Instagram for you guys. I'll go ahead and put this in the chat. Look at this Instagram. Look at this Instagram. She's so good. She's so good. She's so talented. She's so beautiful. She's just fabulous. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these. Look at these beautiful earrings, okay? Every single one I own, I love. And I just want to buy all of them all the time. Okay? Yes. 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 Okay, beautiful. We love it. Inspired by Mia. Go check her out. Instagram. Okay. Let me put that link in the Discord as well. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. 3 great videos for you today. You know, listen. This first video I started to watch on my own and my eyes were rolling in the back of my head so hard I almost gave myself a stroke this morning. So, you know, I thought, you know what, girl, we're going to go over this today because I am okay. Listen. And then we're going to end the day with a palette cleanser from Britt Hartley, who recently did a video on autism and nihilism, which, okay, right up our alley. It's called the Autism and Nihilism Connection. Yes, girls. Now, if you guys are new to my channel, and I know I've seen some people say like, oh, the nihilism is strong in this one. Guys, we are not nihilists. We are what happens when nihilists practice radical acceptance. Nihilism is just a requirement of introspection, extrospection. It's just the path you take when you start to really question the world, but you cannot stay there. Like hedonism. You cannot stay in hedonism. I have a whole video I want to make. I have a podcast I want to make on why hedonism and nihilism are requirements of sort of like this construct of enlightenment, but you cannot stay there. You cannot stay in your hedonism nihilistic bubble. You've got to graduate. But it is almost always some level of requirement to go through like some deep relationship with these things thinking they're the answer. Oh my God, that's the answer. Hedonism, pleasure, oh, this is the answer. You know, nihilism, fuck everything. It's like, yes, that's so a part of the journey and it's so valid and it's so real, but it is not the end. It is not the answer. Okay, so we're definitely going to end our day with that, and I think it's going to be great. Ooh, Discord said Brittany's getting assessed for autism. I emoji. First of all, shout out to her. Honestly, I always thought our girl might be autistic, but it's, you know, I'd seen her say in other content, other TikToks or whatever, that she wasn't assessed. I think she's ADHD though, right? Isn't she diagnosed ADHD or no? I'm telling you, definitely ADHD. Like for me, like I definitely got to get that assessed, but you know, but yeah, I always kind of felt Britt was giving autistic. You know, so it would make sense that we all gravitated towards her content. It would make sense that you guys were like, you got to check out this Britt Hartley girl. And I was like, oh yeah, this makes sense. You know? So not surprising. You know, I hope it works out for her. I hope she gets the diagnosis she needs. I wish like almost my doctors were available. But I did a study for autism in women, and the study is already, now it's done. Now it's getting submitted. Brittany, you give odd ADHD? I mean, don't I though? Thank you, Discord. Don't I though? Honestly, at this point, yeah, like again, I keep having that's so Raven moments when I look back at my life. Like, look at the fact that I am screaming at my mic right now. And I don't just think it's because I grew up West Asian. I think it's literally autism. Brittany, stop yelling. Inside voice, don't need to yell at your mic. Inside, hello. I can't do it. Listen, okay? If I could just fix the way that I talk, I swear my channel would blow up more. People really hate the way autistic people sound. Unless you're like, you know, Britt Hartley does this, at least Britt has this beautiful, like soft-spoken, like, hi guys, welcome back to Nihilism. We're gonna talk about the philosophical conundrum of being a nihilist. You know, at least she has this like beautiful, and I'm just like, I'm the obnoxious, aggressive, autistic voice, you know? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, really? You know? Anyways, okay. Chad says, y'all got me to get diagnosed, so big ups, y'all. The joke in this community is, okay, first the joke was, if you watch Brittany, you're probably autistic. But that was even before my autistic assessment. And then now the Discord, I swear every day this chat is like, got my assessment. Honestly, what is more community than getting us all diagnosed? What is more community than that? But again, it's not because we're looking. I think people hear us say that and they're like, oh, so you're like paying people to diagnose you. It's like, no, we're paying professionals to assess us for a diagnosis. It's not like I can go there and be like, give me a diagnosis. It's you work with people, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's so funny. I mean, I do think like philosophy in general is such an autistic hobby, special interest. And I do think politics is too. I think politics is much more keen for ADHD brains, but I think odd ADHD people, it's obvious. That's why I say, like, all these political streamers, they're all neurodivergent. Hassan is neurodivergent. Destiny's neurodivergent. I am neurodivergent. We are all neurodivergent. There is just, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's so obvious to me that we would be, you know, yeah, okay. Discord said, when Britt connected to what you were saying and understood you right away, I was like, yeah, exactly. In the collab we did together, I have never felt so quickly seen by a person who's in my specific niche. What a relief. And you guys, can I just explain to you why I know it's the misogyny of it all, but also it's sort of like the neurodivergence of it all? Boy, male, patriarchal neurodivergence. Okay, I want to talk about this. I'm going to go on a little monologue here. I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about, and actually this correlates really well to what we're about to talk about, okay? So I had this thought today where I was thinking about covering this video because I saw half of it before I even started to watch with you. This is from the Humanist Report, who is gay, but he makes a video that I so disagree fundamentally with this video. And it kind of sides with Kyle Kulinski's, you know, they go low, we go lower kind of mentality when it comes to Republicans versus Democrats or progressives. And I just think like this, whatever this is the worst of humanity. The worst of humanity believes in they go low, we go lower. I'm sorry. You cannot be on the right side of history and go lower. That's not the way you seek liberation, by being dirtier than the enemy. Like, and then who is the enemy, right? In a world where we have no enemies. I have no enemies. So why would I go lower? That's the point, right? Now, I think I was having this thought that every edgy joke I've ever made, every point in my life that I deeply regret was because of internalized misogyny and a lot of like self-hate I had as a AFAB person in the world. I really do think I am a boy, but I also really do recognize that I'm a girl, and I recognize that I exist in the world. And I say girl and boy for a very specific reason rather than man and woman, because even though that's true, there's something about girl boy that plays into the immaturity of it all that I think is like really prevalent and important. But it feels like all my life I was seeking like truth, but I was like, well, you know, I can rough it with the boys. I can be as edgy and offensive as they are, and I could, but where did it get me? Nowhere. Did not make me feel good, did not make me wiser, did not make me feel better. So as we move into today's first video, I just want you to keep that in mind, that all these boys, all these men, all these boys, their suggestion is to use misogynistic language to prove the Republicans are worse than them. Like, you want to prove that you're better than the Republicans, so your only way of proving that is to be worse than them? Okay, girl. So let's talk about it, because I do think a lot of patriarchal belief systems are being reflected in this strategy, and I will not stand for it. And that's why I moved to philosophy versus politics, because philosophy comes before these systems and these structures, and these systems and structures are deeply rooted in patriarchal beliefs. And so for me, like, any of the solutions that helps you win in politics is only playing on the patriarchy, i.e. this video. Okay, let's start with this video. Humanist Report, normally like their content, but really disagree with this one.
Well, it seems like some fellow leftist content creators are facing backlash for a variety of reasons, oddly all at the same time. So I decided it was important for me to swoop in and defend them all, since one, of course, I would do that, seeing as how these are my people, and I've also been attacked for similar reasons. And two, because I actually do think that there are important takeaways from all of these individual incidents. So let's start with Kyle Kulinski first, host of Secular Talk, who set off a firestorm over the weekend for doing what he does best: shitposting. So on Halloween, he shared the Spirit Halloween costume meme featuring the late Charlie Kirk's wife, calling it the fake grieving widow grifter costume, including fake teardrops and skin-tight black.
Okay, let's look at this, right? So, okay, I want to start talking about something that I think is really important, has been coming up in my own like life, and then obviously here online, well, mostly just online, but jokes in public versus jokes in private. There are ways without, again, this video is not to signal to racists or conservatives or Republicans or homophobes or transphobes. Your jokes you tell in private because you're secretly racist have nothing to do with this conversation, okay? If you are a progressive, there are jokes you make in private that are not real. They're not rooted in a belief. They're just like, oh yeah, that's kind of like, I get it. But you would never post it online because it overall sends a really negative message that does not help combat the patriarchy or systematic racism or any of the bad things we're trying to fight, right? So I understand, like, the joke is, you know, because Erica Kirk is just a very odd human. I try not to judge how people grieve. She is definitely grieving in ways that do not signal to my brain authenticity. But to be and identify as a shit poster when we're talking about something so serious is the issue I see in politics. Identifying as a political pundit or talking, or like a talking head or what's the word I want? What's the word I want? You know, when you're representative. Thank you. Oh my God. When you're saying I am somebody to pay attention to, and this is how I'm going to use my platform, it just feels really, really bad and not good. So Kyle, fake grieving widow. And then I get it. You don't have to like the woman. I don't even care if you talk badly about the woman, but how you talk badly about her, depending on your position of privilege or power, is very important. So I do not think this is what I want from people that are serious or think they're serious, okay? But I would care less if this was like shared in the group chat in private, right? But like, whatever, like I get it, like, she's unlikable. It's hard to imagine she cares about her husband, right? The jokes about Candace Owens caring more about Charlie Kirk than his own wife, I've seen them. I get it. Okay.
Leather morning pants, and it didn't go over too well for obvious reasons. The New York Post published an article titled "Left-Wing Podcaster Sparks Outrage with Meme Depicting Erica Kirk as Fake Grieving."
I just don't want to hear the Republicans act like they're better than this when they make some of the most disgusting memes out there, say the most disgusting things, when the White House itself tweeted kidnapping people off the streets to the, Gotta Catch 'Em All theme song. So that's the problem. I don't want to hear any criticism towards Kyle Kulinski from any of these fucking people. But from me, I will criticize. From the progressives, we can criticize. But Republicans have nothing to stand on, given their how disgusting they are. But we can criticize Kyle because it's like, hey, I expect you to be better than this. I don't expect the Republicans to be better. But I would hope that we would expect progressives to be better. But see how they're not? But they're not. Are they real progressives? Is Kyle Kulinski truly philosophically a progressive? I don't think so.
Widow grifter. The Mirror writes, podcaster sparks outrage over Erica Kirk Halloween costume meme. A meme shared by a left-wing podcaster has sparked a storm of reactions online, leaving many questioning the boundaries of satire and taste. And the Daily Mail, among other outlets, also reported on his tweet, writing, furious podcaster posts meme calling Erica Kirk a fake grieving widow grifter. Republican Senator Mike Lee even joined the chorus of pro-clutchers, saying, how would the media respond to this post had Charlie Kirk been a Democrat? I would imagine that they wouldn't talk about it at all. But that's just a couple of examples of the outrage that Kyle's tweet sparked, and we would be here all fucking day if we went through all of them. But I'm assuming that
is Kyle Kulinski gay? I actually don't know his sexual orientation. Is he gay or is he straight? Does anybody know?
all of the triggered Republicans who are trying to cancel Kyle don't know that he actually earned lifelong immunity from cancellation on Twitter because of a tweet that he wrote about Nancy Mace back on December 10th of last year, where he astutely points out, that's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch.
Misogyny. He's married to a woman. Thank you, chat. Misogyny. He said, that's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch. I am so sick of men calling women bitch. You're not allowed to. Your bitch card revoked. Okay? I'm sick of it. I'm absolutely turning into my mother but progressive. Listen, Republicans who don't say bitch, you can talk to Jesus about that. But in my bubble, absolutely not. The way these men feel so confident throwing slurs at women, I'm tired. No, you're not allowed to say it anymore. I'm revoking everyone's consent. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I get it. This woman is detestable. Fundamentally disagree with her. But you are not allowed to use a slur towards a woman because you feel this is Vosh all over again with J.K. Rowling. You are not allowed to engage in misogyny in the name of protecting women. Like, you are not allowed to do that. Okay? You cannot do that. Also, shout out to Beans. We love Beans. Okay?
And I don't know if people know this yet, but if you put out an all-timer like that, you're literally allowed to tweet whatever you want going forward forever. Those are the rules.
Do you remember when Sargon Akkad tweeted at a politician? She was fighting against rape culture. And he said, don't worry, I wouldn't even rape you. And he got banned. That's because you cannot make these comments. And he's like, what's the big deal? And everybody was like, oh, yeah, not funny. This is not good. This is shit, bro. It's a bad, you shouldn't be able to tweet this. And this is bad.
I don't make them, I just abide by them. But in response to the backlash, Kyle responded by doing the exact thing that you are required to do in moments like this, by doubling down. For example, he responded to Mike Lee saying, shut your snowflake bitch ass up. Edgy jokes are fine for you, but not for leftists. Based Mike Lee votes for endless war and stealing healthcare from 17 million people, but I'm the problem. Fuck you. Retire, you cunt.
Obviously, very misogynistic language, right? Shut the fuck up, bitch ass. Shut your snowflake bitch ass up. That's a word. That's words. Okay. Bitch ass up. Don't like that. And then he said, fuck you, like retire, you cunt. Don't like that. Don't like any of those things. Okay. Don't like any of those things. Don't think that's good. Not a fan. You know what I mean? And like, this is what I'm saying. Like, we are so unserious. The world is so unserious. Okay. We're just so unserious. And I understand that in his head, he is thinking, the worst I've done is say some slurs and cussed at a person. But the worst these people have done is taken 17 million people's like healthcare away. I get you. I'm here for that. I hear you. But like, this is just not it. Okay? It's not it. Chat says, is bitch ass the same as just the B word? How do we feel? Well, it depends on how it's used, but generally, what's bitch ass mean? Isn't bitch ass a play on the idea that like you're a pussy? So therefore it's like you're feminine? I mean, where's the root of it, right? And again, I don't care. We're not talking about you in your personal life. We're talking about people who are in positions of power and leadership. And this is how they're representing themselves. Like, you want the clout, you want the money, you want the status, you want to be somebody that politicians pay attention to. And this is how Trump gets elected. Whether you like it or not, like the libs and the Democrats, like this whole like myth that American politics have ever been good. We know the founding fathers were throwing left and rights. They were absolutely talking shit on each other, spreading rumors about each other. Okay. So at the end of the day, like, just a reminder that it's always been like this, but that's kind of my point. We keep doing the same things over and over again while pretending we're not. So the Democrats in the Humanist Report will talk about it, where he's like, well, this isn't like your grandma's politics. We have to adapt. Girl, it's always been this way though. You are just repeating cycles. Can we do something new this time around? I want the Democrats to go full chest progressive, say we're going to fight for people, period, no compromise. And if the compromise feels like compromise with you because you want to take away rights from 17 million people to get health care, then we're not doing the same thing. But they're not doing that. They keep trying to compromise with Republicans. Republican policy is not good for Americans. It is not helping us. Okay. Even, who was it? That guy I don't like, Klein, Ezra Klein, talking about putting up a pro-life Democrat. Sit down. See how he's not doing it with his full chest, pro-choice, medical care for all, fuck you. No compromise, medical care for all, fuck you. Instead, it's, well, if we can get a pro-life Democrat up, that'd be great. Don't insult anyone's intelligence here, including Republicans. You think Republican voters don't know what you're doing? You think they're stupid enough to fall for that? Stop trying to trick them. It's not going to work. Okay, and I know you're thinking they're stupid because they voted for Trump, but they're not that stupid. Okay, don't even try that. Thank you.
And he shared a screenshot of the joke that Mike Lee made in the aftermath of Melissa Hordman's assassination. Kyle also went back to shitposting immediately, sharing this AI-generated image of Erica Kirk.
I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but everyone's saying that Erica Kirk is going to get with JD and JD's going to leave his brown wife for her and da-da-da-da-da-da. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. The white supremacy is just like so loud. But at the end of the day, well, like, you're a public figure. Is this the standard we want to keep? Right? And is this what we want? Like, hopefully fucking not, And
JD Vance getting married, which is a reference to the original discourse that Kyle was joining in on with his Halloween meme in the first place, where people were talking about Erica Kirk and JD Vance's intimate hug and bizarre.
This is where the leather pants came from, by the way, guys. She was literally wearing that outfit. I understand. She came out looking kind of like a Dami mommy a little bit. And then she hugged JD Vance with his hand behind his head. And I do understand it's crazy. I need you to understand. I 100% do understand how crazy it looks. I can't stop laughing looking at it. But I didn't send out a tweet. Okay, I don't even have an X account. I can't stop laughing. I'm sorry. Listen, this is what I'm saying. Kyle Kulinski could have laughed. He could have sent it to his friends, but he didn't. He posted it on the internet. So again, I get that it's funny. It is funny, but still.
Comments that they both made. For one, she said, "No one will ever replace my husband, but I do see some similarities of my husband in JD and Vice President JD Vance. I do." And to make matters even more weird, JD Vance made a disparaging remark about his own wife, saying that he hoped that she dropped the Hinduism and converted to Christianity. So
allegedly, I saw a clip where he talked about his wife and how when he met her, she wasn't Christian. And I don't know why he got with his wife. I don't know why she got with JD. Who knows why people fall in love with who they fall in love with and then make babies?
Of course, the internet started to speculate about whether or not he was emotionally cheating on his wife with Erica in the aftermath of suspicious comments that both of them had made. It led to a lot of online shitposting that Kyle himself participated in. But it's not the first time that Kyle had tweets that got him embroiled in controversy, and I can assure you, it's definitely not going to be the last. And to that I say, good. Go off, King. Talk that shit. Those of us in this space on the left have had to...
Are you ready? This is the part I just disagree with him on.
Develop very thick skin in order to survive in online spaces that have been very hostile towards us at certain times, which is why we've become somewhat immune to the right's pearl clutching and tone policing. And that explains why the barrage of denunciations and death threats don't scare us into backing down.
Okay, pause there. He mentioned tone policing. We talked about tone policing last week on stream, right? Only we were talking about race. In this case, he's talking about politics, expectations. And it's true that the right weaponizes, okay? And they tone police and they do all these things. But pause. If no Republicans heard this conversation and no conservatives were in on it, and it was just us all talking, do we agree that this is the best way to show up? Again, when I tell you, imagine yourself on an island, I'm not making it literal. I'm asking you to ask yourself, if Republicans didn't exist and your whole existence wasn't reactionary, is this the way you would act? Is this good? Is this the way you want to show up? Is this the way Uncle Ira would show up? Do you know what I'm saying? Is this good? And if your whole life is reactionary, you're doing something wrong. And that's what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing all of these people. Oh, Discord said this is a misuse of the word tone policing. Is tone policing specifically Explain it to me, Discord. I'll read it out loud. So what I'm trying to get people to understand is like, if their whole life is reactionary, then it's wrong. Being a reactionary is never the right decision. Okay? And so it feels like these boys are doing it together and they're like, we have to do this. We have thick skin. This whole place is evil and we have to be as evil as them to be good. This is literally the meme, dictatorship is bad, but what if I was the dictator? That is Kyle Klinsky in Humanist Report right now. What's Humanist Report's name, actually? People gotta say their names. Did he say his name at the beginning? I've watched like 10 of his videos and 20 of his videos, 30, and I still have not learned his name. It's so hard for me to learn people's names. That's why I say my name and at the start of every video. Did he say his name and I forgot, guys? What's his name? I keep calling him Humanist Report. Discord said, no, it's fucking gross. I don't get how it's different to the bloody Jackie Kennedy costumes. Oh, don't even get me started. I want to talk about that too, probably tomorrow. But that was disgusting. Julia Fox showing up in that Jackie Kennedy costume is disgusting. And for her to try to double down and act like it was some progressive feminist statement, I'm so sick of these fucking performers. I'm so sick of these fake fucking people. And so we'll talk about that probably tomorrow. Annoying. Okay. Very annoying.
And I've been in Kyle's predicament before myself. In fact, back in 2022, J.K. Rowling put me on blast for calling.
So J.K. Rowling says, me shares a video of experienced psychiatrist who turned whistleblower expressing his deep concern at high numbers of autistic children and children with internalized homophobia presenting at gender clinics. Them. You repulsive bigot. Go fuck yourself. Transphobic trash. Okay, listen. I feel you when you're angry and you feel this way in your home. It is still not the answer. J.K. Rowling is repulsive, okay? Her lack of deconstruction, introspection, her decision to be transphobic, her decision to be just like deplorable, her decision to engage with the worst people in the world, okay? I don't understand why you would wake up and still tweet this. You repulsive bigot, go fuck yourself, transphobic trash. It is not healthy. For you, Habibis, for you. I'm not talking about J.K. Rowling. This has nothing to do with protecting a bigot. For you, Habibi, why is this good for you? Why is this good for your skin? Why is this good for your health? Did you save your world? Did you save yourself? Did you save somebody today? Did it help you? Have you meditated? Do you feel more centered? Or no, do you feel trapped in the same cycle years later? How is this helping you? Not them. This isn't about protecting bigots. Is it helping you? I don't think so. He said this happened a couple years ago, okay, 2022. He's still in the same position now. How has it helped you? Okay, make it make sense. Discord said definition, tone policing is the practice of Hold on, breathing. I gotta breathe. Hold on, I'm losing my oxygen here. Tone policing is the practice of dismissing an argument by focusing on the speaker's emotional or angry tone instead of addressing the substance of their message. What was the substance of that man's tweet? Exactly. Thank you. Now, I think it's true that Republicans try to weaponize. Okay, they weaponize and they go like they'll say something racist. And then when you do it, they're like, oh, but see, why are we even doing anything racist? Oh, why are we even doing anything racist? If we're doing something homophobic or transphobic to make a point and the Republicans go like, oh, isn't that transphobic? Yeah, bitch, it kind of probably is. See, I just said bitch. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it probably is. Why are we doing what they're doing and be like, we can do it though? No, we can't do it either. We're not supposed to be doing it. And how embarrassing for a Republican to call you out. You should be ashamed. How embarrassing to get called out by the right. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. And that's the point. It's like, you are not embarrassed enough for me. And this is why I say being a minority isn't enough. You have to deconstruct. You have to deconstruct. You have to pull it apart and decide why did it end up being this way? How do I understand it? How do I understand the details? And then how do I make it better? It's just ridiculous. Okay, back to the video.
Out her transphobia in an impolite way, we'll say. And in 2024, I made my infamous fuck his family 2 tweet in response to collective outrage about jokes made about United Health CEO Brian Thompson's assassination. Conservative commentators like Anna Kasparian tried to use my shitpost as an example of the left's supposed lack of
What is this shitpost word? What does he mean when he says shitpost? Because to me, shitpost mean it's nothing of substance. It's just meant to like ruffle feathers and fuck with people. It's a shitpost. It's not real. So why are you engaging with it and taking a position of leadership or power? Or, you know, why should people watch you if you're just a shit poster? How are you any better than the boys who play video games and jump on every Hate Hassan trend they can just to make views? What is the difference here? Why did they think this is the answer to the issues we're facing as a nation? How is this helpful? And you know why? Because it goes viral and makes views. Okay, that's why they do it, because it's fun to fight with people on Twitter. It's fun to fight with people. It's, you know, it makes them popular, it makes them go viral, or it builds their shit. People want to be angry, and the progressives are not exempt from this. Though I would argue, like, how progressive are you? Because if you were to be angry, could you be angry at injustice, please? Right? Like, can you be angry at injustice, please? Like, I would rather see you turn that anger, but you're not angry. You're angry because you feel like you have nothing to do. There are so many things we could be doing right now in so many different ways. And the ways aren't all the same for all of us. They're just different. It just feels like this is not one of the ways that's helping us. This is not helping the community. This is just helping you feel better. And that's not going to help us.
Concern for working class victims of violent crime, which is a total non sequitur, by the way, but I doubled down and explained that the people condemning me were hypocrites, seeing as how the slain CEO that they were defending never had any regard for the families of his victims who died because they didn't get
right. But like, you not having sympathy for his family does not, you're just doing what he's doing. Do you know what I'm saying? Doing what your enemy is doing and then being like, I'm better than the enemy, sir. Right? Like, what are we talking about here? Okay, and again, this is a philosophy channel, y'all. So just FYI, I want to actually solve the problem at the root. Politics is not the root. Politics is a distraction. So if you're coming in today's chat thinking you're going to be like super political in the chat, you do you. But like, this is a philosophy channel. Okay, philosophy through pop culture. And we are trying to actually get down to the root of people's turmoil, their suffering, right? We want to suffer wisely. So again, him being like, oh, I can go for this guy's family because this guy went for other people's families. Nobody should be going for anybody's family. Like, you know, it's one thing to say maybe his family is complicit. I was thinking about this today with Nepo babies. Would you, if you were born into a celebrity family and you were getting 5 to 10 to 15K a month from your rich parents who were unethical, would you say no to that money and make it on your own? Or would you take your Nepo baby money because, you know what I mean? Like, you have to survive under capitalism, you know? Like, think about that. Like, think about that idea of like, when do you put a line in the sand of like what your father does or what your mother does or what your family does? Now, a lot of people do. A lot of people cut themselves off from their rich families and they go make it on their own. A lot of people say like, I'm not cool with how my parents made money, right? A lot of people do that. So like, you know, you can make that decision, but I tend to be more realistic with sort of like what I think people are going through. And though I think that's a great, amazing testament to your value system, I hardly think most people are having that relationship with their value system, right? Let's see. Brittany, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. Chad says, I'd like to think of it not as one direction, but several, like mycelium through the soil. It branches out in many ways, but stays in communication. Ooh, all the little fungi networks trying their best to help the forest grow. Ooh, beautiful. Discord said shitpost is like a more stupid form of rage bait, I think. Well, it feels like it, girl. It feels like it. Okay, back to the vid.
the healthcare that they needed. Did I receive death threats and denunciations? Of course I did. Did I care? Absolutely not. Because we are in an era where being offensive and crass is the only way leftists can break the hold that right-wingers have on—
Boo, boo. Men are so basic. You're basic. Men are so basic. Jesus fucking Christ. Men are so basic. Listen to him.
We're in an era where being offensive and crass is the only way leftists can break the hold that right-wingers have on our political discourse. The days of when they go low, we go high are long gone. And our survival as a political bloc hinges on our ability to match the right's energy. This is something that the left has learned that Democrats seemingly have not learned. And in a recent video, Kyle actually made a really salient point about this topic, where he talks about the political climate that conservatives are now denouncing.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, man?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would you
so
be
sorry.
glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
Let me explain something to you guys. These are women who, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they were watching Ellen DeGeneres on daytime TV. These are grandmas who pick their kids up from soccer practice, who make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the morning. And look at how they're talking. Look, what I want to say to the right is, you had your chance, right? Like, it was Michelle Obama, the first lady, who very famously came out and said, when they go low, we go high. And that was the fucking mantra of the Democratic Party. We could not have ended up in this place if Republicans didn't double down, triple down, quadruple down, quintuple down, over and over and over in saying, we don't believe in compromise. We don't believe in negotiation. We don't believe in diplomacy. We don't believe in bipartisan. We don't believe in good faith discussions and conversations. It 100% is on the right. And this is the impact of Trump. The other thing is, what is Trump known for? Trump's known for, I never fucking apologize. I never apologize. Fuck you. Fuck your feelings. You know, I'm a bull in a china shop. I say what I want. I have no fucking filter. It is what it is. Deal with it, you stupid lib. Go ahead. You want to cry about it? Go ahead and cry about it. Well, now, all those qualities and characteristics, liberals and leftists finally realized, okay, in order to fucking play by the same rules, we got to be like that now.
And he is 1,000% correct. I mean,
Okay, obviously he's not correct. Democrats never actually went high when Republicans went low. They were lukewarm at best. They never 100% with their full chest came out and said, no, we're not compromising on this. We're not compromising on American civil rights. We're not compromising on people's ability to show up. We're not compromising on people's safety. We're not compromising. They always wishy-washy. That's why they were frustrating. And now, okay, so this is what they want you to do. So this was the answer, right? And this is why human beings are slow. This is why I say I love the community, but y'all are moving too fucking slow for me. So I will run ahead of you and I will come back and pull you up. But at the same time, I'm not waiting for you because you're too fucking slow for me. So let's pretend life was linear, okay, as we often do. Okay, so here are the Republicans, here are the liberals, here are the progressives. So basically, the Republicans, okay, they're one way. And actually, hold on. The liberals pretended. The Democrats were like, you know, we go high when Republicans, they go low. But the truth is the Republicans or the liberals, the Democrats, they stayed here in this sphere. Okay, which allowed them, well, hold on, there's a wall here. They allowed them to still interact with the Republicans. They never even attempted to go this way. And I don't want to hear anybody say AOC in the chat, bros. Okay, fuck off. So this is like their version. Okay, and then even AOC, girl, let's not even pretend. Okay, she's right here. She's all like, okay, well, baby, she's like, okay, maybe, okay, no. So again, we want to move people forward. You can't do that by going backwards. And Kyle Kulinski and Humanist Report, they're like, this sounds good, but how about we do this instead? How about we don't? Okay, how about we don't and say we did? Like, bro, what are you doing? Like, you're literally like, this looks really great. Oh my God, let's even go beyond progressivism, right? That sounds fire. But actually, let's go back to making misogynistic tweets and calling people bitch. Let's go back to calling women bitch. Good job, guys. You really nailed it this time. Okay, no, this is not the answer. The answer is never to go backwards. It's always to move forward. Progress. We want to progress forward. So no, I'm not going to let these men slide about calling women bitch on the internet. You're not allowed to do it anymore. And if I hear you do it, yeah, okay, you can't do it anymore. Period.
Just personally speaking, the levels of normie lib radicalization that I've seen are off the charts. And even if you go back and look at Humanist Report videos that I was putting out like 10 years ago, I was sending well wishes to Scalia's family after he passed away. I was correcting myself when I said that I hated Republicans. I think I said that was too strong of a word and I didn't want to be divisive. But as you can see, you know, I think I'm a little bit rougher around the edges. And that's because times have changed. And I've had to adapt. And you either adapt or you die. We're all products of our environment, and we're pissed off right now. And when
guys, don't ask me political conversation questions in the chat. Ask me philosophical ones. The Democrats philosophically are wishy-washy. Okay? That's the issue. You're like out here in my chat being like, biggest infrastructure bill 2050, net carbon, blah, 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 blah. Bros, this isn't a political channel. They've been wishy-washy with their values. What are your values, and are you going to step 10 toes on it? Or are you going to, compromise with evil in some concept in some way? Which I understand, philosophically speaking, we've all compromised with evil. Okay? So you have to think about it from that perspective. Politics is about winning. It's not about what's truth or what's good for people. And that's why I say this is just the proof of it. This is not good. Okay? This is not good. This isn't good. This isn't good. Okay?
Getting back the country necessitates the total humiliation of the people who got us where we are in the first place. That means we kind of have to ruthlessly mock them at every chance we get in order to condition the rest of society to view them with the contempt that they deserve. Like, I would much rather talk about policy and the things that I want to do to improve the country. But Republicans proved that delegitimizing opponents is something that you have to do to win the game of politics. Like, we're playing a game that they forced us to play based on the new rules that they set. Like, we didn't ask for this. None of us asked for this. But they're the OG fuck your feelings people, and they've proven that that's a pretty good strategy.
Actually, Discord said, when did playing by the rules of politics get us free? My ancestors are waiting for the answer. That's the point. Women are waiting. Black communities are waiting. Gay people are waiting. Trans people are waiting. Stop trying to play by political rules and be better, but don't go low. So their idea is like, fuck the rules. We're going to go low. Don't go low. Go high. Go high. Go higher than we've ever gone before. Bring philosophy into it. Bring kindness into it. Bring compassion into it. Don't become disgusting. Don't be like, ooh, are they swimming in the garbage? Let me jump in there with them. Girl, let them swim in the garbage. You focus moving forward. Stop it. All of us are waiting. All of us are literally waiting. And you're like, I'm going to go swim and shit with them. Why? Why would you do this to us? Now, I have a question. Is Humanist Report, I know he's gay. Is he queer? Where is the queer politics in this? You know what I mean? I'm not getting it. I'm not seeing it.
Demonstrating the effectiveness of that strategy now with their meltdowns over Kyle Kalinski's tweet. Like, they don't like getting a taste of their own medicine, and that just proves why we have to give them a taste of their own medicine. We have to force them to lie the bed that they made for all of us. And it's not just internet edgelords like Kyle from Secular Talk and Mike from the Humanist Report saying things like this. It's also respected elected officials like
No. Chat says you guys are talking to each other. Brittany wants to follow a virtue from her believing the opposites of good and evil. Philosophical evil is out of sync with your joy. Okay, I don't believe in good and bad in the way that typical people do, but I do believe that people engage in philosophical evil because they're not engaging in deconstruction, introspection, extrospection. This is philosophical evil. They are engaging, Kyle Kalinske and Humanist Report are engaging in philosophical evil. Whether they believe it or not, this is not your joy. This is not where you find your joy. You are not coming, like, you are not exhibiting like some deep understanding of the human condition. You are just showing up and your whole life is centered around what the Republicans are doing. Who cares what they're doing when it comes to, philosophical joy and goodness?
AOC, who called on people to ruthlessly mock fascists like Stephen Miller, because like us, she also realizes the futility in trying to engage with them in 2010 era style politics of persuasion and respectability.
So he's saying even AOC wants us to engage in this. It's like, okay, but like AOC also has her problems. We all do. None of us are perfect. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. I also am tempted to engage with like clapbacks and, insults. I'm saying I am trying to get out of that because it's not helping. It feels good temporarily. It's a cathartic temporarily, but it doesn't heal the soul. It doesn't heal our experience. We all want to engage in it. You're not special because you have a clapback on Twitter, stupid. See, I just did it right there. Ooh, that felt good. Oh, that felt so good. Okay, so I get it, girl. It feels good. It feels so good. It's not the answer. It's not the answer. It's not the answer. It's not the answer. It's not the answer.
It just doesn't work. But I want to move on to the next leftist content creator who is facing additional scrutiny as of late. And that individual is Hasan Piker, because he's always in hot water for something. And no, I'm not going to respond to cynical and bad faith claims that he used the shock collar on his dog when he did not do that. I want to talk about how billionaires are using Zoran Mamdani's association with Hasan Piker as a gotcha in service of Andrew Cuomo. Now, you already know that Andrew Cuomo name dropped Piker at a debate, but in a last-ditch effort to ting Mamdani's campaign, they're now trying to tie him to the most controversial comment that Piker made 6 years ago in a new ad. And when I say ad, I mean like they actually put out an ad tying Mamdani to Hasan Piker. This is wild to watch, but nonetheless, take a look.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
That's Zoran's buddy, Hasan Piker, saying we deserve 9/11. It's a disgrace to every life lost. Zoran went on Piker's show, and now Piker was just spotted at Zoran's event. Mamdani is wrong for New York, paid for by 4 Hour City.
Jesus Christ. So they're basically...
First of all, hilarious ad. Second of all, you know what I mean? Like Republicans haven't said worse, but also... Hasan could have said that in a way that was like deeply philosophical and beautiful, but he said it in the way streamers talk. So obviously it's like, you know what I mean? What? Chat said I saw that ad every 5 minutes last night on the news. I'm fucking dead. Republicans really love to fucking fun shit. Chat says I think kindness and niceness are good things, but they cannot ever be the standard. Hi, are you a psychopath? Are you a psychopath? Because that's literally a psychopath statement. Hi, hello. Have you absolutely lost touch with your humanity? Hello, ma'am. Did I misread your comment? I think that kindness and niceness are good things, but they cannot ever be the standard. Hi. Y'all are psychopaths. Y'all are literally the reason the world is the way that it is. That's what I'm saying. The fact that you're normalizing it is crazy to me. You said, what if people believe in something that is inhumane? How do you speak to them? What are you even on about? Habibi, why are you watching my channel? Who are you? I've never seen this username. Who is this person? Okay, what are you talking about? We are trying to focus on, like, obviously this cannot be the answer. Again, talk smack with your friends in private. But you are showing up as a public figure with some sort of, like, status This is not the vibe. Okay?
Trotting out the same playbook that they used back in 2008 to tie Obama to Reverend Wright. It didn't work then, and I can assure you it's
and
not.
by the way, I don't want you to be nice, girl. I want you to be right. Just for the record, niceness is fake as shit. I want you to be right, not nice. They're not right. They are wrong. This is not the answer. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Chaz says, sorry, I'm autistic. It seems relevant. Sorry, I'm autistic too. Autism on autism crime right now, girls. That's what's happening right here. Fine. Listen, you are not stronger because you are more ruthless. You are not braver because you're willing to say shitty things to people. Okay, you are not smarter because you can go lower. Okay, it takes a great deal of discipline to be a better person. It's very hard to die a good person. And I am trying to get as many people to die good people as possible. And yes, that even means dying preemptively because bad people are a little stronger than you. Better to die a good person than to live longer and die a bad one. Okay? That's the point. Okay? Tap into that Vinland Saga season 2, baby.
Not going to work now, especially because you can easily do the same thing. Like you can use that same playbook against Cuomo, albeit to greater effect. For example, Cuomo was just on Logan Paul's podcast, who's been embroiled in multiple controversies and was even sued in a class action lawsuit for an alleged crypto scam. But worse, Cuomo joined genocide heir Benjamin Netanyahu's legal team to defend him against crimes against humanity at the ICC. So objectively speaking, what's worse, defending a war criminal accused of genocide or being a guest on the stream of somebody who made edgy comments? I mean, I think that voters are going to be the ultimate judge in the end, but this strategy simply doesn't work in 2025 because politicians are increasingly learning that there is value in going on podcasts and Twitch streams. But if you want access to their platforms, you have to put aside the edgy jokes and controversies that they've been embroiled in. It's something that Cuomo understood by choosing himself to go on Logan Paul's podcast. Quite a controversial figure. But ironically, it was more controversial for Logan Paul to platform Cuomo.
I understand. I wanted to watch it today, but we're not going to get to it. I wanted to watch Zoran on Flagrant because I was curious how he did in the boy bubble. And listen, like, I understand that as a public figure, you want to go on as many podcasts as possible to get your message out to as many people as possible. So I understand as a politician, you have to go on everyone's podcasts. It's not about endorsing people. It's about the reality that this is how media gets out to people and gets out to voters. So I understand that idea. I think the issue we're going to find, and I think Humanist Report is making a good point here, is that playing this game of like, oh, why'd you go on this person's podcast or this person's? Obviously, Hassan, when saying America deserves 9/11, was talking about the fact that it's without a doubt obvious that we would have experienced this at some point, given the way that we go around ruining the world. We commit 9/11s in other people's universes every fucking day. It's bound to happen to ours, which is why we need to stop doing this to people. It's a sign that we need to stop hurting people. Okay, not to, because again, it doesn't matter. It's not good either way. It's evil when we sit there and we massacre each other and bomb each other and do horrible things to one another. But America cannot pretend and keep pretending like we are not doing this to people every day, that we don't have our hands in all these countries, that we are not contributing to genocide right now in multiple places. So again, like we have to be very specific about realizing and being able to see Hassan's statement for what it is, which is more factual than we're willing to give it credit for, but it was packaged very poorly. And I understand as a streamer who said very similar things, my goal moving forward is to eradicate this way of speaking from my language while I'm at work, because I'm trying to come to work. Okay, I do this for a full-time living. This is my job. This is the only thing I do for a living. So I want to make sure that when I come to work, I'm holding a specific standard. Will the standard go viral? No. Will it be everyone's cup of tea? No. Will it fuel everyone's anger? No. I will never go and be as famous as any of these men because I refuse to act like any of them. And I want you to keep that in mind. That because I'm not engaging in these tactics, I will never be as popular as these men. And that is exactly why I know it's the right answer. Because no way was the right answer going to be what goes viral in the state of how destructive the world feels right now. And if your content is blowing up, being evil, by being hateful, by tweeting bitch at women on the internet, you're probably on the wrong side of history. So we have to pay attention to that. And I would rather die a good person than die a famous one. And I don't know about these people, though. These people feel like they want to die famous
than it was for Cuomo to go on his show, seeing as how Cuomo is a serial sexual harasser whose policies killed people in nursing homes during COVID. So, I mean, any of Logan Paul's scandals pale in comparison to Cuomo's scandals. But to go back to Hassan Piker, He's the first leftist content creator to achieve real mainstream success. You can argue that his uncle Cenk Uygur was the first one, but I mean, Hasan has reached new levels. And savvy Democratic politicians, they have to understand that his platform may be more useful in reaching young people than any other platform. Mainstream media, you name it, like Hasan Piker is how you talk to young, motivated leftists who are politically active. And for what it's worth, Hasan's response to that controversy that the ad was based on speaks to how thoughtful he is as a person and why people watch him, because even though it's easy to be turned off by what he said at face value, it's important to understand what he was talking about in the context and what happened in the lead up to that infamous clip.
Sure.
And I'm going to let him speak for himself because what he says here is important.
You said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
No, obviously not, especially considering the fact that while that is a very viral quote that is going around currently, if those people were at least even remotely charitable or cared about the actual truth of what I was talking about, they would understand that within context, I was simply referencing the fact that all of the foreign policy decisions and our arming of insurgent groups in the region and our efforts in destabilizing the Middle East have a direct consequence, a boomerang effect, rather, if you will, in causing 9/11. Of course, every part of what I advocate for is against violence. I abhor violence. I think it's awful. And as a matter of fact, I was very frustrated with the fact that Dan Crenshaw, a person who 4 times voted nay on bills that would stop arming Saudi Arabia. He voted no 4 times on those bills. Would turn around and talk about the necessity for endless violence, and that this simply was happening because these people. This simply was happening because these people just hated us. They hated us because they hate us. I'm paraphrasing, but I thought that was awful. I thought that was horrific. Hillary Clinton has had a similar and correct opinion on this, talking about how we did fund Al-Qaeda and Noam Chomsky and numerous other academics on both sides of the political spectrum. I should have used more precise and better use of the language there. It's messed up that I would even give the opportunity to the right to try to morally grandstand on an issue like this when they are 100% responsible for all the bloodshed that has been caused. Even some other outlets in the mainstream media are also culpable in this circumstance. Look, 3,000 people died. And that's terrible. That is a horrific event.
Listen, cards on the table. I admit it is very hard for me to put aside my biases here because I deeply respect and admire all of these leftist content creators that I share a space.
That's the difference between him and I. No.
For me to put aside my biases here because I deeply respect and admire all of these leftist content.
I'm sorry. That is the difference. I do not respect or admire any of these people. Okay, so just to make it abundantly clear, I think you were absolutely sad excuses for people who want to change the world. But you keep going. Love you. Peace and love. Peace and love. Because if this is your idea of changing the world, you might as well have been any other man in history. You were doing literally nothing new. You're bringing nothing new to the table. Nothing is different. There's nothing different. Nothing is new. Everything is the same shit we've been trying time and time again. And a bunch of men will get all the credit, all the fame, all the money for doing absolutely nothing in the long term. Okay? But yet, and I understand that everyone is playing a role and you can keep doing that. But what is respectable here? What is good here? What is helpful here? You know what I mean? Like, what is actually good here? I do not believe that. You know?
Creators that I share a space with. But the left's entire political project is to end wars, end suffering, improve the quality of life for all human beings. So to me, bias aside, it rings hollow that the people who are perpetrating violence are so pissed off about edgy rhetoric from the left. Because, like, what's worse, words or actions? Hasan Piker said America deserved 9/11, whereas Netanyahu has committed dozens of...
I mean, words are actions. Calling somebody a slur is an action. Calling somebody a slur is an action. Calling a woman a bitch is a slur action. Calling a black person the N-word is an action. It's not just words. See? How do you not know this? How do you not know that words matter? What do you mean words don't matter? The right has used this for years, words. Trans people are sick. Black people are, black fatigue. All of these words weaponized against marginalized communities have been words followed by actions. Words are actions. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What's words? What's worse, words or actions? Both? How about all the kids that never got hit by their parents and their parents just talked to them bad? Oh yeah, your childhood abuse doesn't matter because all your parents did was yap at you. They didn't even hit you. That's what he sounds like. What's worse? Both? You know what I mean? What are you talking about?
11's himself on the people of Gaza. Kyle Kulinski may have poked fun at Charlie Kirk's widow, but Trump has illegally murdered 61 people he accused of drug trafficking without evidence, mind you. So if you support those murders and those people, if you're okay with a literal genocide, I'm sorry, you don't get to fucking feign outrage over naughty words from leftist content creators, period. Edgy jokes and shitposts aside, though, leftists like Hassan and Kyle, they have consistent records advocating for policies that would save lives. And I think that matters more than the times that they've memed a little bit too close to the sun, if you ask me. But I do want to move on to Emma Vigeland, who dealt with
Oh my God. Discord said this man brought leftovers when we asked for freshly cooked food at the potluck. We hate to see it. I have never heard someone say that, but that is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. The visceral image I got in my head right away. I'm fucking dead.
Backlash, although to a much lesser extent, but I still want to play the clip of her on a panel on MSNBC because the smug condescension that the left has been facing for a long time now was...
Okay, hold on. Chat says sticks and stones are more dangerous, but the words are still violence on some level. Absolutely. So obviously, literally, there's a spectrum of harm being done, but you actually can't compare harm for this reason. Okay? A child being hit once... probably better than a child experiencing years and years of body shaming and slut shaming and intelligence shaming from their parents, right? Like ultimately, when we talk about, oh, would you rather have your parents say something really cruel to you one time or to spank you on the bottom? It's like, well, you know, comparing the suffering, comparing the evil, it's not helpful when we shouldn't be doing either. Neither of it should be happening. That's the point. And you can say, oh, that's, you know, again, it's too good to be true in society because we're still living on a spectrum. So yes, if I was having this conversation from a therapist perspective, which I wouldn't be because I'm not a therapist, I would say something like, you can't expect a client to come into my office and heal day one, right? Obviously, they would have to deconstruct and get better. But this is politics, baby. This is you showing up as a voice. And this is you saying, I admire all these people. Girl, I don't have time to admire these men who are so limited in their thinking. How could I admire someone so fucking basic? Come on, girl. You know, like there are so many other people doing so many other great things in the world. They're just not on YouTube even doing it. My neighbor is a more admirable person. My person at a local grocery store is more respectable to me than these streamers who get up here and talk about changing the world by calling women bitch on the internet. Come on now. Come on now. You're not doing anything, bro. You think you're doing something, and yes, you might be. And if I was talking to Republicans, by the way, I would fight for you and say you were doing something, but I'm talking to you outside of that. I'm pretending no conservatives are listening. I'm pretending no Republicans are listening to us. This is just us between each other. And I would lecture you like a sister would, okay? Stop it. But if, of course, a Republican was coming at me being like, what do you think about Hassan? I'd say Hassan is doing his role that he's supposed to. Okay, it's not up to standard, but it's better than what the Republicans are doing. But we're not talking to Republicans because our standard of good cannot be compared to theirs. So if you're going to sit there in your life and say, well, if the Republicans can do it, I can do it. That's not helpful. Your standard should be higher than theirs. And it should never, ever budge.
On full display, and they reacted this way in response to her correct commentary. And, you know, it's why people like myself in this space are so pissed off nonetheless. Here's what she said and how they responded.
Ezra Klein recently wrote for the New York Times that over the past 15 years, the Democratic Party has made room on its left and closed down on its right. For all the talk of what the Democratic Party should learn from Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani, there should be at least as much talk of what they should learn from Manchin or Golden or Marie Perez or Sarah McBride. The party should be seeking more, not less, internal disagreement. Do you agree with that stance?
I mean, I don't know what reality Ezra Klein is living in, the fact that the Democratic Party has tacked to its left. In what universe? Yeah. The coalescing around Joe Biden in the 2020 primary, the besmirching of Bernie Sanders supporters, the eschewing of that movement in 2016, and even in this current moment with Zohran Mamdani, who has been a shot in the arm for the Democratic Party, you still have Chuck Schumer refusing to endorse him, and Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement is lukewarm at best. There is a fight right now within the Democratic Party, and Ezra Klein is representing a floundering corporatist centrist flank that is increasingly irrelevant in the party, and he's trying to carry water for them in the Times. I mean, I think it's a lucrative thing to do, but it's not necessarily matching the reality.
I love it. I'm so excited to disagree with you. I do. Yeah, I couldn't disagree more. The point Ezra's trying to make is that it takes two wings to fly. That he's trying to, the Democrats need to build a Big Ten. And he's not saying you got to choose between Zohran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders in the centrist wing. He's saying Democrats need to compete in more places. You raised a stat earlier that I think is the key one. Why, when Donald Trump's numbers are plummeting among independent voters, he's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower as a brand
because
than
of the muddled message that I was just trying to elucidate?
So you believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there is
No, they're just not right enough. You're on the wrong side of history. Period. That's what it is. You're on the wrong side of history. You're not moving forward. You're not progressing as a nation. You're not even offering people a rainbow over the horizon. Like, you're not doing that. When Trump says make America great again, he's promising a nostalgic feeling that people know what to look for. At least Democrats could do the opposite and offer them a future they could dream of. But you can't even do that. You don't even know how to offer the people a dream they could look forward to. So the best thing they have to settle for is a dream they used to know. You underestimate how powerful nostalgia is. You also underestimate how much hope it matters. Okay? Barack Obama didn't run on hope for nothing. It's a very powerful tool. It's what keeps people alive during a genocide. People maintain their resilience through hope. You have to maintain hope, and the Democrats are not doing that. They're so bad at it, and it's because we know they don't even believe it themselves. They are just fucking getting paid, girl, and that's what's bullshit about it. They compromised all of these years in the worst situations, time and time again, expose themselves as just shitty, politicians. We need philosophers. We need leaders. We need people who are willing to guide us into a progressive future. Again, a future where everyone gets to exist in a way that is safe, in a way that offers housing and food and education, in a way that doesn't take away SNAP benefits from people, in a way that gets people health care. Even my Republican family keeps talking about how disgusting health care is. Girl, that's our in and you're wasting it. Republicans regular people want healthcare figured out. They're dying under the weight of their healthcare. They are literally suffering. These mainstream politicians, these Republicans, they're so easily able to twist the narrative to their viewers. But if Democrats would just actually listen to people, they'd realize the Republicans are angry over this. Conservatives are angry over this. My brother, who has 5 children, he pays up the butt for healthcare for those kids. And he's just it's crazy. It's crazy how much money I am spending. And I'm like, exactly. He's like, I think everyone should have healthcare. And I'm like, oh, this is a big deal. Young Republican people who have families, young people, young 30 and younger, who have families. Okay, he's 32 with 5 kids. Okay, he makes a really good living. He's doing very well for himself. But even he's like, man, I think people deserve healthcare. Hello? Why do you think the killing of the CEO, the healthcare CEO, brought us together for just a hot second? That even when Ben Shapiro got out to talk shit on Luigi, which I could talk shit on Luigi every day. He's a man. I have so much to say about it. Listen, when Ben Shapiro did it, even his audience was like, hold up. Actually, though, healthcare is kind of stressful. And you're that's what I'm saying. You're not listening to people. People are deeply struggling. It is very hard out here. Well, you are sitting here on your fucking White House parties, your Great Gatsby parties, while you're sitting here in your fucking $500 suits. Come on, bro. Come on. Okay? Chatter, I'm going to block you for your own sake because you feel like you're in the wrong class. Okay, you said, what did the healthcare CEO do wrong? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and block you because you feel like you're in the wrong class.
Be a different approach to politics here. Not building a tent and saying we don't necessarily stand for anything, including Ezra advocating for saying that we should run anti-abortion Democrats in red states. So let's throw trans people under the bus. Let's throw women under the bus. Let's just do anything except
if you want to see territory, though.
No,
I think he's talking about being practical.
Yes, and trying to expand the map. That's what needs to happen here. Is if Democrats are how do you expand the map? Is you win in Ohio and you win in Pennsylvania and you win in West Virginia.
There's more, but I want
to win. Everybody wants to win the game. Nobody knows why we're playing it. I feel like I'm in a Saw movie, and y'all keep playing the game instead of asking what the fuck are we doing here? You're like, we should win the game. I'm like, or what are we even doing here? Why am I even in this position? What is happening?
Pause right there because that really pissed me off. The reaction to Emma Vigeland being there, the smug, indignant response to what she said, the laughter to her commentary as if what she was saying was preposterous. I mean, this is why we cannot stand you people, right? What Emma is saying here is common sense, and it's what we've all been saying on the left for more than a decade now.
I can't believe he just said common sense. What is this, a Republican podcast? Common sense. Politics is such a joke. Y'all are such a joke. I love you. I watch The Humanist Report pretty often. But this particular video just set me off this morning. And I was like, Habibi, what is this? What is this video?
And if you don't see what she's saying as the obvious truth, then I don't know what to tell you. You just don't want to win, right? You can't win elections by shifting to the right. Republicans have a monopoly on right-wing and center-right voters. You cannot beat fascism with more milquetoast centrism. You need an equally radical alternative to compete with the so-called populism that's being pushed by the right. Socialism is the antidote to fascism, not neoliberalism, to the chagrin of all of the dipshits on the panel there. And the rising prominence of left-wing commentators like Emma Vigeland is the result of centrist Democrats who actually want to win getting desperate enough to finally hear us out. Because, we've been pitching some alternative strategies and nobody's been listening. But now that we have a fascist in charge and we lost democracy, maybe you start to listen to the people who were once viewed as kooky, right? But as you saw, they became indignant at the common sense recommendations that Emma was making, even though what she's...
I don't understand, though, how you're advocating to be better than the Democrats, but then backing Kyle Kulinski, calling a woman a bitch on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. It's on one side of their mouth, it's like, oh, we want to be progressive. Okay. But on the, we'll say conservative, on the other side of his mouth, he's like, we should be progressive. Also, she's a bitch. And I'm like, okay, well, hold on. Who calls women bitch in a derogatory sense coming from a man towards a woman? Okay, maybe liberals, definitely, but definitely shouldn't be progressives. I think if you're a progressive and you embody progressive philosophy, you shouldn't be calling women bitch or the R word. Kyle Kulinski also called the president the R word. So they're saying the R word, they're saying the B word. Okay, what other words are we saying on Twitter? What other ways are we showing up on Twitter in a position of, quote, leadership / power / prominence? You know what I mean? What are we doing here? Discord said, we need to be progressive in a conservative way. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Sarcasm. Exactly. It's like, why are you talking about being better than the Democrats or the liberals by being more Republican? Chad says this guy we were watching called Trump R word. Kyle Kulinski did. So this is the Humanist Report in the beginning. And behind him with the bleached hair, that's Kyle Kulinski. He called him a fat R word. So then he body shamed him and fat phobia and R word. Girl, speak to your friends in private where you're all fucking taking shots and talking shit. But why are you showing up at work looking like a fool? Why are we showing up at work this way? Now listen to me when I say this. I know that people are going to start being like, well, what about you, Brittany? What about you? I know, girl. I'm working on it. I'm not 40 yet, but I'm going to get there. Okay? That's the thing. Chatter, don't say the R word in my chat when I just said don't say it. Okay? This isn't no. Okay? So I'm going to delete this comment. You can try again. Don't use the R word in my chat. Okay? And I'm about to ban the B word. Okay? I'm about to. I'm this fucking close. Okay? And I might. Honestly, by the end of this year, I'm probably going to ban it. So just so you know. Because I can't trust you guys with it. You're not responsible enough. The internet is not responsible enough. Okay? You are not responsible enough to be using this word. Because you have the audacity to be a Kyle Kulinski on Twitter calling women a bitch. You are not responsible enough. And now you can't have it. See how you ruin it for the rest of us? Thank you.
Saying is being confirmed by reality as we speak. I mean, look at Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico. Look at Lula da Silva in Brazil. Look at FDR's New Deal reforms. You have to meaningfully address people's material conditions in order to win elections. But I do want to get back to the discussion before I go, too in the weeds here, because they're going to make the same tired Big Tent argument that we've heard 100 times, only to get smacked down again by Emma Vigeland. So let's watch.
As much as Democrats hate Joe Manchin, he was the only Democrat who could win statewide office.
I'm sorry, but Joe Manchin helped kill the child tax credit, which is the reason the Democrats are lagging behind in affordability right now.
But would it have been better if there were a Republican in that seat?
If the Democrats want to orient themselves behind a working class coalition and use that as the base, that is how you build a durable coalition, not the one that has lost to Trump multiple times.
But if you look at the track record of Sunrise and Justice Dems and these other, more populist progressive groups,
the base wasn't there. Now the base is there. The base is
They have not gained a single seat
because of the institutional pushback from the Democratic Party. And
because
right
of
now
the voters.
The voters are
part of their.
I do, to Emma's point, I do think that there is, when you're just looking
Okay, you're going to be banned now because you keep using the word in my chat. What are you doing, bro? I gave you literal chances. Okay, I gave you multiple chances. Now you're banned because you can't keep from saying the word in my chat. I just said don't say it. I gave you a warning. I gave you a chance. You see what you did? And now you're banned again. Don't use that word in my chat.
Down from the most powerful figures in the Democratic Party establishment. There is a pattern of them being much more accepting of the rightward flank than the left side of the flank.
Look, there's been a long struggle over, go back to 1977, I'll just go nerd out, Moynihan versus Bella Abzug. There are deep divisions inside the Democratic Party that get played out. There are good principled fights over policy. Those are legitimate fights and disagreements. And for a lot of folks, a member of the DSA who's never held a job or never had an executive experience.
Assemblyman's a job.
Not a job in the private sector. You're right.
I don't care about that, though. He has a job.
That's the problem.
Right.
It's worth caring.
I like how this headline at the bottom of this news thing says Hillary Clinton on whether she'd vote for Mamdani, and it says, I don't vote in this city. First of all, who the fuck cares what Hillary Clinton thinks? God bless her. You know what I mean? With peace and love, 2016, she was my vote. But like, what does that matter now? When we're not liberals and we're progressives, I don't care who Hillary Clinton's going to vote for. This woman is not to be trusted. Like, you know what I mean? As we move towards like a more progressive future. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like people aren't paying attention. It doesn't matter who Hillary Clinton would vote for. And also her doing this just shows why she can't be trusted. What do you mean I don't vote in this city?
Caring about whether someone's ever had a job in the private sector. It's worth caring about whether they've had an executive experience.
No, it's not. Voters in New York rejected Cuomo's experience from
Hold on, guys. Who are these chatters in my chat? You said the Republicans literally want to kill me and my family. Democrats winning prevents that from happening. Okay, just a reminder, this is a philosophy channel. Just a reminder, we are queer, okay? We are progressive. We are deconstructing. We are doing our best. Yes, I agree that Republicans are bigoted and Republicans are people that are targeting minorities and people. Putting your eggs all in the Democrats' basket is not the answer. It is technically a better villain to fight than Republicans, but they are still not on your side. They are not on your side. They are only on your side when it benefits them. The Democratic Party is only as good as we hold them accountable to. And the Republicans, okay, them being worse than the Democrats is not helpful. But sure, I vote Democrat. I hear you. I understand, okay? But Democrat or progressive to progressive, we also have and continue to have problems with the Democrats. And if you're on this channel and you're a Democrat and you think the Democratic Party is the best thing that's ever happened, with peace and love, go somewhere else. Figure it out, girl. I'll fight for you while you're busy being mad. I will continue to fight for you and fight for your right to get, you know, health care and stability and housing. But the Democrats will never give you that. They are absolutely going to be in the way of that. But I will keep continuing to fight for that because the Democrats were also the first ones to throw gay people under the bus when it's convenient for them. Remember that. And as a queer person who was around before the Democrats even got on board with homosexuals, just so you fucking know, I was there. And I remember the Democrats being the way they were. And I remember how it felt. And I remember the way we all tried to play a fucking game. And I remember the way we all tried to be like, be a normal gay, be a normal gay. And maybe the Democrats will support us. It wasn't long ago that the Democrats threw us under the bus time and time again. So again, we are not here to like love the Democrats. We are just here to point it out, right? You said that's exactly what Mike, Kyle, and Emma are saying here. Again, I am talking to progressives. You are not to go as low as Republicans in order to fight for marginalized communities. The whole point of this video is to remind people that the premise of this video is that we are allowed to be racist, homophobic, throw around slurs because that's what Republicans do. And I'm saying no. You cannot do these things just because Republicans are doing it. Okay? So yes, I know these people get up here and talk about how much they hate the Democrats, but you're acting like a Republican, so make it make sense. Okay? Make it make sense, please. Thank you.
Mamdani's policies. In 2016, Americans literally chose to elect a reality TV show star over Hillary Clinton.
Okay, you're doing it again, chat. You said no, you used, okay, stop using the R word. Okay? I'm glad. Okay, you said, I know saying queer used to be just like saying, you saying queer used to be like saying the word R word, and now people say it correctly. I consider it a slur. Okay, you're going to be banned because I said not to use the R word in my chat. Okay? We're obviously reclaiming the word queer and it's become more normalized. But if you attack somebody by calling them a queer, it's a slur, like the R word. In what context are you using the R word where it's not a slur? Okay? And in which context are you calling someone the R word without it being a slur? The only time, okay, queer is a slur is when you throw it at people that way. Otherwise, just saying like, oh yeah, this person is queer is not a slur. Okay? It's just true. Okay? So you need to get it together. Chat said, what's happening today? It's the fucking topic. This topic brings out the worst people in the world. Boys and politics, because these people are not thinking. They're not deconstructing. They're not being philosophical. Okay, that's just normal. That happens. I know when I came into work today, I told my partner, I was like, oh, work's going to be crazy today. It's going to bring in the crazy bubbles. And this is it, girl. The bubbles that are in this, like, you know, we can say a slur, and this is what language is. We know the R word used to be normalized. It's still normalized in lots of bubbles. I'm saying we're moving it out. It's not going to be normalized anymore. Forget it. Okay? Just like we do with the language along the years. We're over it. We're not using it anymore. Okay? I understand it was a hard transition for me too. We're over it. Queer, back in. Because that's how language works. Language is a construct. We're adapting and shifting the construct based off the times. And every time you use a word within a construct, you're signaling to the groups. And I'm saying using the R word signals liberal or conservative because progressives are opting out of using it. So when you use it, you're signaling who you are. Learn the dog whistles, bro. It's literally like learn the dog whistle. Okay? Discourse that are people seriously using the same talking points as white people trying to police black people from using the N-word? Well, you know how it goes. You know how it goes. Okay?
Clinton, who was the most qualified presidential candidate ever. Like, what you're saying is bullshit. You can't wish cast a strategy on the electorate and hope that it works, especially when it's been proven wrong again and again and again. Now, as for that lady's, point about Joe Manchin, she doesn't understand that Democrats like Joe Manchin tarnish the party's brand. If his policies are indistinguishable from the GOP's policies, then it doesn't really matter if he has a D next to his name now, does it? I mean, sure.
Chad says who rules do you enforce? You want to change too much that you stifle it? Bro, don't make me burp into my mic right now as retaliation. Listen to me when I say this. You have to understand the world's a construct created by biological creatures evolved over millions of years. It's all just a let's see what fits into this puzzle, bro. Like you're acting and sitting here like you know what objective morality is when we know we don't know that. We're doing our best. But right now, it seems to be not the best to call people slurs on Twitter. I think we figured that out. Congratulations, we all graduated middle school. Calling people slurs on Twitter, not in. Whoa, big deal, bro. Look how easy my request is and how hard y'all are fighting for it. Stop throwing slurs around on Twitter. How hard is that, bro?
Or he helped Chuck Schumer maintain the gavel in the Senate, but them not doing enough with that power led to Americans feeling disillusioned with the party again. And think about whether or not Republican voters would ever accept the same strategy or excuse. Like, do you think Donald Trump would be okay with a Republican being pro-choice or pro-Medicare for all in order to become more electorally viable in California? That would never, ever fly. They would rather lose than let rhinos tarnish their brand because they understand the importance of ideological cohesion and consistency. I mean, imagine how easy it'd be if all Democrats just supported one policy on healthcare. Medicare for all. It's an easy pitch, right? You vote for Democrats, you get Medicare for all. You save 68,000 lives every single year. The problem is that we can't do that. We can't make that pitch because if somebody asks, hey, what's the party's stance on healthcare? You've got to explain how, well, some support additional ACA subsidies while others believe in a public option that could devolve into a two-tiered system where the rich and the poor have different standards of care. Although, some support Medicare for all, which is healthcare that's free at the point of service. You can't do that. It's not going to work. Like if you have to explain the internal division within your party to the average voter, you're going to be a lot less persuasive than you would if you just said Democrats support Medicare for all, period. Here's what that means. But we can't do that. We can't do that because so many Democrats refuse to unlatch from the teats of the health insurance donors that got them elected. So we're held back by the most bought-off dipshits in the party who are trying to pass off their corruption as sound strategy. But nobody's buying it anymore. Hence why leftist content creators like Emma are suddenly sounding a lot more reasonable to MSNBC's.
What did Emma just do on Twitter that we covered the other day? Who remembers? She was playing defense for somebody that I was like, why are you playing defense for this person? Who was it? Does anybody remember? And I watched the Majority Report. I watched them. I like them. But what was it? What was it? Why can't I remember?
More audience than they were before. It's why former MSNBC hosts like Joy Reid agree with us, even though.
Oh yeah, the Graham guy, the Nazi tattoo guy. What a loser take, bro. Yeah, the Nazi tattoo. Jesus Christ, guys, come on. That's what I'm saying. You can't be the guy. Sorry. You can't be the guy. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, oh, progressives want it to be perfect. I'm so sorry that we want somebody who wasn't stupid enough to get a Nazi tattoo, / keep the tattoo, / cover it up in the worst way possible, / oh my God, the bare minimum, bro. I cannot believe this bare minimum we are asking is too much for you. And you want to act like, oh my God, we're the issue? Hello, you can't even do the bare minimum.
She was once a sworn enemy to the online left and the Bernie bros because everything that we've been saying has been proven. It's been validated, whereas everything that the centrists said that would work has put us on a one-way path towards fascism, and here we are. But as frustrating as things are right...
Yeah, and he was also a mercenary. Like, the guy has a bad reputation generally, and y'all ate him up like no joke. What?
now. The one silver lining is that, you know, people like Emma and Hassan and Kyle and myself to a lesser extent.
Chat says, I'm going to block you now, Habibi. Thank you for being here. You're in the wrong class. Sounds like a religious mother in the 90s who didn't like the word heck. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and block you. You know what was interesting about this? Because this is so funny. I understand that if you hear me talk, you're probably thinking, oh, I'm like that conservative mother who hates the word fuck. Here's the difference. Because I thought liberation out of Republican and being a conservative when I was a teenager was learning to say slurs. I thought liberation was saying fuck. I thought liberation was saying bitch. But the truth is, y'all are not a safe space to use these words that have been weaponized against people to take away their rights. Okay? So you are not a safe space, and we are going to put limitations on your language because you're not responsible enough with it, just like guns, okay? I wish I could give you guns, but you're obviously not good enough to use them. You're not smart enough. You literally use them to ruin people's lives. So obviously you're not responsible enough, okay? Gun control, language control. Well, I wanted to live in a world where I could give it to you. I want to live in a world where I can trust you with these things. You are not responsible enough with your words or with your guns. So no, you can't just have them.
Are finally gaining prominence in American politics because everybody else has been so goddamn wrong. Where politicians and pundits are now asking us for our input. And that's a new thing, right? And it's unfortunate that things had to get so bad for them to finally take us seriously. But the fact that we're now making our way into mainstream media and even driving news cycles tells me that enough people have finally had their break glass in case of emergency moment, with us being the ones being kept behind glass.
Chat says, we're not going to ban fuck, are we? No, fuck can stay until it becomes a slur, and then we are going to ban it. Fuck is staying. Okay? We're keeping fuck. Okay? We're keeping shit. We're keeping damn. But, okay? If somebody starts to co-opt it for some racist shit, we're blocking it.
And, you know, they're finally letting us out in hopes that we can save the country now that we're in this emergency. So the increased scrutiny that we're all suddenly receiving speaks to our growing relevance in American politics, which is bad news for fascists because unlike centrists that they're used to, we don't fucking back down. We double down. And I can assure you that we're not going to stop talking our shit. So I commend all of the individuals that I talked about here for pissing off Republicans, because if you're doing that, then you're doing something right. And I get that that's a cliche, but when you have people as demonic as Republicans, no, you really are doing something right if you piss them off.
It's like, you know,
Luigi not happy.
Let me read his chat because I'm curious what his comment section says. Basically, the right wingers can dish it, but they can't take it. But we knew that. I've known that my whole life. One thing I've always known about the right is they can dish it, but they can't take it. But then why would we dish it in a way that makes us just like them? Okay. Chat says, or his chat says, to upset a liberal, tell a lie. To upset a MAGA fan, tell the truth. You're being self-righteous. You're putting yourself on a pedestal and then engaging in bad behavior. You don't put yourself on a pedestal if you actually don't engage in bad behavior, but also take yourself off that pedestal and humble yourself. So like, I understand the desire in your privacy in your home with your friends to talk mad shit on people. I understand at home in privacy with our therapists, we have to use words that maybe we would never use in real life to express the deep emotions we are feeling. What does this mean when you're doing it when you come to work? Okay. When you show up at the office, you're basically showing up to the office and calling women bitch. Listen, I understand that the dream people have about being a YouTuber is that it's like not a job. But it is actually, hear me out, a job. And if we're going to be serious about our jobs and the fact that we have a microphone, then we should probably stop calling bitch at work, like women bitch at work. You know what I mean? Like, it's probably not fucking appropriate. And we might not have an HR team, but if we did, girl, we'd be fired. Okay? So again, I want to get away from it. I'm going to eradicate it from my language, especially at work. Again, what I'm talking about at work, I'm talking about as public figures. I am not talking about you at your house. You fucking go call whatever. You're going to use your language. As long as you've deconstructed it, you do it. In safe spaces where we're all gay, you use whatever. I don't give a fuck. But I'm talking about as public figures online in a position of privilege and power. How are we all going to show up to work today is the question. And look, it's going to take me a while to change my language, to get more professional. But I guarantee you by 40, Brittany's going to be a new bitch. Okay? You see the joke I made there? You see the joke I made there? Okay. Okay? I'm giving myself time. But when I get there, and same with these boys, okay? 40 is your limit, girl. By the time you are 40, y'all better get your shit together. Okay, who's 40? Is Kyle Kulinski 40 yet? Kyle Kulinski. 88. Okay, he's not there yet. By the time we're 40, girl. By the time we're 40. Okay. You know, Discord said the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. They may allow us to temporarily beat him at his own game, but they will never enable us to bring about genuine change. Audrey Lorde, just gonna say this. Thank you, Discord. Thank you, Discord. Chat says, do you think you would be playing a philosophy video game? No. Do you think you would like playing a philosophy video game? No, probably not. Chat says, I love the protest slogan. I hate a neutral ass bitch, but it upset someone in chat. I was in the other day, so totally good to cut that out of my vocab. Yeah, I just think like ultimately, you know, at work, we should show up different. You know, again, I'm not asking regular ass people in their regular ass lives to do anything. I'm talking about at work, you know? Mabel, thank you for the super chat, says thoughts on Asmin's new mask off moment. I have no idea what we're talking about. I stopped watching Asmin, like even to keep up. So unless somebody sends me a video to watch, I don't watch him. Not sure what that means. I think you might be referring to the recent viral clip of him saying something in agreement with Fuentes. Is that what you're referencing? CJM, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I think lefties like Kyle are confusing being actionable with being crass. I think Kyle took the wrong lesson. Being firm doesn't mean you saying slurs. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know? Chet says philosophy or work, pick one. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know what you're referencing. I have no idea what you mean. My philosophical beliefs are reflected in my work, and I have different philosophical, people throwing around slurs in chat. Ooh, this person I banned is apparently back with a different username calling me the R word. Yeah, this is definitely going to win you brownie points, my bro. You know? Good job, bro. Proven right. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing, is at the end of the day, like, that's my point. You can't be trusted if you're throwing around slurs like this. See how you can't be trusted? I banned you. You broke consent. You came back, used a slur again. See? It's a sign. Okay? This is the sign you cannot be trusted. Okay? That's what it is. That's why I say you got to stop saying this word, because it signals. Okay? It signals. Now, let's watch this video because I thought it'd be nice, though I'm not the biggest fan of Andrew Callahan, given his accusations. He's been doing this thing lately on his channel where like they're putting together really good content, but his other hosts are going around. So again, I just have to mention that every time, because at the end of the day, we have to pay attention to the fact that he has allegations. But I think what's interesting here is that he went to a Mamdani rally, and I just kind of want to see it. Apparently Hassan makes a, what's this called? A feature? I don't know what to call it. He's there. And I think that's interesting. So I thought we would watch it together. Let's do this.
All of the real estate that is only used for billionaires, right? That they only come here with, 1/3 of the time or just one day a year just to do their little trade. All of those 3-story apartments in downtown Manhattan, in midtown Manhattan, that mostly remain empty. We should take those over. The working class should take those over, and they should give housing to all of the people. There is an incredible housing crisis, right?
You can't afford to fucking live in this town.
Yeah.
Money that people get is not enough to pay rent.
I don't think New York City survives a Mamdani victory. Crime goes up, taxes go up, people leave.
We survived Andrew Cuomo being the governor of this state. We will survive anything, and we are actually going to do more than just survive. We're going to thrive in the city.
Fuck Cuomo. Let's go Zoran. We're going to turn this country socialist. Socialism to me means equity, not equality. Unfortunately, we're not all equal. I come from extreme privilege, yo, and I want everyone to have the same privileges that I have. Shout out Andrew Callahan. Y'all doing great work.
The Democratic Party and its establishment has failed us, not only as young people, but as Americans.
New York is an incredibly wealthy city. It's the wealthiest city on the planet. Why is it that we have homeless people? Why is it that we have people without homes, people that can't afford to pay their rent? It's only because the billionaires, this tiny, tiny minority of society, is leeching all of the wealth.
No. Yeah. Let's go Cuomo. Yeah. Let's go Cuomo. We must fight to keep capitalism in our country. Capitalism allows what? Freedom, free enterprise. Mamdani is for control, government control, which he talks about. He talks about not having private property. He talks about taking back the means of production. He talks about taxing white people more than other kinds of people, government supermarkets.
Fast and free buses, universal child care, abolish the commodity form, seize the means of production, all that good stuff.
Wait, I know him. Hold on. What's this guy's name? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. I feel like we know him. Don't we know him?
He's got good policies.
He's hot. He's Muslim, and from everyone I know, I've heard is he's hung like a donkey.
Whoa! Hey! Oh, girl! Hello! Inappropriate! 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 No!
Backs terrorists. He's a jihadist. I think there's a lot of Democrats, especially in swing districts, that shy away from issues such as free Palestine or trans healthcare or things that may seem scary. But in reality, those issues and Zoran not being afraid to back down is what's keeping his volunteer base here.
You know what? Fuck them. You want to do something? You want to stand up? Start riding bicycles. Buy a rabbit, kill it, eat it. You go hunting season, you go get 2-3 deers, you chop it up, you take it to your house, you're great for the whole year. That's how I go against the system.
I don't really know nothing about that.
I love his accent though. Honestly though, like I don't eat meat. You guys know this. I don't eat animals. But I do appreciate ethical hunting / I know vegans, don't come at me right now. Okay, listen. But also like it is amazing how you can feed your family off a cow. You know what I mean? Like it is kind of interesting. I don't eat animals, but listen. Okay? Mabel with the super chat once again says that's Joel Miller energy. Who's Joel Miller? That's that Joel Miller energy. I don't even know who Joel Miller is. Okay? But I will just say that energy is like so, is that New York, baby? He said the bikes and the rabbit guy, what a way to define your beliefs. Honestly though, like I love that. I kind of like it. I think my I kind of like it. My brain kind of is like Is it from The Last of Us? Oh man, I didn't see that. I missed out on that. Oh, that's funny. Oh.
Just play basketball all day. Have a wonderful day, y'all.
You guys want weed?
Hell yeah, take a little bit of weed.
I really miss weed, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Channel 5. My name is Andrew Callahan, and this is the first installment of our New York City mayoral election coverage. From a content perspective, we have an action-packed schedule for you guys. From Saddam, live on the streets of Brooklyn, speaking to the people, to the actual infiltration of a private Andrew Cuomo-sponsored young professional luncheon in Manhattan, which, by the way, was hosted by the Cool Girls for Capitalism Collective.
I designed the shirt. Shout out to Canva. It says Cool Girls for Capitalism. I didn't love him when he was governor. I think that he's not handled a lot of things well.
We also have a sit-down interview with the 27-year-old Chi Osei, who is the youngest New York City council member in city history and represents the neighborhoods of Crown Heights and Bed.
You know, every time I remember having this really big fear at the beginning of COVID where I was like, oh my God, what if I was high every day, but I was like, what if nobody runs for office? Because God knows I can't do it. It's not my calling in life, but like, what if everyone just wants to be a YouTuber? And then I was like, pause. Of course, people are going to run for office. You fulfill your calling. Like you fulfill these things. Like we are all meant to fulfill a calling. That's a projection. Meant is doing a lot of heavy labor here or heavy lifting here. We are all going to fulfill a calling, whether we like it or not, if we are joyful. If we are joyful. And I think someone's joy is in fulfilling this type of relationship to their community, unless they sell out.
So the Cuomo and Chi Osei segments I just mentioned are hosted by our brave and dedicated social media manager, January 6th participant.
Okay, I don't know what's happening in this scene right here.
I just mentioned are hosted by our.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, but I see pizza on a plate, a cop car in the background, and a girl in a bikini, and something about it either feels like the best time or the worst time, and I'm not sure which is happening. But shout out to vegan pizza if it exists.
Brave and dedicated social media manager, January 6th participant, John Peter Scatini, aka the homie JP, who's been working behind the scenes at Channel 5 for 4 years, slicing together clips like his life depends on it and keeping the 5.
Yeah, Andrew, we're not here for you, bro.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zoran.
I'm sure some of you guys might be thinking, Andrew, this is great.
Man, is he in this whole video, bro? Usually he's not in all his videos like this. Well, I don't watch a lot of his videos, but the ones I see sometimes he's not even in it.
But why the heck weren't you there? Well, compadre, I was down in Mexico shooting original content with our Canal 5 Latinoamerica street team and documenting the festivities surrounding Mexico's glorious Independence Day. Mira.
¡Viva México! ¡Viva México, cabrones! ¡Viva México, cabrones! ¡Viva México!
They just said long live Mexico, bitches. And like, okay, listen. We're gonna stop saying bitch.
Hoy en Feliz Cumpleaños a México. Estamos aquí en Nezahualcóyotl con
Josué, sí, es una fecha especial. Es 15 de septiembre, son las vísperas del grito de independencia, conmemorando que en 1810 fue el grito de Dolores en Guanajuato, donde Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla se levantó en armas para terminar con el régimen español y convertirnos en un país autónomo.
Los españoles les dimos en la madre, vaya.
México es un país nuevo.
Podría decirse.
¿Y cómo se va?
Pues ahí va, ahí va.
Feliz cumpleaños a todo este país, un país muy linda. Vamos a hablar con la gente y descubrir qué onda, qué pasa y más importante, qué significa la independencia de México. Vamos. ¿Independencia, sí o no?
Sí.
Sí, sabemos, ok, gracias.
Jefe, ¿para usted qué significa ser mexicano?
Chingón.
Hoy en Noche Mexicana, oficialmente comienza nuestra Noche Mexicana, cabrón. Hola chicos, están viendo Canal 5 Latinoamérica.
I guess this is like an ad for his other channel.
El mejor canal de noticias en todo el mundo. The bilingual synergy did not stop there. We also visited the largest counterfeit shoe market in the country, attended a Lucha Extrema event in a rural junkyard out in the state of Mexico, and traveled to the mountains of Puebla to document the revival of an indigenous language called Nahuatl. Some of this content is available right now on our second.
Wait, for real? Chet says that old man is my dad. See, bye. Wait, the guy who said see as he walked by, is that really your dad, bro? Shout out to your dad.
Channel, Canal 5. Not Channel 5, compa, Canal 5. A total.
Yo, this chatter's just begging for me to block them today. Rogan 2028, bro, blocked. Come on, girls. Don't be silly in the chat today. Don't be silly in the chat today. Blocked.
Separate channel, all in Spanish, all new, live right now. So if you want to watch it, hear me talk Spanish, get some Latin American perspectives and beyond.
Oh, and that's not really my dad. It would just be cool if he was. You know what, though? Shout out to your real dad.
The link for Canal 5 is in the pinned comment in the description box of this video. So if you want to give it a sub, a like, a comment, I would really.
Listen, I'm autistic. Chat's like, I don't think it was actually her dad, Bray. It could have been. It could have been.
Appreciate it. Gracias. All right, back to New York.
Oh, sorry. Hello. What's up? How's it going? Who'd you vote for?
Mamdani.
Why?
You know, I hate to say I'm a single issue voter, but I think everything boils down to like an unequal distribution of wealth, and like any candidate that's willing to speak to an ability to make things a little bit more livable for people that are in, you know, the 99.99% of humans, I'm going to support.
We will make buses free by replacing the revenue that the MTA currently gets from buses. This is revenue that's around $700 million or so. That's less money than Andrew Cuomo gave to Elon Musk in $959 million in tax credits when he was the governor.
He's pretty witty, you know, he puts his words together just like a nice rapper would.
Go ahead, make a rap for your night.
Chad said, not trying to judge because I know not everyone knows, but I just want to let people know who don't know that Channel 5 dude Andrew Callahan is a sexual predator. Yes, I mentioned it before we started. I'll say it again. He has a few accusations. He has, quote, apologized for them, but we do not support Andrew Callahan. I understand that I am watching his video. I understand that I am putting it on my stream. We do not support him. We are using him as context to understand what's happening, but I in no way support Andrew Callahan. I am not subscribed.
He understands his linguistic communicating abilities, and he's been around like-minded individuals. I understand why he's so pressed on the concern with our given times today.
Zoran.
Zoran? Yeah, why's that? Why's that?
We need a change. We need something different. Yeah. They always promise us the same old stuff, you know? So we need somebody who could relate, somebody younger, somebody who's willing for change.
I think he's running to make things different, for real. Now everybody's threatened. Because why? Because he's a Muslim.
Now, you know what? I'm not even going to tolerate this. As we all know, the New York skyline was rearranged by jihadists.
It's not just about
That's a weird way to say 9/11, dude.
New York City. It's a battle for the soul of our nation.
This country is about what you are. It's not who you are. It's about what you are.
Mamdani, definitely voting for Mamdani, feel very comfortable voting for him. And it upsets me to see him being framed as a communist, as anti-Semitic. I don't think he's anti-Semitic. He can be pro-Palestinian without being anti-Semitic.
There's hella Jews who are anti-Zionist and who support Zoran, and there's hella New Yorkers who are not crazy, liberal fucking freaks, whatever the Republican media wants to say, like conservative media, Democratic media. Everybody just wants the best for each other and the people around them, and we want to love each other and just be able to, you know, do our own things in peace.
To understand Zoran's...
This goes back to what I said on stream yesterday with the members stream. It's interesting growing up with conservatives and Republicans around me and, you know, all of them not understanding that, you know, they're afraid of people taking advantage of the system, right? That's their fear. They're like, oh, these people are going to take advantage. But when the opportunity comes their way, they utilize these programs as they should, and I would never stop them. See, this is my fear of the Kyle Kalinskis and all these people. They feel like the kind of people that would say, if you don't support these systems, you're not allowed to use them. Versus I would say, and to Hassan's credit, he would say, it doesn't matter if you don't support it, you should use it. Do you need food stamps? Do you need assistance? Do you need help? Do you need housing? I know you don't support it. are your kids going to go hungry today? Here's some food. And I think to Hassan's credit, that is sort of one thing that we align with, that everyone deserves healthcare, even Nazis. And it sounds like really extreme to say, but it's very true that I do not believe any of these people's children should starve because their parents don't support something. Okay. So I think that is like the fear that I have from some of these other people is they sound like people that would say, well, you know, and again, this is taking into consideration, right, that I understand that I've seen people in the conservative bubble like take advantages of opportunities to get abortions, to get healthcare, to get, you know, free groceries, to whatever, because they're like, well, other people are doing it. Yeah, but you should do it. That's what it's for. It's like, it's for you. When COVID happened and we got stimulus checks, when things happen, like, yeah, that's for you. File unemployment. Don't work during a pandemic. But also, if you're not going to work during a pandemic and you're going to take money from the government, also don't go out and party and spread COVID. It's like, don't do that anyways. But like, the point is like, I wish they would take that money and not go out and spread COVID. But it felt like a lot of people were taking that money and still partying for, you know, and that's just something to think about is like, you were willing to take you're not standing by your principles, but you'll open your big fat mouth when it comes to election times and you'll, you know, talk bad about people. So again, I think they should be supported and they should get that money. I just wish that they would understand, instead of like thinking about it as a greedy thing, having a bubble pop and being like, oh my God, this money was very helpful to me. I'm so grateful for this. I want this for other people, right?
Meteoric rise, which was largely carried by social media platforms the establishment calls Gen Z platforms like Instagram and TikTok, it may help to understand the rise of a different New York politician who came before Zoran, using the same tactics.
Okay, we're here. Thank you for your time, for sitting down with us. Could we just start by you telling us your name and your position?
Sure. I'm New York City Council Member Chi Osei. I represent the 36th City Council District. That includes Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights in Brooklyn.
Before running for office at 22, Chi Osei developed a following on social media through his coverage of the BLM protests in New York back in 2020.
The Black Lives Matter movement, really brought me into this world by chance. I took to the streets after, the first 48 hours after George Floyd was murdered and started documenting a lot of what was happening.
Girls 22. Hello, let's go. We love to see it, girls. You're never too young, you're never too old, okay? Chad says you need both. Hatred is not the opposite of love. Hate is fueled by love. You can only truly hate something if you truly love what something is harming. No, I think hate is always the wrong answer. Anger is valid and justified and often a fuel for justice, but hate is never the answer. Hate is never good. Hate is never helpful. And if you hate and call it love, I think you should read Bell Hooks.
Happening on the ground in the streets of New York City at these protests and seeing a lot of crazy shit, right? Like police pepper spraying people and hitting people with their cars and knocking people with barricades. And none of this was being documented on, MSNBC and CNN, right? We were seeing a lot of looting, and I was just using my iPhone to like live stream. There's a lot of Instagram Live back then, and posting on social media, and people were following and watching what I was doing, and started speaking at some of these protests just about, a lot of the inequities.
You said it's a Shea I can't say his name. Shea Agrava, oh my God, help me. Quote, okay, well, he was a man and he was wrong. Okay.
In our city, especially when it came to budget matters, and started organizing with some people on the ground who were sharing some of the same sentiments that I was. I decided to run for city council myself and ran an extremely grassroots campaign, was 22 years old when I first launched, ran against a 40-year Democratic establishment, utilized very different strategies in running a city council race, and I think we were running it.
Thank you. Shea Garava. Girl, I gotta take a speech class. Do I have a speech impediment? Shea Garava. Either way, he was a man, he was wrong. Thank you.
Like, we thought we were running for president of the United States and learned a lot in the process and ended up
but thank you for sharing.
Winning and getting elected at 23 years old. So
and you were the youngest city councilman in the history of the city, right?
Yeah,
that's at least on Wikipedia.
That's what people say.
Ooh, see, people are coming in. Remember when you defended Hassan's dog abuse? Remember when you were media illiterate and couldn't understand me because obviously you're not here to learn?
I like to claim that, but there is this one dude, his name is William Rivera. He was
Chad said, think you're dyslexic? Oh, I'm definitely dyslexic. I'm 100% dyslexic. Thank you.
council member up in the Bronx, who I think got elected at 22.
Okay.
But his dad was the council member before him.
Okay.
So I'm maybe the youngest council member without
some political connection.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Love it.
Cool. We'll let you claim it. I think.
Cut that shit. Yeah. Youngest council member in history.
When did you first meet Zoran?
You picture. Stupid. I hate how much I like this photo.
Oh man, I think I met Zoran at like a New York Working Families Party rally post 2021 election, and I know he recently got elected as a state assembly member. And I didn't really get to know him throughout my run for office. He still is an assembly member, based out of Queens. And at the time of doing that, no one was using video in politics in the way that I was, right?
It's not just your landlord. A literal government board decides how much to jack up your rent. And you know what they decided? They want to raise your rent by as much as 16%. New Yorkers' wages aren't even going up by 16%. But we still have hope. The RGB is responsive to public pressure, which is why we need to show up to the next meeting.
And, I started using TikTok and Instagram Reels to not only like organize around the Rent Guidelines Board, but started using it to get people involved in pushing a bill that I got passed called the FAIR Act, which banned forced broker fees in New York City. And it was the first time that an elected official in the city or state was speaking to people.
That's what I'm saying. Girls, do not give up. There are people doing stuff. There are people doing things. Don't give up. Everybody has a calling. You just don't know what it is yet. That's okay. The point is like you have to meet your calling. You have to find your calling. And I'm not even saying he's found his calling at 22. I'm just saying he's on that journey. Don't give up. You are needed. We need you. We need you in the universe. We need you to fulfill your calling. We all need to. If we fulfill our calling and joy, the world will right itself.
Directly.
Chat, Allegra, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, appreciate you talking about setting boundaries with your parents recently, dealing with a Prev pro LGBT and what's Prev? And previously? Pro is previously? And going MAGA post marriage, and it's helped. Oh geez, previously. Okay. With a previously pro LGBT and oh damn, really? Oh, like she was pro LGBT and then she was going MAGA. Damn, I really feel for you. That's fucking tough. Man, that's really tough. When you think you got somebody who's an ally, who's on your side, and then they switch up like that, I am so sorry. That is fucking rough. Wow. Thank you for the super chat. I'm glad it helped. And man, we're all here for you. And it's okay to abbreviate stuff. My chat helps me out when I don't know things. Man, what is up with MAGA, bro? It's just, I know. It's just crazy. It's just, the people are, that's why, again, we talked about this yesterday in stream. You've got to diversify who you're listening to. Anybody, not to change your mind, but to check what you already believe in case you should change your mind. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I know my parents, I wonder who they would have been if they could listen to multiple voices at once without feeling so defensive. They won't even give it a chance. They won't even listen. They can't sit through a video of somebody they like disagree with. Versus that's why I watch conservative content a lot. It's to keep up with like what my parents are seeing or what my siblings are seeing. So I have an idea. So when they talk to me and they say, I try not to watch all of it for my own mental health, but I do try to keep up. So when they're like, oh, hey, did you see this video? I'm like, yeah, actually, bro, I did see that video. I kind of disagreed with him on this though. Like, what do you think about that? Like, and talk about it. But it's so bad. And yes, Fox News is literally brainwashing people. Fox News is so bad. And I watched it all of my life growing up. And even though I remembered this, because I was a Republican when I was a teenager, but I remember even as a Republican talking about like gay people and trans people. Obviously I was gay. So I was like, hey, I think we're like being too hard against gay people. And everyone's like, the way I would get questioned, the way I was in part of a Republican club, the way I would literally get questioned and be like, why are you promoting gay people? Are you gay? And I'm like, me? Gay? What? Me? And I'm like, no, I'm not gay. I just think we should be nice to gay and trans people. It's like they really like corner you. Are you gay? Oh my God, are you gay? It's just, oh my God.
Through these mediums that got them excited, that got them organized, that got them to, call their council members, tell them to sign on to the bills, that got people to show up to city council hearings and testify in support of these bills.
Without relying on any of New York's traditional guarded media outlets, she was able to draw crowds of thousands of people at a moment's notice, effectively respond to criticism from the press, spread the message, and get people voting with only the power of his phone.
not relying on like local news stations or op-eds that no one reads, right? Having a tool at my disposal where I'm able to change the narrative or combat narratives or create my own narratives through social media and through building an audience through that social media or through those social media platforms was essential in passing this bill. I was pushing this bill that was being contested against by a multi-million-dollar lobbying group. You know, the Real Estate Board of New York, who basically runs a lot of, our politicians and government within the city, really did not want this bill to pass, right? And other council members of the past and state electeds of the past tried to like pass bills around this, but were never successful, right? Because of big money, because of the Real Estate Board of New York.
Actually, that's a great point. A lot of civil rights leaders were pretty young too. That's a great point. Even Jesus and his apostles, they were babies. We have to remember that these people are babies. Do you guys know, that was a big bubble pop for me when I realized the apostles were from teenagers to their 20s. And I was like, oh yeah, Jesus died at 33. Of course his homies were young. Like, it really just like puts it all into perspective that 2,000 years later, a billion people are following the leadership of a guy in his 20s, basically. A guy in his early 30s. This dude came out and was like, yo, love thy neighbor and fucking feed the homeless and shit. And everyone's like, yes. And then like 2,000 years later, they're like, fuck poor people. Okay. Like, no wonder Jesus was kind of a hippie. He was a kid,
And I understood that going into this, right? Whether it was, them trying to threaten my colleagues for signing onto the bill, them trying to, frame their own narrative about how bad this bill would be for other reasons, aside from the fact that they would lose money. But I was given a position and built a platform where I was able to combat all of that through a device in my hands, right? And I was able to out-organize them through narrative, through media, and through how I communicated. And people trusted me. People aided in my efforts in building a public pressure campaign that
Man, honestly, these people are so brave because, guys, I'm a baby. I can't even leave my house. Like, these people are so brave. I am terrified for him just watching him. I am I'm so anxiety driven about like being a public figure and being outside. And yet our politicians, they really just do it. Now, obviously, I have more fear for like the young ones, and it is scary. And that's why they have Secret Service and like all these other things if they're lucky, because I know not all of them have security details. Like not even like former, like I think Harris lost her security detail like soon after she stopped her election. So it's just like these people, in some part of them, must be really fulfilling a deep sense of self. Again, fuck the grifters, fuck the money makers. They just want to get rich. Fuck them. But the people that genuinely believe what they're doing, they are out here like putting their life at risk. Like that's what they're doing. They're risking their lives.
In getting this bill passed. I remember when there was, after I passed the bill and whatnot, I remember when there was talk about, Zoran, running for mayor, and we sat down. I want to say like July of 2024. This was, I think, after like my hearing with the bill. And then we sat down and he, told me that he was deeply inspired by the social media strategy that my team has, and I have been, doing for a couple years. And, was asking that, well, first and foremost was telling me about his plans to run for mayor. And at first I was like, this motherfucker's a little crazy to be like, it was like, I mean, there was just so many other dynamics at the time. And I think that's what makes this moment so amazing, right? Is that not only did he pull it off, but he really proved to all of us that, this was a campaign to believe in, right? And, he was asking for some advice on like just how to navigate that space.
Shortly after the meeting, acting on Xi's advice, Zoran and his digital team of internet-savvy New Yorkers put together a social media campaign that was as effective as it was simple, focusing on one keyword: affordability.
Let's talk about the housing crisis. New York City is a majority tenant town, but too often our government works for the landlords. It's time to take the power back and build housing for the many. Let's get to work.
For context.
It's funny. So I live in Croatia, as many of you know. And one of the things about Croatia that stands out to me is like how many tall buildings there are. There's just like so many tall buildings. And some people reference them as like the communist buildings. There's just like a lot of housing here. And 80% of people, I think that's the statistic, own in Croatia because they want majority of people owning, which is cool. Versus I think in America, it's like 64% or something. The thing that's interesting about Croatia, or at least what my partner and I always talk about, is how America won't normalize apartment living because I think it's not like freedom. Like when I tell my siblings, when they say like, oh, you're gonna buy a house in Croatia, I was like, yeah, we're thinking about it maybe in a decade or something when we are able to. We're thinking about it. It wouldn't be like a standalone house though. It'd probably be an apartment. And they're like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, like imagine you're buying like a duplex or something, but like it's not a duplex, it's like an apartment. And they're like, but that's your house? Like you don't even have like a standalone house? I was like, well, I'm not You have to have a lot of money to buy a standalone house, you know? And I understand that. Like, I would love a backyard. I would love to touch dirt. I would love like having, I would love that, right? Like, I refuse to get a dog without a backyard. So I would love like a backyard with a dog. I would love that. But also, I wouldn't mind at the end of the day not having those things for living in an apartment if it helped with like housing and if it helped with a lot of other things that, you know, like there's not enough earth to put enough houses. You know, there's not enough resources in that sense. So like, yeah, I don't mind living in an apartment. I'm cool with it. It helps everything work better. But it is one of those things where like, who knows where we'll be financially at the time we're ready to buy. And if we'll even buy here, but if I was to invest, we're looking at apartments, right? And so it's, you know, it's just interesting when you tell people like, oh yeah, like what are your options for housing? You know, Chet says a palace for Indiana. Girl, not to be negative, but I think she'll probably be dead by the time I can afford a house. I think she'll be dead. Like, I don't think she'll be here. Oh, isn't that so sad? Like, I've always wanted to make like a cat palace for her, but I don't think she'll be here. I know, isn't that so devastating? Like, she's already hitting her elder years and we're at the vet all the time and like we're giving her inhaler every day and I'm sitting here like, oh my God, you're not gonna last. Like, she'll probably be dead in 5 years. Isn't that sad? Chad said, are you thinking about buying a duplex and renting half? No. We are not talking about duplexes. I am not. No, that is not our plan. Our plan is, we have no plans in the future to be landlords. You know what I mean? Not that I'm, you know, I understand a lot of my, you know, okay, there's a whole conversation, but that's not in our plan. Our plan is just to be able to afford a house, a livable space, you know? But that's our plan. So when I say apartment, I mean like, it's just apartment. It's just an apartment. Like the apartment I live in now, it's owned by somebody and we rent. There are not traditional apartment complexes in Croatia, from my understanding. Like, you wouldn't have an apartment complex like the way you do in the States. They're usually privately owned apartments that get rented out to people, you know? But yeah. Oh, Indiana. Oh, anyways. Okay, back to the video.
Next, if you're watching this from, I don't know, Grand Platte, Nebraska, Manhattan is twice as expensive as any other city in the U.S. The average rent is $5,450 per.
Woo! 5,000 is the average? Girl, shut up. I was just telling my partner this morning, I have never paid over $2,000 for rent. Like, I've always had my rent at the highest was $1,900. That's the most I've ever really paid for rent. Basic rent, right? Basic rent. I've never paid $2,500, $2,100. Like a lot of my friends are paying right now. I've always found places, but that's just, I've been lucky. I feel like I've been really lucky throughout my life to find those rates, but I've never paid, you know what? So 5,000 being the average, girly.
Month. Comparatively, minimum wage in New York City is around $35,000 per year before taxes. After taxes, it's about 25 grand per year, which is equivalent to 5.5 months of rent in Manhattan. Of course, not everybody in New York lives in Manhattan, and most people make above minimum wage. But according to a recent Cornell University report, only 30% of New Yorkers make what's called a living wage, which means enough money to cover basic needs on top of housing, like food, healthcare, and transportation. Now, contrast this with the fact that New York has had so-called progressive Democrat mayors in office for the past 12 years.
Because of that, I think people are waking up and seeing that those Democrats who are bought and paid for are not the right leadership that we need to not only oppose fascism and Donald Trump and the right, but show themselves as being a better alternative and bettering our lives and bettering our public institutions.
What do you think of Andrew Cuomo?
He's pathetic. He's full of shit. And yeah, he's going to lose really big. And I'm really excited to see him lose and
Fingers
never hear from him
crossed.
again.
What are your feelings about Cuomo?
Anyone that's going to vote for someone that has 13 credible counts of sexual harassment is a fool. And anyone that doesn't recognize who is funding his campaign is also a fool.
Well, who's funding his campaign?
Like all of the top Trump donors, Bill Ackman is like a huge sponsor of his campaign. Just people that, again, on purpose live in the shadows because they're voting with money. They're not voting with politics.
Alex Karp of Palantir backed him up, sent some money over to him, and you know that's unacceptable. Especially with like how like Alex Karp and Palantir is all typed up in the Trump administration. We can't have that in New York City. You know, we got to go up against that.
I think Cuomo's part of the old guard, and I think we need a big change in the city.
Do you feel like Cuomo's too old? Or what?
He's just not it at all.
Cuomo, he had his time, man.
Peace out. I will say this. I know for a lot of people, they really value being renters. I know the renting market is really hard for people right now, but I know a lot of people who are long life renters. They love it. They will never own. They don't believe in owning. They don't want to own. They would rather pay a landlord and move than own something and feel trapped. For some people, home ownership is a trap. And for other people, it's liberation. You are allowed to decide what works for you and your family, you know? Because I think that's kind of how I think about it, is like, you know, again, like you never know where life is going to take you. But for like, there is a lot of disadvantage to owning a house, you know? So you have to think about how you want to exist in the world, especially if you're a mover and a traveler and your work moves, especially if you're a person that's always like get up and go, especially like there's so many different kinds of people in the world. Some people really like renting. So don't feel too bad if, you know, you can't buy a house, or if you actually don't even want. It's the same thing with career or job. You don't have to be a career person. You can be a job person. Just make sure, you know, you can pay your bills, right? But like, you don't have to have a career. You don't have to have a dream career. You have to be like a person who's like, this is my dream. You can just be a person who works to pay your bills. Same with renting a house or renting or buying, you know?
The governor now, he wants to run for mayor. Why? Why? Because you know why? He misses that power. He misses that authority, because that's what it's about, authority.
Despite the
Is this AI? Yeah, this political communication was created by the assistance of artificial intelligence paid by Cuomo. Cuomo put this ad out.
This is that power.
Wait, this is so stupid.
That authority, because that's what it's about, authority.
Despite the enthusiastic
What is this ad?
energy given by some people in the streets of Brooklyn, Saddam also noticed a lot of apathy and picked up on a sense of jaded disillusionment as to the possibility of real change in the quality of life.
I don't believe anybody. Right. Because they're all crooks anyway. They do everything for themselves anyway. Yeah. So.
Yo, I gotta move to New York. I gotta get an accent. Hello, New York. I'm going to New York. Get a pretzel. Give me a pizza. Hey.
Blue and white, Yankees all day.
Man, you just know if I spent any time in New York with this accent, I would come to streams sounding like this. My echolalia couldn't handle it, bro.
I don't know about that. I just play basketball all day. That's all I really do. Have a wonderful day, y'all.
Cuomo or Mamdani?
I don't even know, man. I haven't really into that right now.
Oh, all right.
Sorry about that, man.
Cuomo or Mamdani?
Neither one. Everybody's for sale. Everybody's going to get bought at that title. So no matter what you do, it's always going to be the same end result.
Yeah, because it's like everything's fucked. So we just watched South Park, and you know, it's easier to deal with life that way.
Yeah. Could you ever trust any politician ever for real? Probably not. Everybody just needs to get a little more stoned.
Yeah. Do you guys want weed?
I don't take any side. You don't take any side? I don't take any side. Okay.
Yet beneath the mask of nihilism came several sage tidbits of wisdom.
Pain comes from a lack of understanding. Once you figure out and sit in your feelings and find clarity with the situation that you're going through, your pain will go away because you will start to understand where it's coming from.
Yeah, exactly, Chet. That's what I thought too for a second. I mean, I would be careful about responding to political questions on the job. I'm a little annoyed at interviewers for bothering people while they're working, as if we're not under threat for losing our jobs because of where we stand politically. I am a little annoyed that you're going to a black man on the street and being like, hey, you know where you stand. It's like, leave him alone, he's working. I do think interviewers need to be more careful about that, whether they think about it or not, but they should be thinking about it.
You got opportunities here. And if you don't take advantage of that, then I don't know what to tell you. You know, and for all these American people, you want to do something, you want to stand up, buy yourself a bicycle. Everybody, this whole country, start riding bicycles. You get healthy, you breathe better, you save money. On top of that, start growing your own vegetables. Start growing your own fruits. You understand? Buy a rabbit, kill it.
Okay, hear me out when I say this, though. I do not want to have a garden because I don't want to take care of it. So what if I paid people to have a garden for me? You know what I mean? Like, what if we just paid people livable wages? Because I don't want to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do it. This is something I discovered about myself. Okay, after I've gone on this big journey about who I want to be, thinking I would own a farm, thinking I'd be like, I'm not going to do it. I don't want to do it. I'd rather pay you to do it for me. Thank you. I'll pay you a livable wage. I don't want to do it.
Eat it. You go hunting season, you go get 2-3 deers, you chop it up, you take it to your house, you're great for the whole year.
Okay, this guy, by the way, this man right here, fun fact, has made so much fucking money off his videos, I can't even explain it to you. He recently retired because he noticed it was impacting his real life. But this man has given people so many fake dreams about living in the wild and killing their own animals. Like, with peace and love, guys, you are not made to do this. This is why our ancestors modernized the world. We didn't want to do it anymore. Our ancestors were doing this and they're laughing in their graves that we want to go back to it. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's all great when you romanticize it and you do it for fun and you think it's all great. Girl, it is a hard fucking work. Okay? It is hard fucking work. So again, how about we just pay people livable fucking wages? Okay? How about we pay people so they're, thank you.
Go hunting season, you go get 2 or 3 deers, you chop it up, you take it to your house, you're great for the whole year. You don't need cows, you don't need chicken, right? You don't need eggs. That's how I go against the system. I don't eat eggs.
Wait, by the way, when I said this man, I don't mean this man in the glasses. I mean this man in the place I paused.
Eggs is $10 a dozen. You know what? I could do without it. So think about it, people. This is how we're gonna fight this country, the politicians, and their decisions on what they want to do with us. We decide what we want to do with us. I decide what I do with me. Not the mayor, not the governor, me.
It's important to remember that sometimes, no matter what's going on, whether we're on the brink of nuclear.
Also, I do think, like Chad said, gardening, growing food is not easy. And it's many times isn't even less expensive. I think the romanticization of growing your own vegetables also puts people at a disservice for how hard it is. And it also makes it sound like it's easy. So now you're discounting farmers and the laborers that actually make your groceries happen as like, oh, how hard could it be? I could grow this. Girl, asparagus takes 3 to 4 years, right? Last time I checked, it takes literally years for one bundle of asparagus. Sit down. That's why it's $4. Sit down. Okay, that's why it's $7. Sit down. Like, people are not understanding. Yes, all my family has gardens. My parents, I grew up with a family who had vineyards in Iraq, who came to America and always had trees and always has vegetables. They still have to go to the store. Yes, they have my parents have I think it's 50 trees now. They still have to go to the store. Even though they want to get to the point where they never have to go grocery shopping, do you know they also have to have 5 acres of land to do this? The water, the ability to go to Home Depot, accessible things to they can't do this without Home Depot nearby. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, my family, I grew up with family who always had land and always wanted to put trees on it. Everywhere I ever moved with my parents, they planted trees. Still had to go to Winco. Still had to go to Costco.
Warfare or a natural disaster, a solid fraction of the population is living in their own world at all times. For real. Anyways, as the New York City mayoral race has heated up, we've seen every type of mainstream institution try and influence things one way or another. And depending on which network you watch in the morning, you're either attending a rally for justice or participating in a leftist mob takeover of the streets. That's the thing about how major outlets frame politics right now. Narratives are crafted in boardrooms, far, far away from the people actually living the reality they speak about. And what you're shown on TV or in the newspapers often has more to do with agenda than it does accuracy. So naturally, before me, Saddam, or JP put boots on the ground, we get informed using what you might ask ground news. For example, the left-leaning CNN headline about the rally reads, Mamdani rallies with Sanders and Ocasio-Cortez as Democrats close ranks around NYC mayoral nominee. Meanwhile, the right-wing New York Post headline reads, NYC rally infuriates locals over last-minute parking ban. Completely unacceptable. Odd thing for a news outlet to be focusing on given the moment, don't you think? But not so odd when you realize it's owned by the Murdoch family. What? Ground news! For all these reasons, I and every single person at Channel 5 uses ground news. It's something you echo so you can see us ground vintage plan. Support watered down or tell you nights. Saddam headed to Forest Hills, Queens to the Zoran, Bernie Sanders, and AOC rally, where he was first met by a local communist outside, slanging newspapers for the people.
I am a communist. Yes, I'm.
Chet said, how did Andrew survive his cancellation? Ugh. History interviews are good. I hate that. I shouldn't even be watching him. I'm very troubled. But I don't like Andrew. I like his guys. I like Saddam and stuff doing their street interviews. I like the street interviews. He just went ahead. Cancellations don't work. Canceling doesn't work. But I hate that it's Andrew, him. Does anyone have another good interviewer who does street stuff? Because I will watch them instead. I don't even want to watch Andrew Callahan. Does anyone have one? It's just he comes up. See, that's the thing. Should Hassan said no to the interview because it's Andrew Callahan? Hassan hangs out with questionable people, so who cares? But do you know what I'm saying? It's should I watch him just because he's news? Or am I supporting him? Should I treat him like he's, NBC? Because he is just another reporter? Or is this me supporting him? I don't know. I always struggle with this every time.
With the Revolutionary Communists of America. I think that a lot
I'm going to ban anybody who says Andrew did nothing wrong.
of New Yorkers see Zoran as a glimmer of hope in a vast political landscape which is totally barren. The fact that he's, talking about affordability, he's talking about cheaper rent, he's talking about, cheaper rent, cheaper grocery prices, right? I think that is all something that is worth fighting for. The only problem is how do we actually get that? How do we actually make that happen, right? And what we are here to say is that Zoran should decide who his enemies are and who his friends are, And we think that his enemies are the establishment Democrats, the Democratic Party as a whole, who is going to try to drag him down and prevent him from actually meeting his policies, because cheaper rent means going against the landlords, right? It means going against the interests of quite powerful landlords in the city of New York. It means going against the grocery store capitalists, which have quite a powerful lobby, right? One of the grocery store bosses, he said of Gristedes, right? He said that he was going to pull out of New York City if Zoran won, right? We would say, sure, pull out, and we will take over your grocery stores, right? And we will use them for cheaper groceries, and we will take over the entire food industry, because that's something that can be done if the working class is organized.
And then the working class people will have no place to eat and no place to buy their food. Because the working class people, some of whom get EBT and some who don't, rely upon good grocery stores with good food, with good produce, and not the government that doesn't even know how to run a grocery store. In New York, they haven't run grocery stores. They do have food pantries, but people need proper grocery stores with fresh, good, reliable food for themselves.
Though obviously a minority, the Cuomo supporters who did show up to the Zoran rally to protest were among some of the most vocal.
Andrew Cuomo is a lifelong New Yorker. He grew up in Queens, just a couple of miles from here. On a nice day, you could walk there. He's an experienced, knowledgeable person who has brought good programs and good architecture projects into the city and into the state. LaGuardia Airport, different bridges, the train station, and other things also over the years. So no, he is not a perfect person. Neither am I. Neither is anybody. But we have choices of who is on the ballot. And Mamdani has no background, no experience, no knowledge, and he keeps doing things to incite, to get different groups to be fighting one another. And I'm Jewish. Even if I wasn't Jewish, I would feel this way. He is inciting. And if you call him on any of those things, he says, oh, it's an Islamophobia. Everybody is afraid of the Muslims or doesn't like Muslims. And Cuomo believes in bringing everyone together. I was just at a rally, and that's what he spoke about.
Black, white, brown, public unions, private unions, middle class.
Anybody, I love them all. I love to touch every single one of them. I love them. They're all my favorite on my Grindr app, on my OkCupid app. I love them all. I swipe. No discrimination here. I will touch anybody without their consent. Andrew Cuomo.
All together, fighting for...
It's not a joke. He's seriously a menace. He's a menace.
Fairness and justice and the values that this country represents.
Has Mamdani ever even worked in a supermarket, let alone run a supermarket? He doesn't know the first thing about food distribution, keeping fresh food on the shelves, managing the supermarket. There's a lot involved because we're dealing with public health. And what's the underlying assumption with all residential real estate? I used to be a real estate accountant. That's why I'm just not speaking off the top of my head here. Is that the tenants pay the expenses in the building, but the costs of everything are going up. The utilities, the maintenance, the staff. We cannot just have a rent freeze, because what happens when the rent is too low, the maintenance in the building...
Can I get a word in?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that what we are seeing in the city is a rent crisis beyond any scale. I mean, rent has been going up year after year after year. And yeah, it is incredibly unaffordable, right? And I think that actually I would support a rent freeze, right? What I would support even more is capping at rent at 10%. This lady, she's saying that she's worked in real estate. Then you might know that there is a tremendous amount of real estate that is totally empty in the city. The amount of commercial real estate in downtown New York is tremendous.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah.
Someone come get your grandpa. Somebody come get your grandpa.
Let's go, Cuomo. Let's go, Cuomo.
I'm only supporting Cuomo because Sliwa can't win.
I respect him, but 13 is an interesting number.
I'm here as a pro-Israel anti...
Hey! Why? Whoa! Hold on. I'm getting hit with racism left and right. I'm not prepared. Hold on. Lock in. What? Oh, 13 is an interesting number. Is that the 13% meme? Is he literally racisming me right now? Oh my God. Okay. That was whiplash, bro. I just got whiplashed.
A socialist protesting Mamdani and his cohort.
What did he say? Wait, no, 13 is Cuomo? Is 13 Cuomo, or is he talking about 13%? What is he talking about? Which 13? There's too many 13s. The allegations? Oh, the allegations. Oh, shit, that's even funnier now. Oh, 13 accusation. Oh, that's better. Sorry, he was white and he said 13, so I just thought racism. Is it 12%? Wait, I'm sorry. I thought he was talking. I never saw it.
Who have come to my neighborhood to spew their nonsense about socialism and anti-Zionism.
He's a jihadist.
Well, he certainly won't denounce the jihadists. That's for sure.
Shithole, just from the place he came from, a freaking shithole, and he wants to spread his socialism, communism, jihadists.
Do you think people will leave if Mamdani wins?
You know what? A lot of people have a lot of money invested here. We'll survive him. We survived De Blasio. We'll survive, right? It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but we'll survive. We're not running. We don't run. We don't run. We're not running. Jews don't run.
All the taxes that he expects to collect to pay for all his free.
IDF! 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 IDF!
Oh man, this is triggering, bro. Oh, this is triggering. Super chat from Mikey says people fighting to maintain $3,500 a month average on rent is wow. My $1,400 seems so small now. Literally, same. It's like, oh damn. Okay. Whew. Like, this is such interesting energy. This is why I say fuck politics and fuck people's obsession with thinking the answer is in this. You think the answer to humanity is in this? Come on, y'all. Come on, everybody. Let's be serious.
IDF! IDF!
After catching some of the worst vibes imaginable, Saddam decided it was time to go inside to the rally and see what's up.
I would define socialism with community. I think socialism is actually caring about the community you live.
Guys, don't put KKK in my chat, even if you're making fun of the KKK, because now it looks like I'm pro KKK. Guys, I have to remove this. I don't think you're saying KKK. I think you're saying that's the KKK, which makes it look like you're saying that's the KKK. The optics of that was so funny. Guys, optics.
In and are involved with. So when I hear Zoran actually express the values of socialism, they actually sound helpful. They sound communal. It's like, do we want to all survive and live in this together healthily or not?
You know, it's too expensive to live.
I think the Democratic Party has a bit of an identity crisis, and the younger generation is speaking up as loudly as it knows how to. And if the older generation isn't listening, we're going to have a problem. And the thing is, like, if they actually want our vote, which, by the way, they do, they need it, then they got to listen to it, man. And we're speaking for AOC. We're speaking for Zoran. We're speaking with Bernie. And yeah, man, I think partnership, it lies with this. I think Zoran represents a big change.
He's not.
Oh my God. Chet says, I have a master's. I am in, Massachusetts. I read master's. I am in Massachusetts for 3 months for work and I pay $32.50 to live in a basement. Shima the Baba Bruno Rojo Kucha Alamin. I'm officially back to religion, guys. Oh my God. May the Lord bless you, my sister. Oh my God. That's so offensive. I'm so offended for you. I'm so offended for you. That's offensive, bro. Damn.
Not afraid to embrace tough issues like Israel-Palestine. He was quick to say it's a genocide, it's apartheid, in a way, in a time that, like, people were not willing to face that sort of criticism about Israel.
And I also think public safety is a really big one, but I think so many communities, no matter where you go, like I was talking to a friend in Jamaica and a friend in Pelham Parkway in the Bronx, and we all talked about public safety. And I think so many people think, you know, more police, but in fact, there's so many mental health issues, and I think the Department of Community Safety would be absolutely life-changing to addressing those issues, and it would be a platform and a program that would also be sensitive to LGBTQ people, BIPOC people, and communities that are often left out of decisions.
And I think the Mamdani campaign is, you know, in a similar vein, standing up for the things that Democrats have always said they believe in, but that we have to be, you know, stronger and fight harder for.
What you cannot replicate is authenticity and personality, and I think that's something that you can see through how someone communicates online a lot of the time. In addition to that, the values really matter, right? Like, I think what makes, you know, Zoran successful in that form of media is that not only is he reaching and speaking the language of the internet, right? Is not only is he reaching,
look at this form, baby. Look at this. Hello, look at this finesse, bro. Look at the finesse. Oh yes, girl. Look at this sideways you, baby. He's gonna love you. Okay, I got a joke. Hold on, I got a good joke here. Hold on. He's gonna get you Medicare, Medicaid, universal health care, baby, with this. Look at this. Look at this.
Right? He's speaking to an audience that wants to hear and wants to see a politician fighting for affordability, right? Wants to hear a politician speaking about how rents are skyrocketing and what they'll do about it, right? Not every politician can do that, right? You can do the videos, but some of you can't speak about what you're going to do to solve the problems that people within those spaces are very passionate about. And I think that authenticity and values systems are lacking in maybe some of the replications that we do see other electeds attempt to do online.
I know there's Hakeem Jeffries, there's Chuck Schumer, there's all these guys, but if they're not tapping into the culture, then they're missing the point. Vote for Zoran. New York City is not for sale, baby. Come on.
Welcome. Join us. You know, the water's warm. We won't even make you change your sex. You could just show up and we can make things cheaper and better and less corrupt.
I have been supporting Zoran since the beginning of the campaign. I believe that he is the mayor we need to actually, make sure that the labor movement has a secure place and a secure standing to rebuild in New York, continue building in New York, and take it to people like Jeff Bezos, who are every single day keeping their foot on the necks of Amazon workers across the country. You know, a year ago, I was arrested on a picket line by when Amazon tried to interfere with what was happening on the picket line. They arrested me, a bunch of other Teamster leaders, and the reality is people didn't do anything to stop that. And Zoran is he's been an ally for labor unions across the city.
Yo, nobody ever see The Departed? I was just telling my partner about The Departed. I was like, listen, you gotta watch The Departed, okay? Classic example of fuck the police, classic example of corruption, okay? That's what I'm saying, okay?
I think he'll continue to be, and I hope that in the future we'll see some real success with him as an ally.
And Zoran seems separate from a Democratic establishment platform. He seems like his own guy.
I mean, everything he's done has displayed that he's been pro-worker, from the fact that he was on hunger strike with the taxi drivers to many things beyond that. I just want to be very clear. I'm not here as a representative of the union. I'm speaking as a volunteer.
I think Zoran's run, his primary win, and hopefully this general election win will show the party that people crave these ideals, right? These democratic socialist ideals. They want someone who is going to fight to make their lives more affordable and is able to do it because they are unbought and unbossed, right? There is millions, tens of millions of dollars spent against Zoran to try to beat him in the primary, and he won by 12 points, right? Because people are starting to see past this old way of doing politics. They're craving this new wave of democratic socialist electeds who
I think this is so crazy that this man right here is so threatening to people. That's why racism is so fascinating to my brain. Like, look at him. Look at this dude. He just looks like every fucking dude I've ever met in my life. Even if you just take away skin color, but you can't because that's how racism works. Like, just give him less brown skin and he literally looks like every single dude you've ever seen ever in your whole life. He's not even that unique looking. No offense. He's, you know what I'm saying? Very handsome, very handsome man, but like not really unique. Like, he just looks like a dude. And they are so afraid of this dude. Like, he just, you know what I mean? He doesn't even, guys, he doesn't even look like he can fight. You know what I mean? He doesn't even look like the man can fight. He just looks like a dude. He looks like a dude who's worked in an office his whole life. And this is, you know what I mean? He looks like a guy who pets stray cats on the street. This is the man that's so scary to you. I mean, obviously these are all compliments I'm giving him, but the point is, you know what I mean? He just looks, I don't even, you know what I mean? I'm not in New York. I'm not trying to make this guy seem like he's the best thing that ever came out of, a woman. But listen, okay? All I'm trying to say is that this guy is the big threat. This is your terrorist. Girl,
standing on business for some of the things that they're fighting for because they are not, owned by these corporations. And whether it's Medicare for all, a Green New Deal with 100% union jobs, whether it's an arms embargo to Israel and ending the genocide in Gaza, and what the DSA is doing is showing that there is a better alternative.
What do you think of Curtis Sliwa?
I love how much of a hater he is, and he's a true New Yorker, and how he bashes Andrew Cuomo is artistic and incredible.
Oh, Siwa's a G. Listen, I would never vote for him, but if I could grab a beer with Siwa just to hear stories, I'd listen to every single one of them, man. I can't believe he's on that stage. Yeah.
I fuck with him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, if I could go on a road trip and be like, tell me about your life, man, most entertaining trip of my life, swear to God.
All of a sudden, some gorilla pops up in front of me who had been stuffed under the dashboard. He's popping a 38 right down at my three-piece set, my lower extremities, not the knife, spoon, and fork. And all of a sudden, he says, "Take this, you son of a bitch!" Boom! And he fired.
Curtis Sliwa, Donald Trump, Eric Adams. These are three men who should not have been in politics and should have been on reality TV. They need to be on Bravo.
Yeah. True. That's what I'm saying. Trump should have stayed a reality TV star. But what was more reality TV than be like, hey guys, welcome back to the show. Today we're running for the presidency. What was more reality TV than him being like, you know what I mean? Like that was the most reality TV thing he could have done, was become the president.
Just to drop into a Bravo show tomorrow.
We were unfortunately put in the wrong timeline to get some of those folks to think that they should run for office, but like I just needed them to just be messy queens on TV.
I wonder.
And like guests on the Wendy Williams show.
How do you feel about Cuomo?
Man, I feel like Cuomo is your standard politician. He's a man in a suit that's caring about green more than he's caring about us. So Cuomo isn't special to me. He isn't different to me. I feel like we've seen thousands of him if we've been watching. So yeah, I wouldn't vote for him if my life depended on it.
Yeah, what an embarrassing individual, failed leader, disgraced governor.
I just think, he's basically been in office my entire life. I'm 26 years old, and I think that even if, like, when I do debate people, I'm like, we've already seen him, and we've already seen how he runs the government. We've seen, the 6 train getting messed up on weekends because he cut funding to the MTA, and we've seen, New York's leadership go in complete crisis, and we've seen even with this campaign, him use ChatGPT for his ads.
I think that he has a lot of great experience cutting social programs, harassing women, and taking bribes. So, I'm a little worried that Zoran doesn't have as much experience in those fields. But I don't know. I feel like Cuomo probably smells like aqua velvet and like leather polish. And I don't know, it just makes me feel very uncomfortable. It feels like one of your dad's friends just like talks a little too close. And it's like a little too handsy with everyone. As New Yorkers, when we can tell when someone's 10 toes and when they're not. That's it.
What we've had so far sucks.
What are your thoughts on Cuomo?
Sucks. What can I say? He comes from a family of...
Did we watch a video? Wait, do we know this person? Do we know her?
Politicians. After a while, you start stinking.
Zoran represents something different.
In
a way that I think maybe for many people
Looks
Trump
familiar.
did too.
MAGA has understood this for the last 10, 15 years. You have cool music, you have food, everyone's welcome. Like the only thing we're gonna talk about is how to make your life better, right? Like there's no like check at the gate. And I think that these progressives finally get it and they know how to message it, right? There's like, hey, you know how your life kind of sucks right now? What if we made it suck less? And I think that's a powerful message. I think these guys actually believe it, unlike the MAGA people who've been saying that and blaming trans immigrant basketball players.
What brings you out here today?
I don't know. I just kind of found myself. I'm a big fan of visiting stadiums all around the country. It seems like a very chill vibe here.
Yeah.
And they just kind of let me in. I don't know. Hell yeah, of course. Fuck yeah. Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah.
He's the GOAT. Of course, they'll still say, oh, it's New York, it's woke and gay. That's why they want universal childcare as opposed to Arkansas, I guess. But it'll work everywhere. It works here, it works everywhere.
What are your thoughts on?
God, this guy just looks so familiar. Hank Harry. Hank? Henry.
Cuomo.
What can I say about Andrew Cuomo? He's a disgrace, and he's not a big fan of mine either. So
has he talked shit about you?
Quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
Like especially this past week, he's been bringing my name up virtually every day.
The Assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The Assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11.
I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible.
Cuomo is throwing out mailers, or the Cuomo campaign is throwing out mailers.
I think it's a sign that his campaign is failing so spectacularly. Because New Yorkers, majority of New York voters, they don't know who the fuck I am. You know what I mean? Like they don't know who I am. And the one
Deshaun Parker. I think you're right, guys. I think this is Deshaun. Is this Deshaun Parker? I think you're right, chat. Oh no, Henry Peterson? Oh damn. Wait, which one is it? I can't remember.
they do are here, and they obviously like me.
Yo, you saw Hasanabi earlier? Because I think he was there.
Hasanabi. Is that a type of hot sauce? Ooh, Hasanabi hot sauce, like sriracha. I think Hasanabi is Greek. Oh, New Yorkers like Hasanabi. That on a burrito?
Yeah, chopped it up with him.
Yo, we chopped it up with him? Yo, type shit, that's dope.
Yeah, he's cool.
So I don't think a single New Yorker is gonna be like, yeah, this was a real big misstep for Zoran.
Yeah.
I wanted fast and free buses, but he did a podcast with a guy, he did a Twitch stream with a guy. Nah, not for me. It's cancel culture bullshit, which is crazy because he's the right-wing candidate.
Yeah.
You know?
What about cancel culture in general?
I mean, cancel culture in general sucks. It's not great, but everybody does it. Everybody utilizes it. Everybody leans into it.
I think everyone can, fucking over that shit.
They're so over it. I kind of want to bring it back a little bit. Like I think we went a little too far on the other side. Everyone is just like promoting Adolf Hitler.
Oh yeah,
on the timeline. Where
Social
I'm like,
media is insane now.
Maybe we should bring back some woke culture.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like maybe not all the cancel culture, but like we need to bring woke back a little bit.
What do you think started that shift?
Elon bought Twitter and then said, I love neo-Nazis and we should have them fucking do whatever they want on the platform. I mean, he openly did it.
Yeah, yo, it's crazy seeing y'all out here. This is like New York City, bro. Yo, it's lit.
What lessons do you think that the Democratic Party and people running for office around the country can take from
the success of Zoran's campaign?
Yeah, I mean, I think the authenticity, not only in terms of values, but in terms of believing in what you stand for,
Okay.
while not being tied to, again, the same financial institutions that are harming the lives of working people, right? The Democratic Party needs to let go of, of AIPAC, of BlackRock, of Lockheed Martin, of the same institution, of the same financial institutions that are electing, Republicans who, are dismantling our democracy.
I think people are fed up. They realize that the situation is untenable. There's no hope for the younger generations out there. They feel like they can't pay rent. They feel like they'll never be able to own a home. They feel like they'll never be able to retire at a reasonable age. And everything is increasingly more dog shit year over year. So people arrive at that position not because of people like myself or whatever leading them into that position, but they arrive at that position on their own because they're like, well, okay, there's got to be an alternative out there because this shit doesn't fucking work.
New York is not for sale.
It would be great to have a mayor who is really about the people. And it sounds cliche to say, but it's really hard to get elected as a mayor off of the backs of people and not corporations and not big money. And Zoran was able to do that. So to have someone who is untethered to the very powers that make life difficult in the city is what I'm most looking forward to, and showing the country how a democratic socialist leads, how a leftist leads, and how progressive leads, right, in comparison to a moderate mayor. So I'm looking forward to seeing a human-centered way of governing and being one of the most powerful people in the city. And Zoran's a good person and has gotten here through the power of movement strength and co-governance. And that's unlike many of the people who have led this city or have ever led this city. And I'm really excited about that.
What do you think about maybe cutting back from eggs and then maybe like hunting deer or killing rabbits?
Or, hear me out, plant-based. It's one of the healthiest diets. It would cut emissions, save animals, and help the planet and your wallets. Okay, meat is incredibly expensive right now in the States, as far as I've heard. Okay, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It's kind of a win-win. It hits all of the categories we're worried about. You know, I'm just...
Yo, bro, that ain't, it's like just out in the city, it just isn't practical. We ain't hunting rats and shit, You know what's going on with that,
Big Zo right there.
Big Zo.
I got to make sure to go vote. November 24th.
Yeah.
As Saddam wrapped up at the Zoran rally, JP was just gearing up for something big. As I mentioned early on, he infiltrated an Andrew Cuomo-hosted young professional mixer at an undisclosed location in Manhattan. What Andrew Cuomo didn't know is that a group called Climate Defiance, known for their confrontational antics, had already planned to disrupt the young professional mixer. But JP knew about everything. He knew about the mixer, he knew about the disruption, and he got both sides of the story. Channel 5, ground news style, both sides. Anyways, JP talked to Cuomo, to the Cool Girls for Capitalism, and to some Climate Defiance.
Was the Cool Girls for Capitalism at Cuomo's? Ew, cool. Oh, Cool Girls for Capitalism. Oh, boo, that just hit me. Wait, I didn't get it the first time. My brain did not see. Boo, I did not process what that was. Oh, lean in feminism much? Cool Girls for Capitalism? I hope you know, I absolutely, when I first heard that and I saw the shirt, I thought it said Cool Girls for something, insert something like progressive. I did not process it as capitalism. Boo!
Disruptors. If you want to see all this right now, I got news for you, buddy. It is currently live on our Patreon at www.patreon.com.
Okay. Interesting. Oh man, that was, I don't know why that took me so long. I'm glad he said it again so I could process it. All I processed is that it was pink and I was like, okay. Chet said you had too much faith in humanity. I always do, girls. And I will always maintain that. Listen, I do have so much faith in humanity. I have so much faith in humanity. We're going to take a small break. And when I come back, we're going to watch Britt Hartley from No Nonsense Spirituality talk about autism and nihilism and the connection, which I'm sure we'll have a great time watching. So 2 seconds. I'll be right back. We're going to have lots of fun together. Okay. Here's some Samantha Dragonati while I'm away. Okay, I'm back. Da-da-da. Ooh, da-da-da. Ba-da-bum. Do-dum. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. I want to show you this. Hold on. Okay. Before we get into Britt Hartley's video, I want to ask, who's watching Selling Sunset? Anybody? Chat says you're giving Pirate Queen today. Thank you. Well, I'm about to steal that booty, girl. You better watch out. Okay, listen. We are professionals here. I'm not going to steal anyone's booty. I'm married. You better watch out. Shrek meme. Just kidding. Lock in, girls. Stop distracting me. Okay. Who's watching Selling Sunset? Okay, this is very important. Who's watching it? Season 9. Who's watching? Anybody know who Nicole is? Anybody? I need one person. Anybody in the stream watching Selling Sunset, or is it just me? I know there's some of you. I know it because one of you told me that it's happening. And I was like, oh, season 9 started. I gotta go watch that. Anybody watching it? This is an autism I want to have an autism conversation. I can't have it unless you guys know who Nicole is. Nothing? Nothing. I'm fucked. Okay, fine. Well, to anybody who's watching this back, okay, this girl and this girl, this is Nicole. This is the same girl. Okay? This girl on Selling Sunset, I'm telling you right now, she might be autistic. For all of the seasons I've given her an excuse for her behavior, this last season, I'm like, okay, girl, you are either the meanest person I've ever met in my life, or you are so autistic, you are not understanding the social faux pas you just did. Like, she commits social faux pas after social faux pas, and like, read the room. And I say this to somebody who very much struggles to read the room, but you need to read the fucking room. And I kept just thinking, okay, so chat knows. Thank you, chat. Says can't stand Nicole. Thank you. She just says the meanest fucking shit that I've ever, and I'm like, why would you say that? Why would you say that? And then she genuinely does this where she's like, what? Like she looks like she genuinely is confused. And I'm like, so okay, I saw this meme that was like, when you're autistic and you beg people to be kind because you sometimes don't read social cues, but then you're near another autistic that doesn't read social cues and you're like, bro, read the social cues, read the room. That's how it feels, where I'm like, oh yeah, like sometimes people really struggle to read social cues. And then I see Nicole and I'm like, read the goddamn room. Read the room. Like she's killing me, bro. She's so unnecessarily like, she's evil. Like she's so confusing to me. Like, why would you say that to somebody? Like, why would you say that? That's so mean. And she just looks so genuinely like confused. I don't know what's going on with her. I do not know what's going on with her. She's so confusing to me. Like, she's just, it's not an excuse, okay? But it could explain a lot. But she's not introspecting. She's not introspecting. She's exhibiting no introspection. Zero introspection about her behavior or how she hurt somebody. Man. Just crazy. Chet says I had an autistic roommate like that, mean as fuck, but then wouldn't take constructive criticism about how his behavior was affecting others. Well, that's the problem. The problem is when you're not understanding, like, hey, you are impacting people. And I understand you might not get it right away, but at least consider it. Like sometimes it's hard to hear the criticism, even constructive, like right away. But she's had 9 seasons to think about it. You know, 9 seasons to think about it. You know, Chet says it feels like she does stuff for camera and then it goes wrong. So then I wondered does she literally know the cameras are on and so she does it? Because you need to get rid of her if that's the case. You need a bye-bye. She says things that it's just like, I just got to the part with Chrishell's parents and saying the whole like they were druggies and they like died. And I'm like, that's not even, but also why are you even talking about her parents? Like in this context, in the way she just randomly brought it up. Like, why would you be quiet? Like, why would you even bring that up right now? Like, even I was like getting ready for stream today and I'm like, la, la, la. And I like looked at the mic. I was like, what did she just say? That's just crazy. Ugh. Anyways, okay. Why would you do this? Like, why would you do this to me? You know? Oh my God, thank you. Chessa just hopped on and you're serving Middle Eastern goddess today. Love this color on you. Honestly, every time I wear this color, I get so many compliments. I've officially decided that when I go and get those like, you know, those iconic like keep pieces, those pieces that I want to, I'm going to get a little of like, I like even my makeup, I'm doing very like brown autumn colors. Like I've been wearing a lot of like darker brown, like brown. I've always avoided brown and orange, but now I kind of think like those might've been my colors and I've been avoiding them my whole life. My partner said, if I was a fairy in the woods, I'd be the autumn fairy. And I was like, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Now Britt Hartley put out this video recently, like yesterday, autism and nihilism connection, and my Discord went insane for it. And you guys know I've collabed with Britt just recently. We just did a collaboration. But I'm excited to watch this. I always thought Britt might be autistic, but she says she's never been diagnosed. So I don't want to put that on her, but also, you know what I mean? When we did our collaboration, I just felt so seen by her. And so I'm excited. It's rarely rare that I have a collaboration with somebody and feel so understood. And so when Britt just so smoothly understood my work, was able to very quickly understand the levels, was very quickly able to engage with me, you know, who knows if she's just into philosophy as much as I am, or if she's just autistic, but it doesn't matter. Either way, there is an overlap between autism and nihilism, and I'm very excited to hear her talk about it. So let's lock in. Here we go.
Okay, let's talk about this connection between autism and nihilism. And I will admit that this concept was abstract for me at first. A few years ago, I began to notice that a high amount of my nihilistic clients were on the spectrum. And so about 2 years ago, like I really started to try to understand this connection more and try to make sure.
How's the volume? She seems a little low for me, but I can up it. Let me know if her volume isn't loud enough.
That my advice for people on the spectrum kind of was tailored for that. And I just kind of did that more abstractly just so that I could better serve that community. And then in the past month, there was a couple of things that happened. One, my dad and my brother are getting tested for autism, and I have some nieces and nephews.
Okay, I've tried to turn it up on my end as much as I could. I think her mic is limiting her voice. I think it's on her end. The tech is trying to keep it from probably blowing out. So I've upped it on my end. Also, the fact that her dad and her brother are getting assessed, it's primarily genetic.
That are autistic. And then I had a post on TikTok a couple weeks ago about this concept, the connection between nihilism and autism. And I asked for, you know, autistic people to kind of chime in the comment section. And I was just like resonating with a lot of their experience and how they see the world. And then I had a friend of mine who's older than me, a female friend, and she's, I don't know, maybe 45, I would guess. And she recently got diagnosed with ADHD and autism. And I was talking with her and resonating a lot with her experience. So I am 40. I have literally until this month have never considered that I'm on the spectrum. And I promise for the rest of the video, I'm going to go into why there's a link between autism and nihilism. And I'm also going to do 10 like specific kinds of advice that are tailored for people with autism if you are dealing with suicidality and the void and nihilism and depressive realism. So I promise I'll get to that. But if you don't mind me taking just like a few minutes for something personal, I made a pros cons list for things that I may do that may or may not indicate autism. And I'm just kind of seeing.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I've tried to move my mic away from my mouth so our volume wouldn't be too different. But it does seem that her mic is like, she's got a setting on her mic because usually her volume isn't like this. So I was curious. Hopefully it's okay. We should talk. As a late diagnosed autistic, we probably should do a collab about this in the future because it would be so much fun. But guys, it definitely started with peer reviews. I definitely never really considered that I was autistic until my audience and my friends who are autistic were like, Brittany. And I was like, what? I was just called, I was just Brittany my whole life. You know what I mean? So I think this is so relatable to be basically in your 30s and to be like, am I autistic? Now, I know a lot of people think you should know, like being autistic is obvious, but I think a lot of the obvious parts of autism get explained away with, oh, you're just quirky. Oh, you're just a girl. Oh, that's just your personality. Like if I went back and looked at every way people thought of me as different, oh, that's just Brittany. Brittany's weird. Brittany does whatever she wants. Like Brittany, like the feedback I got my whole life, now I just look at it, I'm like, oh, autism. It's just autism, guys. Like it's just autism. So like, it's kind of funny.
Like what you guys think and, you know, put your bets in. I'm agnostic as far as like hoping for one result over another. I don't have
true pros and cons list. Autism confirmed. Literally love a pros and cons list.
Have any inclination or I really just don't know. And I'm not, you know, hoping for one or the other. I just want to know. So my things that for me personally indicate that I may be on the spectrum is I am aware of eye contact. No one's ever called me out on like not doing proper eye contact, but I am like looking, okay, a couple seconds, look away, kind of go like this.
Autism. I'm diagnosing you autistic. Because mine was in the reverse where I was like, I'm going to use eye contact as like a superpower and I'm going to make really direct because I was like a man. So I was like, I'm going to make direct eye contact and intimidate people with my serious. And then people would be like, you're like looking into my soul right now. Could you like blink or look the other way? And I'm like, got it. And then I would like, but if I looked away, I would stop listening to them. So then I'd look right back at them and I'd pay attention. So ADHD of me to like, if I look away, I get distracted. And I'm thinking about, I stop listening. But if I look directly at them, I'm paying really good attention. But because I'm paying so close attention, they're like, Britt, you're like looking at me really hardcore. I'm like, my bad.
Look back, like I'm aware of what I'm doing with eye contact, and I'm doing it consciously, which apparently is something that neurotypical people don't tend to do. When I was a child, I was a tomboy, and it was nothing to do with gender dysphoria. It was really that I just didn't understand how girls played, and I didn't understand girl language and girl culture. But I really understood like how boys went out and played sports, and that made sense to me. So I had like, this is actually long hair for me. I had super short hair as a kid, kind of boy hair. And I dressed like a boy and I played sports until I really hit puberty, because that just made sense to me. I do have hyperfixation meals. I do, like if I were left to my own devices, I have like a vegan protein shake in the morning. I have a tuna sandwich for lunch. I have a beef taco for dinner, and I could do that every day for the rest of my life. My clients tend to be autistic. My highly nihilistic clients, more than 50% are on the spectrum. I do tend to be more highly analytical than like the majority of my female friends, but that could just be me wanting to figure things out or having a core value of truth seeking. Like that doesn't necessarily mean autism. I do mask in social situations. Small talk like is very difficult for me, very draining. It's something that I intentionally do. It is draining. It's one of the things I really love about coaching is I can just like skip 10 years of small talk and just be like, hey, like how's it going being a human over there? And we can skip all that. I really enjoy that. I prefer my own company. That could just be because I'm, you know, introverted, but I do kind of enjoy my own company. I don't feel, sometimes I force myself to go out because there's people that I care about, but I always have to force myself to do so. I took religion seriously when I was in it and kind of like went the apologetics direction. And then I became an atheist when I was out of it. And that is typical for people who are on the spectrum. They're more likely to take religion super seriously when they're in it and then kind of like swing to the other side and be atheists when they leave religion, whereas they're not usually like just kind of in the middle gray space. I do have noise sensitivity. So I don't have them with me right now, but I have like noise canceling headphones, and I do have sensitivity to suffering. Like I was asking questions about the nature of suffering from pretty young. But again, like all of that could be just like being a little bit socially awkward, being introverted. I do rank high in neuroticism by nature, depression, anxiety, being philosophically minded, having core values of justice and truth seeking. So all of that could be explained by other things. Things on my arguments against me being autistic. I don't have a lot of sensory issues. I prefer like comfortable clothing. You mostly see me in hoodies, but that's more just because I don't care. Sensory issues. I prefer like comfortable clothing. You mostly see me in hoodies, but that's more just because I don't care. Like I just fundamentally don't care about clothing. More than like I didn't have any like sensory issues as a child. That's a little. Do you cut the tags out of your clothes? I've been cutting tags out of my clothes since I was a kid because it drives me absolutely up the wall. My partner's the one who does the laundry. And they're always like, how do I wash this dress? You cut the tag out of it. And I was like, I can't believe you read tags. I don't read tags. Like, I'm so the worst person to do laundry. I like bare minimum everything. But I absolutely
have been cutting tags out of my, or if I put on my shoe and a flap is like folded over or it doesn't feel right, I have to take off my shoe and retie it as many times as it takes before my foot feels comfortable in the shoe. Okay. Some days the idea of wearing socks makes me want to die, and the idea of not wearing socks makes me want to die. Okay. Sometimes, like, in order for me to feel comfortable in my skin, like I will get completely ready for something and then I'll be like, no, I don't feel good. Nothing feels good. I don't like the way this feels against my skin. And I'll change my whole outfit because I'm like, okay. Like, there are just things that, you know, again, it like people might think about it. The question I ask is like, how much is it going to ruin my day? Like, how many spoons is it going to take? And how much is it going to ruin my time thinking about these things? And that's how I think about it. Is like, will it ruin my day if all I'm thinking about is the tag in my shirt? It will take all my attention away. Like sometimes when my partner is talking, I'm like, I'm sorry, I cannot listen to you. I have to take off this clothes. I have to take off this shirt. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, I can't listen to you because all I can hear is my clothing. All I can think about is my clothing. Like all I can think about is this thing. Like if I don't do it, like that feels, you know what I mean? That feels neurodivergent.
Bit of lie. I don't like socks, so like I never wear socks under any circumstances. But yeah,
I don't wear socks under any circumstances.
So like I never wear socks under any circumstances as a child. That's a little bit of lie. I don't like socks, so like I never wear socks under any circumstances.
Now this comment got everybody. I don't wear socks under any circumstances. The most autistic thing I've ever heard. Declaring I never wear socks under any circumstances 5 seconds after yanking on your vagus nerve is officially grounds for uncover Tylenol friend diagnoses. There you go.
But yeah, I don't know if you'd call that a sensory issue. I just don't like socks. Ugh, ugh.
Girl.
I didn't like stack toys as a child or play with trains. I didn't like put my toys in a line. I do understand sarcasm, symbolism, figurative language. I've never gotten lost in any of that. I wasn't delayed in language.
Wait. If she doesn't wear socks, does she wear her tennis shoes without socks? Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. No. Oh, no. Do you wear your tennis shoes without socks? Oh, no. This is my sensory overload. I just told my partner the other day, I was like, I'd rather kill myself than wear tennis shoes without socks. And he was like, damn. And I was like, I'm just so serious. I'm going to re-wear socks if I run out of socks before I would ever put my bare feet and some goddamn tennis shoes. Maybe in Crocs, like Crocs for sure, but tennis shoes? No. Just the image of an inside of a shoe makes me want to kill myself. And I know you think that's an exaggeration, but I hope you know if I ever go to hell, it's just going to be Satan making me wear shoes without socks. That's going to be my hell.
Development. In fact, I was really early in language development, and I was reading by the time I was 4. I don't have any. I as a child or adult, I have no like stimming behaviors. So it doesn't seem like I am. But the combination of my family getting tested and attracting so many autistic clients, and then just like learning more as I'm getting older, the differences between men and women on the spectrum, I am going in and getting tested. All of this to say, this was like a huge personal liberty.
Yay! Hey, best case, she gets assessed or not assessed, and she knows more about herself either way. Great.
All of this to say, this used to be an abstract concept for me, but now it's becoming incredibly personal for me as I'm having to do some self-reflection about even myself being on the spectrum. So let's look at the data. And I'm laughing because having a pros and cons list about whether or not I'm autistic and then saying, let's dig into the data seems like a Tylenol behavior, if I'm being honest.
I don't know how I feel about the Tylenol behavior meme. Yeah, I know she's reading, I think she's reading chat, but it is like like, how do you feel about that meme? Isn't that amazing how good humans are just picking up on language and making the joke? I get the joke, though. I get the joke, okay?
Seems like, some tism. But, what am I going to do? So here's some stats of what we know And the studies are a little interesting. We kind of have to work around it here because there's very few studies that say, you know, are you a nihilist? Because a lot of people just don't even know what that is. And so we kind of have to work around this. So what we do know as far as autism is suicidal ideation and attempts. So in autistic people, the meta-analysis shows that 34% experience suicidal ideation and 24% have had a suicide attempt. And so that is 1 in 4. You know, suicide attempts. That's 3.
Well, hold on. Chat says we've made the meme, so whatever. Well, just because we made it doesn't mean it was right. That's the thing. I'm fine making it in a safe space, but I don't know how I feel about normalizing it. The question is deeper, right? The question isn't just superficial. The question is, hey, I know we've made the joke. And even if we've made the joke, should we make the joke? Because it does feel like it's giving RFK Jr. a little bit too much credibility or giving credibility to the joke. Even though it's funny and I saw Halloween costumes of like Tylenol and autism, like it was a guy dressed up as a train and a guy dressed up as Tylenol. And that's funny. Like that's okay. There's funniness there. But also, are we putting it into this, like are we putting it into the soup of humanity by talking about it? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
So autistic individuals have 3 times higher odds.
And true, everybody stims, but for different reasons and at different levels. So, you know, the fact that she said she doesn't really stim is interesting. I stim everything. I stim words. I stim steps. I stim movements. I stim just like I stim to feel good. Like half my facial expressions are just stims. A lot of them are on purpose, like for emphasis, but a lot of the time my facial expressions are stims on stream. And sometimes I do notice that people think I'm making a facial expression, and sometimes I am. A lot of the time though, funny enough, it is actually just a stim.
Of self-harm ideation attempt than their non-autistic peers. They're also going to rate higher in depression and anxiety. Also, that big 5 test for personality types, neuroticism, tends to be elevated with autistic people, especially in autistic adults. I rank high in neuroticism. That didn't come online for me until puberty. I wouldn't say that I was a neurotic child. I don't think I would say that. But by the time I hit puberty, definitely depression and neuroticism. And neuroticism is just your brain's capacity to ruminate about negative things, you know, and it's just spirals about negative things like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Chet says it's like the acoustic joke. It's like, yeah. It's like when I say like, are you autistic? People who are new to my channel don't understand I'm asking that genuinely. They think I'm like insulting them because that became the insult in debate bubbles. Like, are you autistic, bro? Are you acoustic, bro? So it's like, bro, did your mom take Tylenol, bro? Like that's going to be the new, are you acoustic? So that's why I'm like, ugh, like in a safe space doesn't matter. But in those bubbles, not a safe space because they'll use it against you, right? They'll be like, oh, you're autistic. What you say doesn't matter now. That's why they don't want to take responsibility for their diagnoses. Because yes, it can be because of autism and it also could not be, right? Like it could be, some of your behavior could be explained because of diagnosis and some of your behavior could just be explained because you're an asshole. So it just depends on which one it is. Chess says, does stretching count as stimming? Like I'm doing just a little movement because it's nice. I'm a stretch. I do that, right? I do that. I stretch, I feel my body. I often bend over and stretch out my hamstrings or my back. I sit on the floor a lot. I crouch. I'm a floor croucher. This is me most of the day when my partner finds me. I'm not exaggerating. I wish I had my phone. I don't have my phone. I'll use my pick. Okay, this is me most of the day when my partner comes to find me, except pretend this is my kitchen. Pretend this is my kitchen. It's not my kitchen. Pretend it's my kitchen. That's where I am. That's where I live. I live on the floor. I'm a floor girly. Okay? I'm constantly just on the floor. Just crouched. Okay? That's me. That's where he finds me every time. He's like, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "I'm in the kitchen." And I'm crouching behind the island just on my phone. That's literally what I look like. I just get on the floor and I crouch. I just stand on my tiptoes and I get on the floor and I'm like, yeah, that's me. Goblin behavior. I am absolutely a goblin. Like I'm a goblin. Yeah, I belong to on the floor. Like even yesterday we had to leave the house for whatever reason. Oh, I went to go buy stuff for vegan gumbo. I'm so excited. And I was just crouching on the floor waiting till we were going. And that's all I do. I just live there. I live on the floor. I live on the floor. You can't take me away from the floor. Indiana too. Fun fact, Indiana is a floor cat. She loves the floor. Okay, she loves the under the bed. She loves the, she loves dark spaces. Me too, girl. Me too. Okay, back to Brittany.
So in the data, we know higher suicidality, higher anxiety and depression, higher in neuroticism. And so what we tend to see with autistic people, it's not just this philosophical nihilism, oh, there's no meaning in the universe, I'll just create meaning and life is great. We tend to get that personality type with people who are low in neuroticism and high in openness. And so when you tell them there's no inherent meaning in the universe, they essentially take that as like, fantastic, life is a canvas, I'm just going to paint what I want, life is great, I'm just going to experience it. And they really do fine. And I don't see them in coaching because they don't really need anything. What we tend to see with autistic clients is not this philosophical nihilism and then life is great. It's this depressive existential collapse where you're doing the math of whether it's worth it or not to be alive. And the mathematical answer is maybe non-being is really preferable to being. And then just complete collapse with that and confusion as to why so many people are ignorant to reality sucking and why they seem so happy with their delusional beliefs and delusional ideas and stupid things that they care about. And just like that just kind of drives.
A lot of my callers were autistic too. I remember right before I had decided to get assessed, I had an autistic caller call me and she said, hey, I'm a new viewer of yours. I really like your work. When did you get diagnosed autistic? And I was like, I'm not autistic. And she's like, oh, I've been watching you thinking you were autistic. I thought you're not autistic. And I was like, no. And she was like, oh. And I was like, and that was like one of the last moments where I was like, I might have to get assessed. I was like, oh, like she was genuinely, I think we were shocked by one another. I think we were both shocked by each other.
Driving you insane. And so let's talk about let's go a level deeper here about the possible reasons why autistic people tend to feel this way about life, because there's a combination of factors happening. And of course, when I say autistic people, I'm just going off of the data that we have, and the data is never like 100% of autistic people feel this. That's the problem with trying to say things about neurodivergence. It's like, it's hard to quantify sometimes because that's what makes them neurodivergent. So if one of these things or many of these things don't apply to you, like that doesn't mean anything wrong about you. It just means it is hard to quantify this. But if we can look at the factors going on with an autistic brain, we can hopefully perhaps try to nail down why you watching this video for yourself or someone you love, why you or that person may be struggling with nihilism. So the first aspect we have to look at is chronic social exclusion. What is the point of living when the world isn't made for you? When people are speaking a totally different language that you don't understand? And so much about what people say is good about life is relationships, love, partnership. And if that's either a foreign experience or rejection when you try, then what's the point? And then along with that, if it takes exhausting energy to mask, to play silly little human games, then even being with people is a cost, not a benefit. And that can take away a lot of meaning that people feel when they are in relationships for neurotypical people. So if, again, if being in relationship is just another cost, then what is the point? Another factor we have to look at is this high in neuroticism piece, which is this tendency to ruminate about negative things. This is spinning into thought spirals and not being able to get out and enjoy life because you're spiraling. And then we also have to combine that with monotropism, which is this deep focus cognitive style. And so your attention locks on to just a few channels. This is why, a typically autistic boy may be able to deeply focus on whatever their hyperfixation is at the time. And so if you have a tendency to neuroticism and you tend to, your brain tends to lock on to just a few channels, and those channels are just like the nature of suffering, how nothing matters, all of those kinds of things, then rumination is like a design feature in your brain. It's not a bug, and it's going to be very difficult for your brain to see outside those ruminating thought spirals. You're essentially going to hyper focus on it. And then that's going to affect how you see the world. Another factor is a lot of the advice for nihilism is to get out of your head. Just get into your body and play and dance and make music and have sex and just really get into your body and experience. But that can also be a foreign way of experiencing life if you are highly analytical and you're disconnected from your body more by nature because you spend all your time analyzing and overanalyzing. And so this boils down to interoception differences between autistic people and neurotypical people. If you have more trouble identifying internal states, then you have fewer visceral moments of this feels meaningful coming from your body, these cues that come from your body that neurotypical people feel very strongly and can start building their life that way. And they can kind of just like feel their way onto a path of a life that feels inherently meaningful for them. But if you're not getting those signals from your body, it's like you are missing a compass that everybody else has that you don't. And so again, like without this strong body compass, and you're only in your analytical brain where you're thinking about what is meaningful about life on a scale of 1,000,000 years, maybe life isn't meaningful from that scale. And you're just not going to see any point to life from that perspective, because so much of nihilism advice is to build subjective meaning based on what feels inherently meaningful to you, like acting according to your core values, for example. But if you don't have that connection to your body, you're essentially more stuck with less of a compass that other people more naturally have because they have more connection to their body. Another one is heightened sensitivity to hypocrisy and inconsistency, which makes modern life feel intolerably unfair. If you have sensitivity to suffering and you try to quantify the suffering of the whole world, and you quantify your inability to do anything that would, change that, it feels like, why live this life when it is so rigged in this direction? Like, why play?
Okay, question. I'm gonna need things on the screen, girl, to help me. We need things on the screen. Okay, listen. People were asking me like what my big 5 results were. I did the understand yourself test. That's the Peterson test with my Discord a while ago. And I did it in 2022, it looks like. How do I look at my results? How do you see your results? Chess says she's describing a specific experience, not really something you need to agree or disagree with. Yeah, she's just like, because Chess says, what is she saying? I don't think I agree with all this. I think she's just right now putting down the foundation for what we're really going to get to, right? She's just kind of explaining things. Hold on, let me see. I think she's doing great so far, right? I'm not seeing the results in my email. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up. Can you log in? Cancel us, sign in. Let's see, sign in. I bet it's a sign in. Hold on. I bet it's these. Oh my God. God. Okay, I will figure this out because it's going to take me a second. I got to like log in and get my password. I'll go back to Brit while we figure this out.
Play this game. And then also, like, stay with me. I'm going to have like advice for all these things, but let's just dig into the factors of what may be going on here. Also, just being highly analytical in general just means that you don't get those nice, comfy beliefs that make no sense. You don't get to just like choose to see the world as unicorns and rainbows because you want to. That would be like trying to choose that 2 + 2 = 5. And so it can be super confusing that neurotypical people can just like choose beliefs that they benefit from. Like I love my grandma and I cannot live in a world where I don't see my grandma again. Therefore, I just know my grandma exists. Like that would be.
I will say the wording here might be funny for people. Like neurotypicals live in a place where they just accept things. I don't know how much of that is true, but it can feel like from an autistic perspective, that's not true. Like even when I was conservative, I was questioning everything. So I want people to understand, though I was a conservative who believed in conservatism enough to vote conservative at some point, I also was a conservative who was advocating for trans and gay people. I was a conservative that questioned birth control. I was a conservative who was questioning abortion. Like, I wasn't a conservative, like, I wouldn't have been MAGA, right? So, like, even though I wasn't, like, some of my siblings knew church was bullshit when they were, like, 5 and 10 years old. I did not have that experience where I thought it was bullshit, but I always had the experience of questioning. So like I loved it, but I was like, hey, this thing that I love, it's confusing to me. Can you explain it? Versus it was like for some of my siblings, it was like, this thing is so stupid. Why am I doing this? Which is different. It's a different experience. I never was in church thinking it was stupid. I was in church saying like, hey, I really like this thing. Why doesn't it make sense? Hey, this thing I really love, I'm confused by it. Can you explain it to me, elders in my community? And the more they tried to explain it to me and the more it didn't make sense, I was like, somebody's lying.
More like emotionally driven, and neurotypical people can do that more easily than autistic people can. Being highly analytical means doing the math of the level of suffering and not seeing a way to justify this project of life, but also not being able to see it any other way, or else that feels like gaslighting, which is a lot of times how they feel in therapy, where the therapist is essentially trying to gaslight them into seeing the world a different way, which is difficult to do. Another issue that comes up is executive functioning. So neurotypical people in nihilism coaching feel what inherently feels meaningful, and then they have the executive functioning to make goals, to build a life that they inherently want to experience, and they can actually pull that off. You know, they're connected to their body, they can feel what feels meaningful, they can make goals in their life to really curate a life that they want to experience, and then they're off and running. But if you have a hard time connecting to your body, and then also on top of that, you have a hard time doing the executive functioning to order your life intentionally and follow through, it can feel like nothing matters anyway. So it's easier to just, it can feel like you're never going to be able to follow through with doing all of that work executive function wise. So it's easier just to say nothing matters and shut down. This is especially true for the overlap between autism and ADHD. If you don't have,
okay, I'm going to have to ignore it because I went to my email and it says I paid for it. It says it has proof it sent it to me. But when I go to log in, they said the email is wrong and there's no email in our system with that name. So I'm just like not finding it. That's okay. Maybe I find it for later this week. But I will just say, like, when people are describing these types of things, just remember that she can't explain every experience of autism in relation to nihilism. The question is, the experience she's explaining, do you fit into it? That's the question.
If you're stuck and also you don't have that executive functioning on board, how can you curate this life that people who survive nihilism talk about, where they, even people like me who say, like, I curated a life that I want to experience? That can be difficult if you're low in executive functioning. So most of my nihilistic clients have some overlap of these things going on. There's like heightened sensitivity to suffering, analytical, feel like therapy is gaslighting them and it doesn't work. I just had a client yesterday who was talking about, like, she didn't even tell her therapist she just broke up with her boyfriend because her therapist keeps telling her that she's depressed, and she doesn't really feel that depressed. She just feels like she's having a rational response to reality. And so she...
Okay, just to share my own experience, I think I fall into a very specific category of autistic, that also I think maybe some of my audience falls into. I am deeply optimistic. I do remember getting very low on neuroticism for my 5 test, but I don't know if that's a good memory, but I think that's my memory. Like, I am very optimistic. Even when I was a nihilist, I was deeply optimistic because I obviously didn't go through killing myself. I mean, I tried, but I could have done better with my attempts. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of half-assed it because I think I was optimistic I would find a way. But I was deeply suffering. I mean, the self-harm was crazy. The way I would just feel so bad, my depression was very, like, obviously environmental. It was not like, it was very dependent on the environment. It was very dependent on my perception. So when I went into therapy, my first therapist, it was very easy for me to be like, you're not helping me. Next. I'm paying you a lot of fucking money to not help me. Next. And it was because I had a suicide. Sometimes I would self-harm, all the time. I would self-harm to feel in control. I would attempt suicide to feel in control of my life. Because if I could control when I lived and died, then nobody could tell me shit, right? So one time, casually, I hung myself outside of window just to feel powerful. And the way a kid would jump on, would climb to the 2nd story roof and jump off of it just to know they can be alive. I used to do that as a kid. My siblings and I would do it as a competition. Who could get the highest part of the roof and jump off? And you would feel powerful. You would feel in control. It's why I think a lot of boys are adrenaline-seeking people. It's why I think I jumped out of an airplane 3 times. Ultimately, like, this adrenaline-seeking behavior was a play with death because I wanted to feel in control of my life, right? So I hung myself outside of a window. I felt really powerful. I was like, okay, I feel really good. I could just, like, let go and die, or I could just pull myself up and I don't have to die. Okay, I feel better. Okay. I told my partner at the time, and they were like, you need to tell your therapist and you should talk about it with your therapist. So I emailed my therapist and I said, hey, just so you know this happened, what do you want to do about it? And she said, I don't feel safe having you as a client unless you're on medication. And in that moment, I was like, what do meds have to do with anything, girl? You never hung yourself outside of a window? look, okay, you're giving dramatic to me. And I was like, I'm pro meds, but what do meds have to do with me hanging outside the window? So I was like, look, girl, with peace and love, I'm going to find a different therapist. And then I fired her and I got a second therapist. And this therapist, when I told her that story, she goes, yeah, that makes sense. Like, your life is really hard right now. Let's make it better so you don't have to hang yourself outside of windows. I was like, based. Okay. And she was the one that really helped save my life. She gets all of the credit for helping me when I really needed it. And we never chose meds, but if we had chosen meds, it would have been a good choice and I would have trusted her to give me meds. Okay? But I think for people, I think that's why I don't like people that are squeamish around death. Because a part of me is like, you are unrelatable, girl. Like, people who are like, oh my God, I've never thought about killing myself. Love that for you. We are not related. Like, I have nothing to relate to you in that regard. Like, the fact that you haven't thought about killing yourself, we are not doing life the same way. We are having completely different relationships with life. Okay? So I think that's probably what happened with my first therapist. She probably just like never sees suicide or killing yourself as like appropriate, versus I see it as like really, like Dr. K says, it's like really logical when people kill themselves. It makes a lot of sense for their life. I just want to get you to a position. I want your therapist to help you get to a position where the logical thing to do is stay alive and have a joyful life. But to say that people who commit suicide, yes, a lot of them are pushed into a corner and maybe even do it quickly without thinking. A lot of people are also very methodical, right? They're very intentional. It's very reasonable. Okay. So I think there's just something to be said about like who is handling your case, who is talking to you, and if it's helping. I think the problem I have is people think therapy is a one size fits all and it's like an automatic fix. It's not that. You have to have the right therapist, the right conversation in order for it to actually be for you. And even if you have the best therapist, you still might kill yourself. And even if you're healed, you might choose to die. Yes, I think suicide and chosen death are different, but I do think we're not having real conversations about the world. Like, it's so funny. We can't have real conversations about anything, right? Like, we cannot have real conversations about anything happening in the world. And that's why people are suffering. But real conversations are not like you being edgy and bigoted. That's not a real conversation. That's also a cope. So I think what happens in like these debate borough bubbles is they go, we're the ones having the real conversations, but they're not. They're also having like fucking performative conversations. They're not actually helping people, right? Like, you being a nihilist, that's not a real conversation about life. That's you in a baby step of realization that like you're on a floating rock in space. Congratulations. But like, that's just the beginning, girl. And maybe it's the middle. How about that? It's like the middle, but it's not the end, you know? Anyways, okay, that's my experience. Thank you.
Can't even feel like she can tell him that, because then he's going to be like, oh, for sure you are depressed. And so she's like kind of choosing how much she wants to show her therapist, because she feels like her therapist is just kind of thinking that she just has a negative view of things, but she feels like she's having a rational response. Anyway, it was super interesting. Then the masking is difficult socially, so you feel more isolated. There's less connection to your body to be able to build from your body out. There's higher neuroticism. There's possible suicide attempts, and the trouble, and then there's trouble kind of doing the goal setting to create the life that's worth experiencing. And so, excuse me, if you get stuck here in severe shutdown and depression, and then you mask, and that takes energy, which shuts you down more, and then you see the world every day and it's just all confirmation that life isn't worth living, that's the downward spiral all the way to the bottom, where suicide feels like the only way out. But there is good news. If we tweak some of this nihilism advice to fit a neurodiverse brain, and again, this is hard because it's so individual, and so it's hard to make these blanket statements, but we're going to do the best that we can, and you'll just have to listen and try to fit it to your own brain if you're listening to this for you. But autistic people do also get through nihilism and come out the other side, but it can look different than neurotypical thriving post-nihilism. But you can get to the point, this I think is a reasonable goal, that you can get to.
Okay, just a reminder, if you're new to my channel, I had to go through many stages of isolation and then going back to the world. I would isolate, learn about myself, go back to the world and test it. Isolate, learn about myself, go back to the world and test it. Okay? And this is my cycle. This is what I'll do for the rest of my life. Okay? I'm in a different form of isolation period right now. I am in one for sure, but it's a different one. And I think it's going to last years. I think this one feels the most exciting and the most educational. I feel very much in spirit with that episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender and the guy who like dies at the library. I feel very in tune with his spirit right now, but I'm not going to die in a library. Okay. So, you know, this is my pattern of behavior. And once I'm out again, I'm curious about that. I think it's going to be in my mid 40s. I think my mid 40s, I'm going to come out again and I'm going to go test it with the world in a more aggressive manner. But right now I'm collecting data, and that's what every one of my isolation periods were. And the data I'm collecting is who do I want to be in the world at every stage of my life. The data I'm collecting is like, what do I want if it like for me, regardless of everybody else? And then how do I attach that to reality? Right? And yes, chat, her Brit's audio is coming in and out. I think she has a cap on her mic to help a peak, you know, so the mic doesn't peak. And this is a setting on her mic. I've done this before with my mic on accident, where you set it so, you know, it's better quality, but the quality actually cuts off your talking so the mic doesn't pick you up. And I think that's what's happening with her mic. Chez says, what do you mean by isolation? Well, it looks different. So every period of my isolation looked different. I always had to work. Obviously, I don't have $1 billion. So I always worked through my isolation periods. But it usually means like not socializing, not partying, not going to get-togethers, not traveling, not externally driven things, like not being external. It feels very internal. So if I didn't have to work and I had all the money in the world, I would disappear from the internet for like a year straight and not be attached to anything. Like if I could disappear, that's how I would do it. I'd probably like not attach, disappear for like a year and then come back and learn my lessons. But I can't afford to do that, right? This is my job. And I do love being here. That wouldn't mean that I wouldn't isolate from my neighbors. It wouldn't mean that I would stop voting. It wouldn't mean that I wouldn't participate in the world. It wouldn't mean I would stop paying taxes. It just means I wouldn't show up, meaning I wouldn't be witnessed in large groups, right? Man, my throat sucks today. So, sorry about that. So, when I think of isolation, I think of like barring myself from certain priorities. So one of the first ways I isolated was going on a road trip around the USA. I did 10,000 miles by myself in national forests. So I'd go out into national forests with no internet, no nothing, but I was working. I was living off $1,500 a month and I was working. I was just working remote. So I traveled around the US, lived off $1,500 a month, and spent time meditating in the woods. I would like post content and then disappear for days on end. And that was really rewarding and that was really good, right? The second time around I did the first time around I did cities. The second time around I did national forests. And then the third time around I jumped on I don't know how many times around I've done this, but recently in the last recent times. The other time I did it was I lived on my brother's farm and woke up at 5 a.m. every day to build fences with him. And I was still not on the internet again. I was just working part-time on Patreon. And I was like, okay, who am I? What am I doing with my life? That was a form of isolation. What do I want to do? Do I want to do YouTube full-time? Then I came back to YouTube, did not isolate. Then I started isolating when I came to Croatia. I made the decision to like call this my research era. So it wasn't initially when I got to Croatia, about a year or so much time into my time in Croatia, I just decided I'm going to go into a research era. I think it's going to last 10 years. I think that sounds right. And I'm just going to dedicate myself to learning and then prepare myself for my mid 40s. Because I think I'm preparing for my life. A lot of this is about my sense of responsibility around things. I think as I get older, I just feel a deep responsibility to how I show up in the world, specifically in public when I'm being witnessed. I don't feel much responsibility to how I am when I'm alone, right? I feel like that's between me and me. But when I'm being witnessed, I think I have a responsibility to people. I have a responsibility to myself to show up in the best way, right? Does that make sense? Does all that make sense? Right? So I'm engaging, I'm reading, I'm consuming, I'm learning, I'm preparing. I'm like Netero when he goes and he just punches air. That's what I'm doing. I'm Netero punching air. Okay? That's what stage of life I'm in. If you get it, you get it. If you watch Hunter x Hunter, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just punching air. And that's a part of that, you know, a monk in the woods, if you will. Okay? Monk in the woods. So you're not doing nothing. You're doing everything. But it's about you getting to the next stage of relationship with self. Yeah, perfecting technique. Exactly. Okay, back to Britt.
The point where you can say, I'm glad I got to experience existence, even though it ends. I think that's a reasonable goal to make. We don't have to say that, yeah, if I was a god, I would create the world that way. I still don't believe that. If there was a god, I have problems with that. I would not create the world the way that it is. I have a lot of things that I would change about the nature of reality if I could. But given what the world is, I can get to the point where I can say, I'm glad that I got to experience existence, pop my little head out into the universe. I got to experience some things. And when my ride ends and my turn ends, I'm ready to let it go. And that for me was like a reasonable goal to me. So with that goal in mind, what can we tweak to make nihilism advice more palatable for neurodiverse brains? Always with the caveat that this won't work for all kinds of neurodiversity. That's why it's neurodiversity. Number one, social belonging through autistic friendly forms of connection. So if you're social,
the Discord, ladies, the Discord.
Life is just forced masking, then you don't get the benefits of connection. Social exclusion and masking are some of the strongest predictors of suicidal thinking in autistic adults. That's from a study, Cassidy, 2020. Interventions that create autistic affirming spaces, peer groups, online, local meetups, neurodiversity friendly therapy groups, family meetups where you don't have to mask. These can help a lot. What we want to focus on is the kind of connection that removes the need to mask. Even something like 2 hours a week of safe autistic community engagement has been shown to lower depression scores over a 6-month period. And so we're trying to replace fit in goals with where's a place that I can go where I don't have to mask. At least I don't have to mask so much. I have a few people that I can be myself with, or sometimes I will travel and speak, or sometimes I will teach, which I kind of like personally because it's interactive. It doesn't require a lot of masking. Or sometimes I feel connected reading or interacting with people's ideas. It's connective for me without heavy masking. So community needs to look different if you're on the spectrum. I might or might not be on the spectrum, but even so, I think it's really okay that everybody be able to define how they best connect, even if it's not a room full of people. A room full of people is very difficult for me. It's very exhausting for me. But a night in someone's ideas that connects me to other people's ideas, that connects me to other words that people say, that connects me to a YouTube video, that connects me to a TikTok, and then is connected to myself because I'm watching how I'm interacting with this idea, that is actually incredibly connective to me, even kind of social for me, but doesn't require me to mask. So for nihilism advice for neurotypical people is like to get more connected. But if you're autistic and you hate rooms of people, then it's like, no thanks. You need to find ways that you connect.
That's why when people say touch grass, it's a very specific advice. Yes, I agree. Touch grass, if translated to autistic neurodivergent brains, would be like seek community and ground yourself in gratitude that you have these social circles, some sort of like meet with your friends, reconnect with people you love. Like I consider myself, even in my isolation periods, like very good at touching grass. Like when I, like going to my life and engaging in my life, like even cooking for me feels like touching grass because I love to cook. It's really for me. And I just enjoy so much like getting lost in the flow of it. Also, new hack. Oh my God, this is so funny. I've been doing better at Smash. You'll never believe my new hack. It's so funny. I hit flow better playing Smash and I do better against my partner in Smash if I'm planning for work and I'm excited about the work I'm planning for. Because the problem when I play video games is that I'm thinking about life too much and so I get distracted. But if I don't think about the game and I just think about other things, I do so much better in the game. I'm not really looking at the characters. I'm just kind of like, I'm not thinking. And so I've been doing better and I'm like, holy fuck. But when I start to think about the characters and I start to think about the fact, then I lose it. So I remember my brother telling me, like, Brittany, I can tell you're thinking about different things. Lock in, look at the characters. But it wasn't working for me. When I pay too much attention to the game, I get nervous and I start getting anxiety. But if I'm really excited about a project and I'm thinking about it while I'm playing, I do better. I literally just win. And I'm like, holy fuck. Ultra Instinct who? Chet said you're getting out of your head in a way and letting your subconscious help more. Exactly. Yeah. Engaging in muscle memory. Exactly. Yeah. I'm just letting my muscle do the thing. I'm just doing the thing. And it's so much fun. Now, I will say this. Discord said Brett Hartley is incredibly autistic coded 100%. You know, Chet says musicians mess up when they focus too much on their hands. Well, there you go. That's what's happening, I feel. I feel like that's what's happening when I'm playing. It's really nice. You know? Yeah, Chet says because you already know how to play the game, so you just got to do it instead of thinking about how to do it. And I used to think how to do it. I used to, when I would play, it'd be like A, B, like I would have to. So when my partner says, oh, how'd you do that move? I'm like, I don't know. He goes, what's your down B? I was like, I don't know. I just know when I'm playing that if I hit this combination of buttons, this thing happens. And so I learned the combination of buttons. I don't learn what they're called. I don't learn how to do it. I just learn how it feels. And then when my hands feel so connected to the device, it feels like my own body, I'm going to fight. I'm going to be great. You know, I'm going to be great. You know, it just like, I'm not even there anymore, bro. You just wait. I'm about to be a Smash champion. Okay. What was Britt saying that made me even think about this?
That don't require a lot of masking.
Social situations that don't require masking. You know, pick and choose well, but also don't take advantage of the situation. I think sometimes I've worked with autistic people or talked to autistic people, and they're like, I thought this was a safe space for me to unmask. Yeah, but if you're unmasking is you being a douchebag, you can't unmask. Mask away, bitch. I gotta stop saying bitch. You know what I mean? Like, so you gotta ask yourself, am I unmasking or am I just being fucking rude? And also, can my unmasking lead to rudeness? Because I used to give so much leeway for autistic people and be like, oh, they're autistic. This is just them naturally. But they were mean. And if you're going to be mean, if you're going to be rude, if you're going to look at girls' tits, bro, hello, like looking at people's boobies, like, hello, you need a mask away, girl. You need a mask up. You cannot be out here looking at people's boobs. Like, okay.
Number 2, target rumination with ACT and mindfulness. So autistic adults high in neuroticism score the highest on rumination and hopelessness scales. And so cognitive behavioral therapy is...
Whoop, whoop. Chet says, not Chet, but Rami, welcome to members. Happy to have you here. Chet says, I think it's an autistic thing that we tend to think about what we're doing because habits are harder to form. For me, it gave me a lot of anxiety because I'm prone to overthinking and so anxiety meds help. Ooh, you know what though? I'm looking for meds possibly for my fibro and then maybe even for ADHD when I get diagnosed, because I'm telling you right now, like, if I could just like, you know, there's a part of my brain that would really benefit from some regulation other than discipline. My partner and I were talking about that the other day because I'm really like, I have this pineapple juice in the fridge and he's like, I can't believe you still have that pineapple juice. I would have drank it already. I was like, no. I haven't had enough water today. So if I drink this whole glass of water, I can have pineapple juice. He's like, incentives for me feel like demands. So it triggers my PDA. And I was like, see, incentives for me feel like discipline. So I get excited. Katie, welcome to memberships. And neurodivergency is so different for the both of us. Like our neurodivergency runs so differently. But if I tell myself, like yesterday I got my pineapple juice and I was like so happy about it because I drank my water. And that's what I look at. It's like I give myself, because I think it's self-imposed too, I think it helps. Yeah, so I definitely self-impose a lot of restrictions on myself in order to get shit done. Like you can sit down on the couch and have like 30 minutes of this if you do this. You can have a third glass or a third mug of coffee if you like post this video, or like, hey, before you do that, do a little stretch. Like I can like negotiate with myself. And that's what I do. I negotiate with myself to get stuff done.
Going to feel like you're trying to gaslight yourself to see the world differently. And cognitive behavioral therapy often will try to kind of reframe like, oh, that's just a negative thought. That's a negative way to look at the world. Can we see it another way? Can we choose to say, life is good and my life is meaningful and act according to that? And that's going to feel like gaslighting. And so if you try to say in therapy, like, my life is a gift, I'm going to do a gratitude journal, and then you're fighting against your own brain that says this is stupid, it can actually make you feel worse. And so what we have to do is instead...
I'm glad that you guys know that negotiating with yourself doesn't work well with you. That's so important. You know what I mean? Wait, Chet says I got to talk to myself as an equal and make an argument that I agree with. Wait, that's what I mean though. Wait, I negotiate, but the carrot and stick deal never works. Wait, hold on. I don't talk to myself like a kid. I talk to myself with like check-in team, like we're at a work meeting and I'm like, check-in team, what do we have to get done? Oh, maybe that does feel the same way to you though. I think of it as like team building. Oh, but like do you guys hear it as like a parent telling a kid or like a teacher telling a kid? Because I'm not like, yeah, like if I do this, then I can do this. Ooh, I think I see it as like two business people coming to a deal, you know? Ah, interesting. Okay, noted. But it always goes back to my values. So then it will say, why are we doing this? Values. Yeah. Because then it has to be based on something. I can't just do it to do it. It's about values. So as an example, like I'm on a food budget. So we bought this pineapple juice, but if you drink it today, you're not going to have it tomorrow. And you don't even like it that much to have it that, like it will hurt your tummy if you drink too much. So why not like enjoy it for tomorrow? And then I'm like, oh yeah, like I buy these ice creams, these vegan ice creams. They're €2 each. And that's $6 of my weekly budget of €50. And I'm like, that's a lot of money. But if I eat one every other day, then I get one basically all week. Or if I eat it every 2 days, I basically get 3, versus if I eat it all in one day, then I don't have it for tomorrow. Because I could eat them all in one day. That's the problem. I could eat them all in one day because I'm a snacker. I love food. And so like I will just eat it and then I'll tell myself, wait, if you eat it all today, then you won't have it tomorrow. And you can't afford to get more until next week. So like I wanted, because I'm going to thank me in the future, because like future me is always so grateful. And I'm like, oh my God, thank God I didn't eat this all on Monday because I still have it on Friday. Like, because Friday me rolls around and she's pissed that I ate it all on Monday. She hates me. But if I save it for myself, I get really excited. And I'm like, so maybe that is talking to myself like a kid. I don't know. But either way, it works. Because Friday, Brittany, she's about to snack, okay?
Acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, which works better for analytical minds. We essentially accept, okay, what—
Jet said girl math, question mark, girl math.
What if the universe is meaningless? What if there is no justice? What if there is a lot of randomness? What if we don't have free will? What if there's a lot of suffering? What if we actually just accepted that is the absurd situation that we find ourselves in? What do we do with that? What's the action that we respond with? Because what that does is statistically reduce rumination and suicidality, because you just accept this is what is, and then you have to reframe into what is my response to this? What is my response to this reality that I find myself in? And so the frame is, you don't have to change the thought, life is meaningless. You can learn to redirect that with, okay, what am I going to do today to reduce suffering, since suffering seems to bother me so much? What is the character that I'm going to build within this reality simply for the plot? How am I going to act today in a way that best represents how the world should be?
Oh yeah, Chet said you passed the marshmallow test as a kid. Oh, I would have done so good on that. My partner, not so much. But I absolutely, I was a marshmallow test. Actually, I will have to ask my partner. I feel like they wouldn't pass that test, but I'll have to ask them. But I feel like I would have passed it easy peasy lemon squeezy. I could have waited a month. If they were like, if you wait a month, you'll get even more. I'm like, and patience is not my forte. It is not my virtue. I'm not a patient girly. But I am very strategic. I'm like, how much will I make? What will I get? Which, begs the question, why was I not good with money initially? Because I was suicidal. That's the problem. If I wasn't suicidal, I would have been rich. Because there's no reason to ever, there's no incentive to putting anything on a credit card unless you pay it off. Younger Brittany, wouldn't have made, you know what I'm saying? She would have been so good at saving, because why am I paying $3 for this gallon of milk when it was $1.50 because of interest? Oh my God, if I wasn't suicidal, I would have been so rich. I'm telling you.
Even if it's not, because that's what I committed to. And this is my, what I think is the best response to this reality. So you don't have to change your life is meaningless thoughts. You change your relationship with them by redirecting those thoughts into, how am I going to intentionally respond to this? How have I already chosen that I'm going to respond to this? And that leaves the ruminating and puts you into action and puts you into life.
Oh my God. Yes. I'm sorry, Britt, we're totally derailing from Britt's conversation to this one. The closest thing I do is I always have to eat the worst tasting part of the dish first. That always makes eating more enjoyable, if that makes sense. 100%. I save the best part for last. Every time, girl. When I eat, absolutely. Everything about food for me is texture and taste. And so 100%. Oh yeah. I love pie, but my favorite part of the pie is the crust. I love pizza, but my favorite part of pizza is the crust. I cannot, every time I see people who don't eat crust, I'm like, I don't even know what's happening right now. Because that's literally the best part. That's when I always save best for last, 100%. I love to go out with the satisfaction. That's actually why I eat dessert first. It's like the funniest thing here in Croatia is that I like my dessert first because my favorite part is the savory. I always end on savory because like that's my favorite part. So my partner always laughs like, do you want to get dessert first? Or I eat dessert and savory at the same time. I eat them together and then I eat the dessert and then I enjoy the savory. And then at the very end, I eat the savory. My last bite should be savory.
Which is going to reduce your suicidality. So this one I really do use all the time. My rule with myself for ruminating, again, autistic or not, I'm high in neuroticism and I love brooding. So my rule for myself is if I learn something new, I'm allowed to think about it and go down a rabbit hole. But if I haven't learned anything new and it's just the same, like, honestly, it's like the same fucking thought spiral. Life is stupid. Everything is pointless. Why do people not see this? Blah, 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 blah. If it's the same thought spiral, then I do read.
I will say, I don't know how many nihilists get trapped in this. When I was nihilistic, I think what genuinely kept me going is that I think in my heart I am Netero and Uncle Iroh. I think I am Yubaba. I'm sorry, Zaniba. I think I am Zaniba. I think I am at my heart and at my core. I think I'm meant to be the elder that handles how gross the world is. I think my strong sense of justice, but also my ability to look at ugliness and not shy away. As I get older, I get better at it. Is my calling. I think I am meant to be those people in the story. I don't think I'm there yet. I haven't earned my wisdom. But when I was nihilistic, I think I always thought about kids. I always thought about my siblings. I always thought about the world. I always thought about like, who could I be if I was just a little older and a little wiser? And if I could just stay around to be that person, then maybe I could help more people. Like, guys, the worst things that ever happened to me were because I tried to help people. And I'm going to remember that forever. I'm not exaggerating. That I really am like Uncle Iroh trying to help Zuko. Season 1, 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not exaggerating. I don't mean to say that I've never done anything bad or blah, blah, blah. But think about how many excuses I've made for men because I want to help them. You see it. I've done it in front of you in real time. No, give him a chance. He'll get it. And then they don't get it. And everyone's like, I told you. Yeah, but that can't be the answer either. Giving up on people can't be the answer. But accepting people and their decisions might be. Not accepting it as right, but accepting that that's the journey they're going on. So I think like my goal as a person is to learn to be wise enough to accept where people are at. You know what I mean? And not sacrifice the community for the sake of this person who won't reach their own potential. Something like that, you know? Yeah.
Direct that. I take that as just information.
Yeah. Chat says, I get what you're saying. There's truth behind the saying the road to hell is paved in good intentions. Yeah. Every road to hell I faced, I had such good intentions, which is why I think I caution people away from that now. Yeah.
My brain is very neurotic today. Did I sleep last night? Am I about to start my period? Am I in a fight with my partner? Why is my brain feeling really nihilistic today? This isn't new information. I'm spiraling with the same shit that I always spiral about. And then what is my response to my thought spiral? Now that
Bro, I literally am so slow to process information, but I think this is such a good learning lesson. Like, why am I crying so often? Why am I hurting? Why does my body feel this way? Hey, why am I lashing out at people today? Why am I frustrated? Why am I angry? Like, all of these are such important things to recognize in yourself. The other day, I realized something about One Piece. Like, I don't want to spoil it for anybody watching the show, but you know when the thing happened before the big thing happened? And then in that moment, oh, I can't even explain it. And then so-and-so met up with so-and-so and realized so-and-so wasn't dead. And then so-and-so had to come to the realization that so-and-so died without knowing that so-and-so was alive. Anyways, I started crying. And my partner's like, did you just realize this? I was like, I just kind of realized that, like, imagine you die thinking someone is dead and they're not. You didn't even get to know they were alive. Oh, and then it reminds me of that mom. There was a story in the news about a boy who went missing, and his mother died swearing she knew he was alive. And months before they found him, she had died. She had died just months before. And I was like, Jesus fuck, you know, Jesus fuck, right? No, not Dressrosa. Way before Dressrosa. Way before Dressrosa. Anyway, it's just like, damn, bro. You know? Damn. It's just like that kind of stuff where it's like, oh, you know, yeah. Nuh-uh, chat, spoiler. Well, I guess I don't know when the flashback comes back when we learn about him. I don't know when that happens. But either way, I was shocked. Listen to me when I say this. I predicted none of what happened in One Piece as I watched. So if you're a watcher like me, it was very, very like when I didn't see it coming. So it was very impactful. I had none of the guesses, okay? None of the guesses.
Have this information that my brain is feeling very nihilistic and ruminating today. Oh, I've already decided.
Oh, sorry. I told that whole story to let you know that I was nearing my period, which is why I cried. Because yes, I had the realization, but I was more triggered faster because I was on my period. As I get closer to my period and my cycle, everything makes me cry almost instantly. Good things, bad things, thinking about Luffy. I just start crying. All of it valid, by the way. But when I'm on my period or close to that cycle, it's like that. By the way, every person, regardless of gender, experiences cycles. And every person has hormonal imbalances. So don't even fucking come at people. Be like, people who get periods. But like, okay, everybody has cycles. Okay? But man, I'm so sensitive. Like, I'm very like, I heard somebody say, wait, pause. I started crying because somebody said, what were we watching? I don't remember what we were watching, but they said something like, everyone deserves to eat. And I was like, and then I started crying. I was like, everyone does deserve to eat. And then I just started crying. And my partner's like, damn. And I was like, listen. Okay. And this is why in therapy, I had to talk to my therapist about like, I am crying. I am like, the weight of the world is so intense for me. Is that what is happening? Like, I feel like everyone's pain 100 times more than everybody. Like, what is happening? Now, obviously, a part of it is BPD because you feel your feelings like 10 times more. And a big part of it was probably autism. I was like, I am feeling like I am very, it does not take a lot for me to feel very like engaged with people's lived experience. But then separate from that feeling of connectivity, also, philosophy grounds us in our wisdom and helps us discern and make good choices. So your feelings are valid. It's okay. It's good. But also get it together. Get it together. Because, you know, too little of emotional connectivity, psychopath. Too much, a mess. Gotta have balance. Okay? We have to have balance with our feeling and our thinking.
I really care about my kids, even if the universe doesn't. I care about my work.
Chet said, isn't it interesting how you had multiple psychologists who didn't clock autism? No, it's incredibly common with women. It's very, very normal. Most autistic women, a lot of autistic women get diagnosed BPD, which is why my autism doctors, one was a woman, one was a man, asked me if they thought my BPD diagnosis was wrong. Because a lot of autistic girlies get diagnosed BPD.
Care about reducing suffering, and I care about taking care of myself so my brain feels better because there's an experiential quality to life that I can improve upon. So I'm gonna go to work even though I don't feel like it, because I've committed to reducing suffering in this way. I'm going to then read a lovely book and try to go to bed early. And there's just such a difference between being in the thought spiral and then just receiving the thought spiral as information and then redirecting to how you've already chosen to deal with that thought spiral, how you've already chosen to respond to the meaninglessness of the universe. And so this is one that I do all the time. It's helpful with ACT therapy. You can also, this is what, mindfulness meditation teaches you. It teaches you that all of these thoughts are just information, not necessarily reality. And then you can change how you respond to it. This one I do use a lot. All right, number 3, you've got to work on that body connection and rebuild embodied meaning. Roughly 70% of autistic adults score low on that interoceptive awareness that I talked about, interoceptive awareness inventories. And low scores correlate strongly with anhedonia. Anhedonia is, for me, and I'd have to look more on the data on this, but just intuitively for me, anhedonia is the most dangerous part of nihilism. Because if the advice for nihilism is build meaning based on what feels good for you and what feels meaningful for you, and you feel nothing because your emotions are shut down and your body's shut down, and you've had depression so long that you're not even producing, serotonin or dopamine anymore. That was the most dangerous part of my nihilism, and why psychedelic therapy helped me so much is because it helped me with the anhedonia. That anhedonia was quickly moving me towards, the edge, as we say. It was really frustrating for me at the time because people would be like, okay, there's no meaning in the universe. Just enjoy life. What do you enjoy? And at the time, it was literally nothing. I enjoy fucking nothing. everything is a goddamn chore. Everything is a distraction from reality. And people will be like, oh, I like volleyball. And in my head, when I'm only in my head, it's like, we're spinning through space. The world is on fire. Children are dying. And these arbitrary rules about this dumb ball in this dumb square is meaningful. That's so fucking stupid. That's how my brain was the entire time of like my 2 years in deep nihilism. But when I was able to connect to my body again, and for me, that included psychedelic therapy and getting help for depression.
Okay, mine was reverse. It felt like instead of thinking like this ball is so stupid, I was thinking like, your bigotry is so stupid. We could literally just be playing video games right now, and you're so busy being hateful. The world is so stupid. Why the fuck is it so hateful? As I was literally like so angry. And I was like, this is so dumb. We could literally just be like walking around at a park, and we're so busy fucking fighting over what? Like, that's my anger. My anger was like, I was like, this is so stupid. We're just on a floating rock in space. You're so dumb. Like, we don't even have to do this. This is what I'm living for. This world that's so hateful. Like, that was my nihilism. My nihilism was like, all I want to do is enjoy the video game. All I want to do is enjoy art. All I want to do is listen to music. And then you want to do this other stuff. So like that was well being in politics and well protesting. And like, I was like, we could be hanging out as a culture. Like I would go to a protest, and the next day we would clean up streets. And I would think to myself, we could just be doing this. We could be cleaning up streets. We could be hanging out. One of the projects, I've been talking to my partner about it. I don't know if it's going to happen, so I'm just saying it to say it. But I've been telling him, I was like, I think I'm tempted to walk around our neighborhood and pick up trash. And he was like, why? I was like, well, because I notice it. And 2, it's pissing me off. And 3, it's something to do for the community. And he was like, oh yeah, that might be nice. And I was like, yeah, like I think I might do that. I'm not saying I'm doing it. I'm saying I think I might do it. I think so. I feel it coming. Maybe. I'm this close. Like, I'm like, I might do that. I might start doing it just like for fun. Also, I'll get my steps in. You know, I'm trying to think of ways to get my steps in and to help the community. So I'm like, well, I'll get my steps in, and I'm already on a walk. So as I'm on the walk, I'll just like, you know what I mean? And there's dumpsters everywhere here, and it's like free to throw. They're very, you know what I love about Croatia? They encourage you to use all the dumpsters. So like, see a dumpster, use a dumpster. It's not like in America where I always feel like, oh, you can't throw that in someone's dumpster. That's their personal dumpster. No, in here, they're like, see a dumpster, use a dumpster. And I'm like, perfect. So I'm like, okay, there's dumpsters everywhere. I can just boop. So I'm thinking that might be the thing I do. I think so. I think I might do that. I'm not promising anything. I'm not trying to give myself social credit by saying it out loud, but I am thinking that might be the answer, because it's, you know what I mean? It's like a win-win for everybody. Everybody wins, you know?
Then my body could start talking again and feeling again what was inherently meaningful for me. And
you know what? Also, autistic moment is I need to talk about doing stuff for at least 4 to 6 months before I do it. If you see me talking about something right now, it probably is going to happen in 4 to 6 months. That's how my brain works. It's like I have to say it, and then I usually do it. But you know what I'm saying? Discord says, don't do it, Brittany, reverse psychology. Don't PDA me into cleaning up streets. You know, but yeah, I think it's going to happen, guys. I think this might be the one. If I find another solution, I'll let you know. But I think it's like a really easy way to give back, but not like, you know what I mean?
And I could start building on that. I like deep conversation, so I found a job where I can do that. I enjoy podcasting and writing, so I found more ways to do more of that. I actually do enjoy playing sports. I get a little bit playful when I play sports, a playful side of me, a competitive side for me, which I'm rarely competitive, but it will come out in sports. I love ping pong. I'm hella good at it. And pickleball, like I'm at the...
Oh, my hand-eye coordination, my partner's pretty sure I have dyspraxia. My hand-eye coordination is so bad. When we first got together, I almost poked my partner's eye out, and he was like, oh my God. And I was like, I'm so sorry. It's okay. Like, I poke my eye out all the time. And he's like, you poke your own eye? I was like, yeah, everybody pokes their eye, dude. He's like, no. And I was like, you've never poked your eye? He's like, no. And I was like, yes, you have. Everybody pokes their eye. He's like, I don't think that's a thing. I was like, I'll ask my brother. I'm sure a lot of the kids in my family poke their eyes. And I was like, I asked my brother, I was like, hey, how many times do the kids poke their eye? He's like, never. And I was like, okay, don't fuck with me. Come on now. You guys are out here poking your own eyes, right? Apparently, that might just be a Britney thing. But I feel like, hello, I am always poking my own eye, stabbing myself, cutting myself, knocking into things. I'm like, all the time, always. Every day my partner watches me abuse my own body because I'm like, how'd the door get there? The same door that's been here for 3 years. Who put that counter there? Listen, I just hit a wall. If a wall is there, I'm going to... Listen, okay? You know what I mean? Listen, we're all very special on this channel. Just as when do you poke your eye? When I do my skincare, I do. I think I just do it. Like, I'll just be like, I'll just wave my hands around it. And all of a sudden I'm like, fuck. And then I'm like, ow. And then you know that sting it gets when you poke your eye and it starts to water and then you can't see through it? Yeah, I just feel like it happens. I don't know. I don't know how it happens. But it just happens, you know? Listen. Discord said, wait, people don't accidentally poke their eyes. Thank you, Discord. I appreciate the solidarity. And thank you. Discord said, same, Brittany. Thank you. Solidarity, girls. Okay. Jess says, how do you know you have PDA? I'm finding it impossible for me to work when people are watching me. You know what PDA feels like in my body? It feels like you just killed my mood. It feels like I was going to do something and then it triggered my PDA. Now I'm not going to do it. You ruined my mood. You ruined my relationship with this thing I was going to do. Okay, I was like doing the thing. I was excited to do the thing. I was happy to do the thing. But now you fucked up my fucking mood. Now I'm disconnected. Now I'm disassociating. Now I'm a little angry. Now I'm a little bit like, now you ruined this thing that I was like really excited to do. Okay, sometimes I trigger my own PDA, but like, you know, it usually feels like, now you ruined this thing I was going to do. So my partner and I have safe words. We go, yellow. If you keep talking, I'm not going to do it. And like, that's what we do. Because it feels like you just ruined my fucking mood. Over something I wanted to do. Girl, one time I got really, really cute for a shoot. I was feeling really great. And my partner accidentally, of course, it's always unintentional, triggered my PDA. And I was like, I can't do my shoot now. And he was like, no. I was like, he's like, I'm so sorry. I was like, no. Now, no shoots. No capes. And then I was like, I took off my stuff and I put my hair up and I put on my hoodie and I was like, it's ruined. That's you know, it's just, I can't do it now. And that's just it. That's what happens. You know? And it's no one's fault. It's just the processing mechanism in which my operating system is, it's just malfunctioning. No big deal. It's like, because it doesn't even make sense, girl. It will be over something like, and this isn't the real example, but it's something similar where he'll be like, to think of a good example, like, oh, do you want help with lighting? Yeah, could you help me with lighting? And then if the lighting takes too long to set up and it's not going well, I lose my spoons. And then it's like, well, we set it up, so you might as well do it. Nope, now I'm not going to do it. It took too long to set up the lighting. It took too long to do this thing. And now, because I lost my energy and I feel tired, now it's like that idea of like, you should just do it. You set it up. Nope, now I can't do it. And now I'm mad. Or it's like, maybe he'll say something like, I don't know, like input on something. Or if somebody says like something like, oh, you just got ready for this big shoot, but like maybe your hair isn't it. It's over. If I already feel cute, don't say nothing. Even if it's bad, I'll figure it out tomorrow after I did the photo shoot. I'll be like, why didn't you tell me my lipstick was bad? Don't tell me. It will ruin my whole vibe. It will ruin my whole mood. And that's what's crazy, because it's like, I already did the thing. It's like when you paint the house green and they're like, oh, why'd you choose that color? I already painted the house. It's too late. Why'd you bring it up? But logically, I know it makes sense. Like, it's just in that moment, it feels like an irrational reaction to the situation, but it's real. And so you have to just let it happen. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not that you're wrong, but the getting triggered is not, it's a disability for a reason. Okay? So we're not justifying it. We're acknowledging the reality that like, now it's happening and now I can't do it. Sorry. You know? And so again, if it's not triggered, then they could say that and it wouldn't be a problem, by the way. So if you never know when it's going to trigger the PDA. So then my partner and I will say something like, hey, I want to say something, but I'm not sure if it's going to trigger your PDA. What do you think? And I'm like, shoot, is it important? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, let's wait until after I'm done with this thing. And then you can tell me. It like, That's what we do. Okay, we talk through it. If example, if my partner's like, "Hey, Yellow, I know you're about to go stream. I got to tell you something, but I'm not sure if it will ruin the stream vibe or if it will distract you. Should I tell you now or later?" And I'll say, "What is it about?" And he'll say, "It's about my mom just called." I'm like, "Was it an emergency?" And he'll be like, "No." And I'm like, "Was it about like paperwork stuff or like government or what was it about?" And he'll be like, "Yeah, I'll ask questions. What was it about?" And then I'll be like, "Yeah, can you wait till after stream to tell me? Because I will start thinking about it." The idea is that like we know our brains are neurodivergent. So we know our brains process information differently. And we also know it can take away from the thing we're doing because we'll be thinking about it. You know, it's kind of like, you remember when Katy Perry was about to go on stage and Russell Brand sent her divorce papers and said, "I'm divorcing you"? Yeah, I don't ever want to do that to my partner. That's what we're trying to avoid. We are trying to tell my partner I want a divorce before we were about to go on stage. Except this is about something not even close, like not even important. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like, though. It feels like, why would you drop this on me right before I'm about to do something? Why would you say this to me right now? Okay? So that's kind of what I think of PDA as. I think of PDA as like this fucked up malfunction in the brain that makes it like feel like torture to do the thing that like I was already doing, but now I can't do. You know? Yeah. Chad says, when the second someone says they need to tell me something, I can't function till I know what it is. I hear that because sometimes I'm like, I gotta know what it is. Like, you gotta tell me. But then some days I'm like, okay, don't tell me. But then some days I am like, you gotta tell me. Now I gotta know. Now I gotta know. Tell me what it is. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Okay, now I hope that answered that question. To Britt.
The age now where like all sports is really just pickleball, which I think is fun too. I play every Wednesday at a Mormon church, and there's certain people I enjoy texting and sending memes to. And sometimes I like that even more than meeting in person because meeting in person requires usually some social masking. But I love like texting and sending memes.
The fact that she can handle being at a Mormon church is so not where I'm at. You ain't gonna see me at a Catholic church, girl. Like I might go for like an event, but the way I would never go weekly to a Catholic church. Like, especially not for pickleball. She must be at a very specific stage in her life because I do know a person who loves going to the mosque for, you know, food. So, because they have the best food. So, you know, shout out. Like, if you know what I mean? If you're heading to, you know, because you go to a Catholic church for the donuts, I feel you. But also, that says a lot about where Britt's at. Good for her, honestly. She probably still has a lot of friends and family in the Mormon bubble, you know?
To people. It's not just a distraction. I genuinely enjoy it. And so it's this recognition that I am more than just a computer in a brain that is only analytical. I am also a feeling thing too. And this meat suit enjoys some feelings and some experiences more than others. So building my connection to my body, which I really...
Though I will say about Croatia, the Catholic churches here do not play. Even if the Catholic church looks like it's not going to be much, bro, you want to talk about art? The way I would love to do a photo shoot in these churches if it wasn't considered disrespectful. The art they put into a Catholic church is like the Catholic churches are so fancy here. They're so beautiful here that it makes like American Catholic churches. I used to think those were pretty. They got nothing on the Catholic churches here. Let me tell you, the art is crazy. I can't even explain it to you how good it is. It's like you know what it reminds me of? I had an auntie, God rest her soul, who would come from Iraq, and she would come in for weddings and stuff, she'd wear her traditional clothing and she'd wear all this gold jewelry. And I'd say, how do you have all this gold jewelry, girl? You live a humble life. And she was like, well, these are gifts over the years. Like I always come out with the best for weddings. And she was never flashy 99% of her life, but just for weddings, this girl would come out. And that's what it feels like. It feels like the humble, but they bring out the best china, the best clothing, the best jewelry, the best, like Sunday best, they really bring out the best. And I just, I always wanted to be like her growing up in that sense. Like she was so cool. She had this big, beautiful, like long gray silver braid. It was just beautiful. And I used to think like, okay, like there was something about this woman that was just like, see, one of the relatives that chose not to come to America, she could have, but she just chose to be in Iraq. Her whole life, died there, But yeah, it's interesting.
hated to do because I loved being in my head, it really did help me to build more meaning effectively in my life because I had that internal compass on. And so for me, that also included psychedelic therapy to help with the anhedonia. Anhedonia is, you know, that inability to.
I also think psychedelics. I never had a hedonia. Is that how you say it? I was feeling my feelings way too much and I knew what I was feeling. I think what I needed was a good categorizing system, but I love psychedelics. I never liked to party to forget except for the era in my life. The only time I drank to forget and I drank for self-harm was a very short time in my 20s, about a year, and that's when I was assaulted. It was like, I'm not saying, never mind. I'll keep that to myself because I don't want people to take it the wrong way, but it was like the epitome of unwise suffering. It was like the epitome of the one time in my life I tried to drink to let go and party and not be responsible. It was crazy. That was a crazy year. But every other time after that I ever drank or did weed or psychedelics or drugs or whatever, it was always through meditative practices. It was always with intention. It was always safe. It was always focused. It was always like very organized, and it was very helpful.
Feel joy anymore because you've been depressed so long and you're so shut down. Next one, channeling justice sensitivity into pro-social agency. These are good. I honestly use all of these so far. So heightened moral sensitivity is going to predict depressive realism, where you are depressed because you are actually taking in the actual real suffering in the world. And so when autistic participants in purpose coaching studies redirected that moral outrage towards specific solvable injustices, like I can do this, I can't feed all the dogs, but I can feed this one, then even as short as 8 weeks, they went from the world is fundamentally broken and I'm shut down into feeling like I can fix this one corner, right? So structured volunteering, even something like 2 hours a week, provides measurable antidepressant effects comparable to low-dose SSRIs. And this one saved me in a lot of—
I guess, chat, I agree with you on this, that I guess what I'm, the only time I feel disconnected from what brings me joy is when I'm in a particularly low period, depressed. Yeah, I would say that if I had to identify any of my not feeling connected to what brings me joy, especially, it would be like depressed moments. Depression was no joke. Like, well, disassociation too. Like, I was very disassociated for a lot of my life. I also thought disassociation was a superpower. I used to think of it as like, because it would like cut me off from my feelings, and it would be like I was walking through life, and I used to be like, look at me getting through this tough situation by being out of my body.
ways. The way that a therapist explained it to me is, would you yell at a baby if they couldn't run? And I'm like, of course not. And then kind of this question, then why
Depends. How old is the baby and how much have I put a bet on it? How much did I bet on the baby? That was a joke. That was a joke.
Expect yourself to hold the pain of the whole world when your nervous system is built to hold like 150 people.
Exactly.
And my mental health did improve a lot when I gave myself permission to only hold as much suffering as I can while still—
Exactly. When I gave myself permission to suffer wisely instead of unwisely, I could help more people.
Showing up in ways that reduce suffering in the world. So that does mean on some days I don't read the news, or I don't start my day looking at pictures of dead Palestinian children.
Exactly.
Some documentaries I watch, and some I check in and I say, I do not have the emotional energy for this one today.
But the good news is if we had a really good, healthy community, people could take days off while other people took that shift. And that's what we need. We need to share the burden of suffering. We all need to suffer every day. We need to share the burden so some people can take rest days and come back.
And I used to think that was immoral or wrong in some way. I used to think it was copping out if I don't look, and I would force myself to look so that I would fight my own privilege.
Right.
But I am so incredibly sensitive to suffering that I realized that if I watch this documentary and lay on the couch with an emotional flu for 2 weeks, and I don't show up in the world in ways that reduce suffering, then I'm not helping. If anything, I'm hurting things because the world lost everything that I could have done while I was on the couch crying. And so at first it sounded like privilege, because there is like, for people who don't look at the suffering of the world enough.
Privilege sounds like this. Like, imagine you got a snooty girl with lots of money being like, what? Ew, I don't want to know about that. I'm busy. Let's drink. Like, that's like privilege. Privilege is like being able to go drinking and partying without ever being like, ew, I don't care about that. Gross. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Or like people who are, like people are like, not people who are like, oh my God, did you hear, bro? I'm like being impacted by this. Like, I need to go to therapy for the news. Like, that's not those people, right? So yes, obviously it can be a privilege to not pay attention. It also could just be like an example of how fucking like shallow of a person you are.
It can be privilege because it's like the white girl that says joy is a rebellion, you know, says woman who participates in no other form of rebellion, right? But for someone who is sensitive to suffering, that is actually what we need. We need permission that you are a finite creature with a finite nervous system, just like that baby cannot run, and it's mean to yell at it to do so. That it's then
yes, chat says I have the same glittery pick. Hello, I just love a glitter. Look at that. Ooh, I love it. I don't want to. I have bobby pins in my hair. I don't want to hit my bobby pins, but like, yes.
Okay to limit how much suffering.
This is the only comb I have. This is the only thing I use. I have no other things I put in my hair. This is it, baby. Okay, for all those people who are always asking me hair stuff, this is the only thing I own, baby. Nothing else touches my head but this.
You hold, or it shuts you down totally, and then it becomes illogical because it's like, oh, I can't save all the dogs, so I'm not going to feed the dog next to me and it's going to starve. Like, what's the logic in that? So what happens? So you wouldn't yell at a baby for running. I'm also not going to expect that I have to save the whole world, because realistically, this is what I can do today. And we can't let perfection be the enemy kind of the good here. And giving myself permission to only hold as much suffering as I'm able to while showing up in the world in meaningful ways really did help my mental health a lot and helped redirect my moral sensitivities.
Absolutely. Now, Chet says, I have a friend who still thinks disassociation is knowing how to clip through matrices, realities, and above others. But it also now back in the present and needing to still learn how to cope with emotions, but it's also now back in the present. Oh, yeah, we want to be really grounded in what we know is happening. What helped me with therapy was going to a medical professional who understood the brain, who could understand what was happening to me and what I was using as a survival cope, and also incorporating like philosophical perspective. Obviously, I took DBT, and DBT is very philosophical, right? Marsha Linehan talks about her influences from Buddhism and her Catholicism, so it shows up, which is probably why it worked really well for my brain, honestly. But I would say that I, as a kid, really romanticized a lot of toxicity, like toxic relationships, what I thought was real love. Like Peterson, Ethan, it's me, Jordan Peterson. I want to talk about vampires and werewolves and pirates. Look, Jordan Peterson does talk about this, and he's right in some regard that some women, generalization here, have a toxic cycle. It's not just women, by the way, it's all genders, but have a toxic cycle, the feminine, of sort of falling in love with this idea and concept that the pirate robs everybody but them, that the vampire kills everybody but them. And I do think in many ways, a lot of my toxicity is rooted in the fact that my lived experience is that people like talking to me and telling me their stories, and that people feel safe with me, right? And I always thought this was like a gift or a talent that I was to utilize to see the good in people. But what I accidentally would often do is that I would not be wise enough or equipped enough to really understand like who the person was coming to me to be safe, to confide in, and what it meant that they were confiding in me. Like, I used to believe that a lot of the people who were coming to me to confide in me wanted to get better, but I obviously learned that wasn't true. And I think romantically, I probably really liked the idea that people with fucked up pasts, because I was identified as somebody with a fucked up past, we would like find connectivity there, and there would be connection and growth. But I think what I realized is like I was medium traumatized, but I kept dating like more traumatized than medium. And I think that really fucked me up. I think if they were medium traumatized, they were like on the lower end of medium traumatized, or they were like really traumatized. I think if I had just dated medium traumatized people, I think my dating history would have been better. And actually, I guess the people that I don't often talk about on stream, because I've been in a lot of like 1 to 2 month relationships or a lot of like first dates, those people were very medium traumatized. We just weren't compatible, but they were obviously so much healthier. Like even when I was polyamorous and I was in my really bad relationship, I would be dating other people and they were so obviously healthier of a relationship for me. And but it just like wouldn't pick up, right? Like I wouldn't not pick up. I wouldn't feel as connected to them. And then my focus would be on my really toxic relationship But I could never get my toxic partner to like understand what I was saying because he didn't have the tools to even process what I was saying in a big way. Like, he just didn't have any of the tools. And so it was very difficult, but I never wanted to judge people for where they came from. I never wanted to judge people for being a felon, or I never wanted to judge people for having a fucked up family life. Like, I just felt like, who am I to judge you, like, for your life, right? But that just like made it so I would tolerate people who weren't even interested in healing. It was very confusing. But I do acknowledge that I was also toxic. I just think like the toxicity was very different. So the medium traumatized people I've been on dates with, honestly, those would have been great relationships. We just weren't compatible, right? Not that I was even compatible with my toxic relationships, but the bonding had already happened. Like, I don't know how to say this to people, but the bond I had with my toxic ex was like main character syndrome in a relationship. And I remember I dated this girl once while I was dating him, and this girl was like, Brittany, he's a narcissist. I was like, no, what? And she was like, he's a narc. And I was like, no. And she was like, you need to dump him. He is like making our relationship hard. He's making our relationship with people hard. I was like, no. Wait, really? No. And I was like mid-20s, just like, I couldn't see it. I couldn't believe it. And I don't even know if he was a narcissist. Who knows? But I couldn't see it. Like, I couldn't, but now in hindsight, it's obvious that like, yeah, I think in some ways our relationship had to be the main character relationship. Because everyone else I dated otherwise was so much healthier and they just hated him. I never dated anybody who liked him for more than a month. Everyone liked him for a second and then hated him, right? It's just really weird. It's like a really weird, now that I look back, I cannot, but like the good news is like now I'm years away from even being in that position. And that's what's so great about healing, right? Chad says he could have just been immature in that way. No, there was something pathological about this. Like with peace and love, there was something pathological about what was happening. There was something like deeply, okay. Everyone was immature at the time for sure. We were all immature together. But there was like, one time I was dating this girl and I was really like just wanting to bond with women outside of our primary relationship because we were poly. And I said like, I just want to date these girls, and bond with people and have good relationships with people because we're poly. That's the point, right? And he was seeing multiple people, blah, blah, blah. So you want to talk about like triggered? Okay. So I don't think I've ever told a story, or maybe I have. We were all at our house getting ready for an event, for a BDSM event. We were all very excited. All of us were dressing up, cute. Me and the girl, we go down to take a cat nap before the event. She had woken up at some point and was interacting with him. And I woke up to them doing some like BDSM stuff, okay? And I was really triggered by this. I was like, oh, like why would you do this? Like I was really upset because like for me, I was like, I'm dating her, like we're getting to know each other. I asked you specifically to like lay off all the girls I date because it feels like I date girls and you like intervene. You don't need to date everybody I'm dating because it felt very like, that icky feeling when you're dating a guy and he just has to date all the girls you're dating. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is the girls liked him. And then it would feel like, do you like him or do you like me? Or do you like the fantasy? What's happening? And then I would feel like, do you like me? I'm trying to find people that like me. And then it would be very confusing. And then it would just like implode. So I got triggered and I was like, I don't want to go out. I don't want to go out, girls. Like I was feeling cute. I was like excited to go out. I don't want to go out. And they were like, no, go out. And it became like, oh, Brittany's mental health. Like he was like, oh, see, your mental health is so bad. You violated something I said. This feels intentional. You do this every time. There is a pattern here. It's not a pattern. It's your mental health. This is your mental health. I was like, no, it's a pattern because it didn't just happen once. This isn't the first time it's happened. And so that's the thing is like, I think you can call that immaturity, but I think that's a fucking pattern. And I think when there's a pattern, you know what I mean? You have to just tell yourself like, okay, like you are either maliciously doing this or it doesn't even matter at this point because it's happened too many times. you know? And look, those girls were my high compatibility partners. They were just people I was going on dates with thinking like, who knows what will happen, right? But it felt very much like I wasn't allowed to have my own thing, even though that's what he bragged about all the time, right? Like, oh, we have our own things. She can do whatever she wants. This isn't about, you know, this wasn't some misogynistic relationship where the man is in charge. This was just like equal poly and everybody had their own relationships. And it just fell into that niche, typical negative polyamorous story, which I hate because I'm so in favor of polyamory. I just hated that I didn't have a good experience with that one partner. I had good experiences with other partners, but like that was like a main partner. And I hate that I didn't have a good experience in that particular way with that partner, right? But yeah, I think about those things, and I think about the breakdowns and the triggers you have, and like you don't want to go out, and then people see you and they just go, ugh, you know, she got triggered again. Instead of recognizing, and this is what I forgave myself for through therapy and stuff, was realizing that like my triggers were telling me something. They were either telling me I needed more rest, or they were telling me someone's fucking with me. They didn't just come out of nowhere. Do you know what I mean? They're happening for a reason. Triggers don't just happen. Like there's a reason everything's happening. Everything happens for a reason. So either I need to fucking get my shit under control, or someone is fucking aggravating my shit. Maybe I'm the one aggravating it, but like sometimes, a lot of the time it's people. So that's the other part of it that I think is important to recognize, right? You know, Chet says, how do you know you're medium traumatized? Medium traumatized is like growing up with enough security in your childhood and in your life that you like have a deep security in a big way, but also enough instability that it leaves you confused, versus a hugely traumatized person or like a severely traumatized person had like none of that stability, right? And then like a person who's less traumatized will have like much more stability. I had an insane amount of stability growing up, but also like an equal amount of instability. Like I had equal parts stability and instability. Okay, if you're less traumatized, you're gonna have more stability than instability. And if you're the most traumatized, you're going to have the most instability to stability. So I'm like 50-50 in the middle, but you might be like a 70-30, 70 instability, 30 stability, or you might be an 80 stability, 20% instability. It's like, that's how I think of it. I feel like I was right down the fucking middle. And it's a very fucking weird, it's weird. It's like a weird, it's weird, you know? Chet says you had conditional stability. No. My parents always threatened that they would kick their gay kids out, but the truth is like they invite us over for dinner all the time. Right? Like sometimes like maybe my mom would be like, "Oh, I'll help you out with rent, but I saw a YouTube video you put out, so like I'm not going to pay your rent." Okay. Like one time I asked my mom for money. And she was like, "Yeah, I'll give it to you." And I was like, "I'll pay you back, of course. I just like my payment didn't come through Patreon." And she goes, "Oh, I saw a video you made. I don't want to give you the money now." I said, "Okay, no problem. I'll be late on rent. Who cares?" Right? But I like something like that. But also my parents would be like, "Do you need a place to stay? Do you need food? Can we come over and bring you groceries?" Like it was weird. It was like in one side of their mouth, they would like threaten homelessness, but then they would always house you. So that's where it was like, I'm confused. What's happening? Like I understood when they did stuff for their values, but it was a confusing message. I think you know what it is? I think they want to be those parents, but they can't pull it off. You know, they want to cut their kids off, but they can't. They love us too much. Like I love them. You want to cut people off when they're toxic or bad, but they can't. You know? Chet said that I thought your parents didn't watch your videos. No. They don't watch my videos now. But there was a time when my dad Googled me. He goes, "Just so you know, I Googled you. And I'm very ashamed of the photos you have on the internet." And I was like, yeah, you should not have done that. So like there was a time this was a long time ago, you know? Yeah. Or like even my siblings, like one time I texted my siblings. I was like, "Hey guys, I need like $100. I'm short. Can anyone Venmo me?" And my bro's like, "Yeah, sure. What's your Venmo, bro?" And all my bros are like, "Yeah, I got you. What's your Venmo?" Like no hesitation. They didn't say, "Hey, what is it for?" They didn't say like, "What do you need it for? Why don't you have $100?" They just said, "Yeah, sure. What do you need?" That's my siblings. If my sibling texted me and was like, "Hey, bro, Like, I really need a few $100s. You got it? And I'd be like, yeah, I got it. Like, what's up? Do you need more than that? Or like, what do you need, bro? Like, what happened? You know, like, what do you need more than that? Is that all you need? Because like, I got more, you know what I mean? My bestie growing up, I'm like, yo, bro, I need like $1,000. Do you got that? I'll give you back it 2 weeks from now. She's like, yeah, I got you. Send me $1,000 and I just pay her back. That's the life I grew up with. Like, I don't think I ever felt like I didn't have somebody to reach out to. And that's a privilege in and of itself. But it always felt like I never had a home, like a real home that I could live unconditionally myself until I formed my own bubble. Until I formed my own bubble by myself, for myself, I never felt completely safe. This is the first time living with my partner that I feel completely safe with another person. Even with friends and family, even with my besties, it's like completely safe, but in a different way. Completely safe, but also not like get naked in the living room and spread eagle on the couch way. At home, I feel naked, spread eagle on the couch way. Does that kind of make sense? Like, there's just levels to even safety. I feel 100% safe with them, but also I'm not going to spread eagle. But at home, okay.
Okay, I'll go through these a little faster. I have 5 more here and then I'll be done. Number 6, protect executive function and outsource that as much as you can. Executive function strain predicts hopelessness independently of your mood. So even like totally independent of your sleep and your mood and how grumpy you are, executive function strain is going to predict your hopelessness, which means you have to work on externalizing the brain's working memory load. So maybe it's 9:00 a.m. I open my planner. That's externalized. It's not dictated by me thinking through it and telling myself I have to do it. It's 9 o'clock. The clock dictates it. And this is what I do at 9 o'clock. And this is where that autism, ADHD overlap really holds people back, because if you don't have the executive functioning to make your life, the life that you want to live, then you essentially give up on life before you get to experience what your life could be. And that does make me sad when people essentially give up on the project of life before. Like, I would have been sad. Like, just for me looking back, I would be sad now if thinking if I would have ended my life when I wanted to, without ever knowing how good life could have gotten. But yeah, you have to.
I feel really grateful for that Brittany who didn't kill herself. And also, I would have forgiven her if she did, because I would have understood it. I wouldn't have been mad at her. If she killed herself, I get it, girl. No hard feelings. But I'm really grateful she didn't, Chat says, for me, highly traumatized. My family has always been there financially, but nothing else. Emotional, mentally, spiritually, loads of mixed signals. Did you grow up? Because I always talk about this category of person that you don't have to say too much, of course, or anything at all. But I always talk about these people who grew up with like financially secure, but like nothing else, and how damaging that is. And people always go like, no, if I had money, that'd be so much better. But like, sometimes growing up in a family who doesn't have enough finances, but you have everything else, is like better. And so I think like people really think like just because you're either rich or stable or your parents paid for shit, it's enough. But like, money is just not enough. You know what I mean? So I don't know if you're in that category of person, but I think people really struggle to understand how traumatizing like even like very wealthy people are, like completely abandoned by their parents, not there, no support system, no stability. Like, children need to know they're loved more than just like their daddy paying rent, So yeah, my heart goes out to those kids too.
Do all the tricks that you need to do to get that externalizing to be outsourced, so that you don't have to spend so much time with your working memory load. And this is important because autistic burnout resembles clinical depression, but it responds differently. Clinical depression sometimes will respond to like reframing, but for autistic burnout, it's just rest. Like, you're in burnout and overload. So longitudinal studies that came out in 2020 showed that like unmasking windows, sensory retreat periods do a lot of rest, like that kind of rest will do a lot to reset an autistic brain. So you have to build in structured downtime into daily schedules, teach families that solitude is not withdrawal, but regulation. And of course, the response is like, in this economy, like, who has the time to recover? And my answer to that is, I can't solve our addiction to capitalism and consumption and the way the world is. But anytime that we can prioritize a good crash, like, you've got to try to prioritize that as best you can, or else the body's going to crash on you on its own. It's like telling people, like, if you don't prioritize some exercise whenever you can, if you don't, then your body's going to force you to prioritize that by putting you in the hospital. So like, you just
me with fibro, The other day, I was like bitching and moaning about my legs being just absolutely in pain. And I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I was like, my legs, my legs, my legs. I can't handle it. And that's why I've been thinking about ways to motivate me to move. And I was like, I can't just do it for myself. I don't feel it right now. I'm not feeling motivated enough for my own body. So I was like, okay, how do I externalize this motivation to like incentivize my morals? And I was like, well, I really care about the planet right now, and I really care about my neighborhood. So maybe picking up trash. That's why that came about. Because I was like, I'm in so much pain. My fibro is so upset with me lately. And also, I've been really enjoying this like vegan ice cream, and it's full of sugar, and the sugar triggers my fibro. But what helps is going on walks. So I was like, okay, well, you can have your ice cream and clean up the streets if you also go outside. And that's why I'm like, see, it's a win-win. But like, I go through mood swings. I'm waiting. I think this winter, my physical desire to be physically fit will come back. But I just like, I'm not in it right now. My body's just like, my brain is not captured by it. It's not interested in it at all. Like, it's just like, but I think it's going to come back. I feel like coming, I think, but I can't predict it. And I can't wait for it to come back because I'm suffering. So I have to figure it out. I have to like figure out, okay, Brittany, like if we're not going to lift weights and we're not going to do those things, you have to figure out what to do. Right. So what is it? Right. So I think picking up trash would be good because I don't like going on walks generally unless I have a purpose. So, and plus it's really cold and rainy and stormy here. Like it is not cute. So I have to make a decision about what's going to put me in the rain, what's going to make me really cold. Oh, and the cold triggers my fibro. So what's going to make me cold, but also you get to clean up trash. Or maybe if I tell myself like heading to a coffee shop to get but then I'm spending money. So that's the thing is like, talk about like not feeling good in my body because all of this is such a, it's me actually listening to my body. So, okay. So if this was like a survival situation, I'd be like, just fucking do it. Just fucking do it. But I'm not in survival mode. So which means I get to listen to my body and be patient and actually say like what feels good. And then I have to imagine it just like food. Before I eat food, I imagine eating it and I go, no, I don't want that. So with like working out, okay, what do I want? And I imagine it and I go, no, that's not enough. Hold on, what about this? No. And like I get to choose, right? And that's the thing. Chad says, how did you find out your pain was fibro? My body's always in pain, but fibro seems too extreme for me to label it as that. I mean, I went to the doctor, right? I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia. I was in so much pain. I had dropped like so much weight. I was so skinny. I wasn't moving. I was dragging my body off the floor. I had to drag myself to the bathroom. Like, I literally thought I was dying. I was really sick. Okay, I was really sick for a really long time, but it didn't start off that way. Just at the worst part of it, I was really, really sick. I had also gotten COVID, which I think triggered the fibro to be in this position. But I was really, that's why I know for a fact that my body's in pain and I can't go back there. So that also helps me. That memory helps me eventually do something. Because I know how bad it was, right? I know how bad I was doing. And I was like, okay, we can't go back there. And I don't know if you guys remember it because it was a while ago now, but I was skipping stream. I wasn't putting out pod. I'd canceled the pod. I wasn't streaming. Okay. I was skipping days. I was too tired to come to events. I was so tired. If you remember for patrons on Discord, I was like not engaging. I was like not active. I was like really bad. Yeah. And then I got diagnosed and then the doctor told me like exercise and be active and eat well and you'll be better. And he was right. I started exercising and eating well and I got better. But it's still painful. So I know exercise is necessary. The question is, which form does it come in? It can be walking around the living room. So, okay. So now fibro meets autism. Autism is the dilemma. So right now it's not my fibro that's the problem. It's my autism because my brain is like, I don't want to walk around the apartment. Okay, why not? Well, sensory issues. I don't want to walk around. I feel claustrophobic. Okay, we'll walk outside. It's raining and it's cold. I don't want to do that either. Walk to a coffee shop. I don't want to spend the money. You know, I'm fighting myself. I'm like, girl, pick one. You know, pick one. And then it's like, okay, well, what do I want to do? Like, what's satisfying to me that I'll do it so I don't get to this bad point? The idea is like, my brain is something I'm always, I guess, negotiating with, back to our negotiation topics, right? is like, and then I tried to listen to it. So again, when I was in survival mode, I'd be like, just shut up and fucking do it, you dumb cunt. But I don't talk to myself like that anymore. I don't yell at myself anymore. I don't call myself names anymore. Now I tell myself, okay, girly, when you make a decision, you let me know. But until then, you're going to be in pain. Like right now, if I'm being honest with you, my neck pain and my back pain and my leg pain and my hand pain is at about a 7 out of 10. But I had been feeling bad before stream. And so I knew I was going to feel bad during stream. And my jaw, I guess, is activated as well. But I also knew I would be in pain. So I was like, okay, it's okay. I'll be in pain for stream. No problem. I could have taken an ibuprofen and I decided not to because I try not to take too much of it. But it's also an indication. I've also been getting more frequent headaches. So I know it's going to get bad if I don't do something. All of this to say, this is why it's a disability. Because you're battling yourself. But also I know that what I'm doing is also I'm learning about myself. And I'm accepting that I change my method of like improvement. Right? Yeah. Chad says, maybe take a break now to do something if you can. Taking a break won't help because the momentum I'm using to ride this wave, and this might be helpful to you, of course, that's why I'm oversharing, is like my momentum is here. And if I take a break, I'm going to get here. And then I won't be able to get back on stream if I take a break. Because I know we're almost done with this video and I know this is the end of my stream. So if I power through the end of stream, then I'll be able to crash. I'll be able to take off my clothes and put on my hoodie and eat my vegan ice cream as a treat. Right? But if I take a break now, then all I do is I confuse my body and my body goes, hey, why are we taking a break? And then my body gets confused and then it shuts down because it goes, oh, are we done? I'm like, no. So then when I go out to take my breaks to pee, I do not get distracted. I go, I say hi to my partner, I pee, wash my hands, drink some water, maybe grab a snack, probably not. And then I come back to stream. I do not allow my body to slow down. Which is why I understand why so many people with this illness and all of these illnesses don't work. Like I understand why the employment rate for autistic people and fibromyalgia is so high. I understand. The only reason I'm able to do this is because it is absolutely in tune with my joy. But every other job I had, I was burning out. I was completely miserable. I was self-harming. I was crying in the freezer. I was absolutely miserable. The only reason I can maintain this job is because I genuinely love it. I love it so much that I think of you all the time. Like I just want to be at work. I just love my work. I just love everything I do. So trust me, if this was a regular job for me, it'd be much harder. You know? It'd be much harder. Yeah, Chat said that's very helpful to know. Like you can't stop when cycling uphill. Exactly. 100%. But just know by the time stream ends, I'll be at the top of the hill and I can take a break and eat a snack and I'll feel really good. You know? Yeah. Chad says it feels hard to feel and accept it's a disability because I tend to feel like I should be able to do X. 100%. Me every day, girl. Me every day. I can't tell you when I feel really good on a really good day, I'll look at my partner and say like, maybe I don't have fibromyalgia. Maybe I'm not even autistic. Maybe I'm not even sick. And he'll be like, and I'm like, and then, you know, the cycle continues. You know, okay, let's finish out this video. Thank you for letting me talk.
Just got to do the best you can here. Number 7, sleep and sensory input. Like treat it as if it is life-saving because it is. In autism cohorts, and the studies in these cohorts, each additional hour of nightly sleep lowered suicidal ideation by 14%. And so circadian rhythm hygiene, consistent wake times, happy light in the morning, weighted blankets, ear protection, treat it like it's life or death because sensory overload is going to elevate your cortisol. It's going to blunt your reward response and you're instantly going to go into hopelessness. And that hopelessness can go to suicidality. So much of my suicidality when I spent 2 years being suicidal every single moment of every single day correlated to when my kids were young and I was low on sleep and they cried a lot. I had one kid that never slept and always cried. And he's actually on the spectrum and has sensory issues.
Habibi, Britt, your father, your brother, and your child. Habibi, welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. Hello, girl. Ma'am.
And he just never ate and he never slept, which means I didn't either. And that was my brain when my brain had its most nihilistic philosophy of life. It felt rational.
Oh, wait, are they adopted? Wait, no. Are they adopted? Oh, I think they're adopted. Wait, that's even funnier. Did you adopt an autistic child? Wait, you just knew. Hey, you know what? I kind of have a theory that your adopted children, is there really a difference? Hold on. Wait, that's so funny. Are they adopted? I think they might be. Wait, I think she did say something about being adoptive mother. Is she? Yeah, I think. Shoot, now I don't remember. Damn it.
But a lot of that was honestly just sensory overload and lack of sleep that forces your brain into a state of hopelessness that you really cannot think yourself out of. Number 8, give permission to be super.
Oh, Discord said her kids are adopted. Well, you know what? I stand by what I said.
Super into your thing. Even if it's not social, like we have to expand meaning beyond the social template. So what we see in studies is that these meaning.
Chad said, I think she told you that. Okay, listen to me when I say this. My partner tells me lots of things, so who knows if I remember any of them? Okay? Chad says, I remember she mentioned adopting during your collab. Well, you know what? In my defense, I don't listen when pretty women talk. Just kidding. Just kidding. That's a misogynistic joke. That's a joke. That's a sexism right there.
Of life inventories show that autistic adults scoring lower on the relationships domain, but higher on knowledge or creativity or moral coherence domains. What it tells us is that you can feel meaning of life being super into your thing, even if neurotypical people would feel isolated, just, learning about trains or whatever your thing is. And so you can encourage systemic or intellectual sources of awe rather than like having it be focused around people. So learning, pattern discovery, cosmology, art, engineering, some kind of daily awe practice, watching space imagery, raised well-being scores 20% in neurodiverse samples. And so that sense of fulfillment that you're glad that you got to experience existence. A lot of neurotypical people just feel that being around other people, but you can also feel that by watching videos of your favorite thing about the universe that is interesting to you. And so we look at some people and say, oh, you're isolated, you need to be more social. But if you're really getting awe by reading books about how the universe works, no, just do that. Like prioritize that. That's totally okay if that's how you experience awe. It was a huge gift to myself to allow myself to spend an evening absolutely in complete joy in a room by myself thinking about some new idea and just giving myself permission instead of this constant pressure that I need to be more social, because I just like that social aspect is going to be a cost for me.
100 trillion billion %. This is why I don't like the narrative that it is that damn phone. With peace and love, there was this story. Do you guys remember this story? I think we talked about it in my community, of this boy who was disabled. His parents thought he died without friends, basically. But he died with thousands, hundreds of people who loved him because he had the internet. Let me see if I can find the story really fast. It was such a cute story. There's this video of it, but is there a better video? This looks like AI.
When their son.
Yeah, this is AI. Is there like a better video of this story? Matt. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Oh my God.
Mats was born with a rare muscle disease. As he gradually became more dependent on his wheelchair, his gaming time and screen time increased dramatically. Our deepest sorrow lay in the fact that he would never experience friendships, love, or to make a difference in other people's lives. You proved us wrong. You proved us so wrong.
Matt Steen's family were flabbergasted. They'd only just started grieving their dead son when dozens of unexpected messages started flooding in.
Mats was a real friend to me.
We were sitting in our living room on top of each other. We were crying. We didn't sleep. It's this blur that you are in the midst of. And then comes these messages, long stories from people in Denmark, Britain, Spain, France, telling about a relationship. Deep relationship and deep stuff towards Mats. And we had no idea.
Mats had died at just 25 from Duchenne's, a lonely disease with no cure. His family from Norway hadn't a clue he'd been leading a parallel life online in World of Warcraft as Ibelin, dashing private investigator friend and lover.
When his Warcraft friends then showed up in person at the funeral, I can't begin to imagine what that was like for you.
Oh, it was very, very strange. But also very good, because you could give them a hug. And they were physically, yeah.
The film tells Mats and Ibelin's story as they come of age as one in the virtual world, painstakingly animated from thousands of pages of gaming logs, alongside VHS tapes his dad had kept in the garage, and Mats' IRL blog posts, read by an actor.
It was just a virtual kiss.
Which revealed his deepest emotions about his friends and girlfriends.
But boy, I could almost feel it. It was the closest thing I've ever been to a crush in my entire life.
Lisette from Netherlands, which we knew had an emotional impact on Mats throughout several years. She was going to carry his coffin out of the church. Yeah. That's the first time they are so close to touching each other throughout a 10 years relationship.
We kind of look down a bit on gaming.
Exactly, yeah.
Has this changed your view of gaming?
Absolutely. And this is a film that absolutely celebrates online friendships. But at the same time, I hope we do that with nuances, because it also shows the negative sides. Mats could hide who he really was. That created problems for him. We're not kind of portraying Mats as just a hero. He's a human. And he makes a lot of mistakes. He lashes out with really bad comments to his friends. He loses contact with them. You know, a lot of conflicts around him. And that's also part of growing up and learning.
I feel with you.
At times, Mats was accused for being a womanizer. Mats, who hadn't been out of his apartment for 10 years, who was as ill as any person could be. He got his feeding through a tube in his stomach. He was a womanizer. That, I think, was a kind of a shocking, pleasing kind of moment.
Yeah.
And we, of
especially
course,
for the father.
yeah, I was a little bit proud.
I just want to pause there. Sorry, I'm coming out with my voice here. He wasn't a kid, right? He was like 25. He was an adult, but he died at 25, right? So for like 15 to 25, his life was on the internet. But a lot of these boys get sucked into very misogynistic bubbles, especially through WoW, the game, right? But like the point of this is to say that it was just like any other relationship and he was just like any other guy. At the end of the day, he could be a womanizer.
A father, even though from a moral point of view, he shouldn't do things like that, because obviously he was dating several women at the same time.
What a player, bro. And that's the thing. Disabled or not, you can't be out here playing people, okay? But like, that's the point, is like, he was just a regular dude. He didn't have to be a good person for the point of the story to be moving. That we have so many options in front of us thanks to technology to bring humanity closer and together, but to also educate each other and to be there for each other.
Ibelin was a friend that I could be open with. In there, my chains are broken, and I can be whoever I want to be.
The learning about the richness of Mats' life, which he experienced online, and which we did not see and did not accept and did not respect, is also kind of a learning, I think, for us.
And as his mother, how does it feel to know that he did make a difference in so many people's lives?
I knew that he was a kind and sharing and good boy, but that he had so long reach, and he made a difference for a lot of people. I never knew that, so I'm so proud.
Okay, so I think what we can get from this is that, like, depending on who you are in the world, you connect in different ways. Like, look, I would love a world where I could, like, you know, I would love to take my Discord and zap us all into the same location to hang out in real life. But I also know, because my Discord is global, like, it's everywhere. Okay, like, everyone's from everywhere. We couldn't do that ever. But also, I know people have met outside my Discord. I know real friendships have occurred. I know people have gotten married. I know people have fallen in love. I know a lot of really good things have happened through my Discord, right? I also know people are social creatures, and so some bad things have also happened. People have like overshared, or maybe bad relationships did form, or maybe some bad faith actors showed up. So it's been like, it's like anything else in life. It's been like the greatest thing ever. And it also is a reflection of real life. Bad things will happen, you know? So I think of real life relationships and online relationships as literally the same. It's just like they all manifest differently, right? I also like this idea of everyone being able to be like, yeah, we're friends, but we're not like, you're not going to meet my parents. You know what I'm saying? Like, which gets me into trouble because I'm like, yeah, let's all be friends. But this isn't kindergarten and we can't all be friends. But also, if let's say our community, the people who watch me all got transported into a convention, would it not feel like we were all kind of friends? Even though we wouldn't be, it would kind of feel a little bit like, it would feel like a community, you know? It would feel good, like going to an anime con. It's like there's a part of it that would feel good. Even if, you know, but it would be, there would be an understanding that we're getting together to talk about philosophy, or like if a philosophy group got together to talk, there would be a friendliness to it. But some people would be closer than others, right? So I don't know, there's something to be said about like if you're autistic, if you're neurodivergent, how you gain relationships, how you have a relationship with people. Like my partner, we deeply value online friendships and relationships. Like we deeply, deeply value them. I deeply value that the internet exists, that I can talk to my friends and family through this. Like I deeply value the connection. BritCon, move over, Tana. Honestly, BritCon would be fun. Okay, we would have philosophy, you know, food. It would be vegan friendly. It would be awesome. We would have like so many options, right? To host a great event. But the thing is like where you know, these things, it's very hard to do. The point is, theoretically, it'd be a lot of fun. Okay. I just think this is a good example of when I have friends come to me and say, like, I'm really struggling to make friends in real life. I say, get on the internet. And for people that are on the internet and you're not finding community, get off the internet. Okay, girls, like, if you're not finding it where you are, get off or go to a different bubble. Every time someone says, like, the internet's dead, I hate the internet, I go, I'm sorry, we're on different internets because I'm having a blast. Okay, when YouTubers talking about the internet's dying, nobody's watching my videos, I don't know, girl, I'm thriving. You know what I mean? I'm vibing. You know, so it's that kind of stuff where you have to decide what your relationship with this thing is going to be. When I was younger, I spent so much of my time socializing in different friend groups, but a lot of the time I was just in a library. Okay, I remember one time I was living with my bestie's parents. I was going through a rough time, and I would go to the library. I worked, and then I would disappear, and I would go to the library, and I would turn off my phone. And I would be reading all day. And then when I got out of the library and I turned my phone back on, I would just see like a ton of messages like, hey, where are you? Are you okay? It's been 10 hours. And I'm like, oh shit, I was at the library all day. The librarians always knew me in high school or when I was an adult because I was there every day and I would talk. Hey, how are you? I would get to know people. That was my community for a long time. My community was old people at a library. And it was a really good community. But also, while I had that community, I also had a work community. I also had my best friend community. I also had my siblings. The point is that I think sometimes we think there's only one type of connection, but I like to think of my community as all the different bubbles I am involved in. Those are all my communities. Instead of like just one, we have many. It's like people who come to different chats and people are like, oh, the chat here is so different. Why does my chat get complimented? Because I ban all these fuckers. Like this guy who just showed up right here. Okay? Like I ban people fast and I make a safe space for people to show up. And then it's so different than other people's chats. But some people like other people's chats because of how crazy it is. It's like community. You know? All right, back to Brit.
All right, number 9, almost done here. This is one if you're watching this video for a loved one, like a partner or a child, and that's monitoring risk, because autistic suicidality is often non-verbalized, which means we have to rely on behavior metrics rather than someone saying, that they have plans to, that they're having suicidal ideation. So we're watching for sudden withdrawal, routine disruption, self-care collapse. There is a suicidal behaviors questionnaire that is for autism spectrum conditions, and evidence shows that proactive check-ins every 2 weeks reduce reduce crisis episodes by 40%. If someone had known that, like if my partner had known that and checked up on me, they probably would have been able to see how suicidal I was, even though at the time I really told no one.
Especially when you're going through hormonal changes. Brit said it was after pregnancy and stuff. So she did have some of her babies. Wait, she said she was pregnant and she had a baby because she was going through hormonal changes. The baby didn't sleep, right? So did she adopt one baby and not adopt the other baby? Because if that baby is autistic, the one she gave birth to, right? Look at all of us failing to listen, by the way. There are almost 200 people in this chat. None of us clocked it. Now I don't know. Because she said that after she had a baby, the baby didn't sleep. I don't know. Who knows? But either way, autism, okay?
Because I had so much shame about being a young mother and the thoughts that I was having, because some of those were even intrusive, violent thoughts.
Of course, that's very common. The way we romanticize pregnancy, because we're not being honest that a lot of people are having different experiences, okay? Y'all, we need to be honest with people. When they give birth, your hormones will be crazy for some people. Not for everyone, but for some people, you're about to have some crazy thoughts. Listen, no mother has a baby and kills it for funsies. Something went fucking wrong. That's why when I see stories about women killing their babies after with the umbilical cord still on, y'all think that just happened? That's obviously a fucking mental health crisis. Something went fucking wrong and none of you were there to support her. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you, because you know for a fact she wasn't getting the support she needed. Nobody was giving her any sort of support. That doesn't just happen. People don't just have babies and throw them outside windows. Like, that's what I'm saying. All these people are like, she's a monster. I can't believe she did that to her baby. I'm pretty sure she doesn't even know she did that to her baby. I'm pretty sure she's not here right now. Like, guys, that's not just happening. You know, like shit happened for a reason. You know, especially if, 9 months prior, she was a perfectly fucking happy mom. Like, just think about how tragic that is. You know what I mean? Crazy. I'm sick of people just like, oh, this woman must just like hate her baby. Girl, please grow up.
I had so much shame around all of that I just never told anyone. Number 10, the greatest improvements we see is when existential philosophy is combined with sensory action. So for autistic people, philosophical insight alone rarely translates into felt meaning.
Okay, chat confirmed. She gave birth to one baby and adopted a second. Noted.
They can understand the logic of purpose intellectually and still be emotionally disconnected from that. I get that from clients all the time. Like, I understand what you're saying about your existential therapy. Just like, it's not clicking. Like, it just doesn't change anything for me. And so research on existential therapy, when it's combined with behavioral action, connecting with the body, showing up in the world, service, that kinds of things, that shows the best results for meaning making when you combine that philosophy with embodied action. So the goal isn't to read every single book on existential philosophy until you find some kind of rational meaning of life. The purpose is to get
Okay, that's the other question I always get is like, oh, if you've read all these books, have you read this one? No. Well, if you didn't read this one, how'd you come to this conclusion? Because I lived my life. I lived a life. Like, some people, it's like the book that changed their life, which I don't really believe, but that's the perception. The reality is, like, lived experience changes your life. And sometimes reading a book is an experience, right? But not every book you read will be an experience. But some of the books you read will feel like an experience and be an experience, right? So they will change you. But realistically, like, I didn't need to read every book on philosophy to find philosophical guidance or to find my meaning. But you just have to read the right things or do the right things or consume the right things or, and be inspired by the right things to sort of, get you. And then there are stages, right? Again, we're at stages. The idea is to keep going because the stages never end, but there are stages.
Enough existential philosophy to get you to try to engage with life, and then to make your life better each day. Each day you're kind of building a life that you're more wanting to experience. And so this can be done through small structured rituals that link values or like the philosophy that you're working with, absurdism, existentialism, stoicism, whatever kind of idea that makes sense to you about the nature of reality, and then the action, and then the sensory experience. So if a core value is clarity, take 5 minutes every morning to sit in the sunlight and breathe slowly until your body settles down. If your value is truth, you read a page of philosophy or write one honest journal line before you check your phone. If the value is care, that you really wish, like that moral sensitivity, then prepare a meal for someone or water.
Ooh, this is a good example where people were like, oh, you shouldn't start your day off with your phone. That is the one thing that I refuse to engage in any reality that this is not helpful for me. Fuck off. My phone is my wake up alarm. you know how people, my partner does this sometimes where their alarm will be like a math problem they have to complete to wake up. Don't trigger me, okay? Mine is like my comment section, TikTok, something, news, my daily video, like something has to wake me up in the morning. Otherwise, like I love sleeping and it has to take, like I'm motivated to get out of bed because I'm excited to talk about work or I'm excited to get to my day. But I need that reminder because my dreams are very vivid. And PS, guys, huge news. I don't know what's going on. I did pull, you know, an Empress card really recently, but I don't know what's going on. But my nightmares have basically, they've been gone for a while and I've been sleeping through the night. I haven't even gone up to pee. And the dreams have been very vivid, but very interesting and like different. Something's different. And it's very interesting. For the first time in my whole life, my dreams are okay. And I'm like, what's happening here? Like, it's very weird. I don't know what's going on. I really feel like the universe is on my side right now. So maybe that's a part of it. I feel very aligned. I feel very like I feel very I feel like I'm, without overselling it, I feel really confident. I feel really good. And so like, I'm wondering if that's it happening. But anyway, so my dreams are so vivid and real that sometimes I stay asleep so I can continue the dream. So my alarm will go off. I'm like, not right now. I'm in a cool dream. And I'll go back to sleep and I'll continue the dream. So in order to get me to leave my dream that I'm enjoying, I have to really wake myself up. And so like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I need the video to play or something to wake me up in the morning. So all those people that are like, don't start your day off with the internet. Yeah, don't start your day off with like bad people on the internet, but there's so many good videos to start your day off with in the morning. Meditation videos, lecture videos, like philosophical lectures. Like you can start your day off with like so many positive things in the morning. It doesn't have to be like negative, you know? Yeah, videos of puppies. Exactly. You know, something to get my brain, engaged. Exactly. And thank you guys for the congratulations. I feel very good about things. It's very interesting. My dreams have just like, I've stopped. Who knows how long it will last, but you just know I went from like nightmares and cold sweats and never sleeping and constantly feeling horrible, not even wanting to go to sleep because I would be awake in my dreams. But like lately it's been really good. I think I really started to notice it when I realized I was getting a good night of sleep. And I was like, oh my God, I'm not peeing in the middle of the night. Because usually I'd pee in the middle of the night because I wake up like 6-7 times and I'd realize I have to pee and I go to, but now I'm not waking up. So I don't realize I have to pee and then I sleep through the night. You know? Chessa, did weed affect your dreaming when you were a regular smoker? I don't think so. Like I never saw it change, but now if I went back, I don't know if I'd feel different. But at the time I don't have any memory of it impacting things, but I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and talk to that Brittany because it's too far now for me to remember. You know? Okay, back to Britt. We're almost done.
Plants while focusing on the act itself. You have to link the philosophy with an act of felt experience in the body. And neurotypical people can just do the action and then get the
listen to what she just said. Isn't that what I said about eating? Hold on, listen.
Someone or water plants while focusing on the act itself. You have to link the philosophy with an act of felt experience in the body.
Yes.
Look at a page of philosophy or write one honest journal line before you check your phone. If the value is care, that you really wish, like that moral sensitivity, then prepare a meal for someone or water plants while focusing.
Didn't I just say this about walking? I have to attach the philosophical foundation with the action. That I can't just do it because I should do it. I need to link it to some philosophical value system. Didn't I just say this about walking and picking up trash in order to help my fibro? It's not enough for me to just do it because of my fibro. I need like something a little different this time around. You know,
focusing on the act itself. You have to link the philosophy with an act of felt experience in the body. And neurotypical people can just do the action and then get the feeling. And autistic people can get stuck in just thinking about the action or thinking about the philosophy.
Yep.
And the greatest improvement is when we have existential philosophy, have that acceptance piece combined with how am I going to respond?
That's why in school, when they'd be like, do this assignment, I'm like, why am I doing this assignment? They're like, just do it. And I'm like, ooh, I'm not going to do that. Or if my parents were like, you know, clean this thing, I'm like, why are we cleaning the thing? Thank goodness my parents would basically explain it, but like I would have to ask why. You know what I mean? Like, but why? Because like, I'm not asking to be argumentative, obviously, bitch. I'm asking because I literally don't know why I'm doing it. If you tell me why I'm doing it, I'll do a better job at it. Like, I'll literally do a better job.
Onto that combined with action, and that is curating a kind of feeling with that action, which takes us out of just being computers in our heads and into our bodies and experiencing life, which is good for neuroticism. And even if the universe doesn't care, even if all of that is arbitrary, you are an experiencing thing. It's the one thing that we can know for sure, is that there is a quality of experience to life. Even if we're wrong about everything else, even if we are alien, things on an alien computer,
I wonder if that's why my parents also, that's why they're MAGA, which is so ironic to stay with me here. My parents are rebels to authority. So I grew up with my bestie who grew up in a Democrat household, right? She was never allowed to skip school unless she was truly sick. My parents were anti-authority, so I skipped every day of school I could without getting in trouble. If my friend had an issue with the teacher, it was like, maybe they felt the burden of the responsibility was on them. If I had an issue with the teacher, it was the teacher's fault. My parents were like, fuck authority, right? So it's interesting that they ended up being in the group that's also sending ICE agents to kidnap people. What's more authority than sending cops in unmarked cars to pick people up, right? To kidnap people. It's very confusing. It's like very confusing that my parents were like the rebels who also voted Republican, because Republican brand is the rebels, but they hate progressives with their blue hair and piercings because it's not cool. But my dad likes Tom McDonald, and I'm like, what? Tom McDonald? Hello? What are you doing? I remember the first day, my dad's like, have you heard of Tom McDonald? I was like, first of all, don't ever say that man's name in my presence. Okay? Don't ever say that man's name in my presence. Thank you. It's just so funny. It's just like the most hilarious shit ever. Where I'm just like, girl.
It's an experiential, like the lights are on. There's an experiential quality of life. I can feel that there's a difference between not having my hand on a stove and my hand being on a stove, right? Even if I'm wrong about why, the experience itself, there's a quality to experience, right? And so that means that you can develop a life that is taking your hand off of the stove and doing something that feels really good in your body, but we have to get out of our heads for that. All of this to say, this is not a list of how to gaslight yourself.
Chad said parents like that are the big reason why my partner is no longer a teacher. Let me tell you this though. I really thrived with difficult teachers. If the teacher was challenging me, I did better in school. And my parents often didn't like those teachers because they were liberal, which is ironic, right? But like I thrived in teachers' classes that were harder on me. If you expected more from me and explained it, I would do better in your class. But the teachers that like were dismissive of me, by the way, my parents were right to defend me. Those teachers sucked. For the record, I don't mean to talk about this with your partner, but I need you to know that teacher was wrong. She fucking neglected me and she failed me and she lied to me. She was a bad teacher and I was lucky my parents sided with me. Because like I needed representation. Let me say this in a good way. My parents aggressively advocated for me in my learning experience. It was very important, right? When I was bullied out of high school, my mother came with me to my principal appointments to see the principal and was like, my daughter needs to be transferred. She's being bullied. My mother advocated for me at a time when I was very self-harming, very suicidal, and I needed to get out of that school. And without my mother being like, I'm not taking no for an answer, transfer my daughter, right? The principal was like, do you need to be transferred? Are you sure? So I just want to make sure that my story is clear, that my parents advocated for me. That they were right not to let me to go to school because I genuinely couldn't handle it as a neurodivergent kid. I'm trying to relate this to neurodivergency, not to a kid who wants to avoid school. My parents really supported me when I needed advocacy. They just didn't know why. Like they didn't know I was neurodivergent, right? They just knew I couldn't handle going and I needed help. And they just didn't know how to help me except to let me stay home from school. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. But I feel for your partner who has to deal with parents who are not active in their kid's life, who are not helpful. I have so many educators in my family. And the other type of parent who's neglectful, who doesn't care about their kids' education, who's not advocating for them, who's not helping them. Yeah, 100% what a pain in the ass. My family that's teachers, I'm like, why don't these parents fucking get on top of it? They're fucking not helping, right? So 100%, right? Like, I feel that, right? Like I feel that. That's so frustrating. That's so annoying. I feel for your partner. MAGA people who disrespect teachers just to disrespect them are so fucking annoying. 100%.
Into being an optimist. I'm still not an optimist. I still believe that there's no inherent meaning of the universe. I still tend towards antinatalism. Like I adopted children.
She goes more towards antinatalism. That's why she adopted children.
I still think that I'm just going to die and there's no afterlife. Like I'm not an optimist. I didn't change any of those things. But what I can say is that, autistic or not, these things helped me personally, and statistics support these interventions too, to be able to say, if life is a movie that ends, there's no need to end the movie in the middle just because you know that the movie ends at some point. There's no need for that. And because there's that experiential quality to life, it is something like To Be You. And that's something that we can build on. We can improve the nature of watching the movie so that it's at least a good movie to watch, so that at the end you can say, I enjoyed that movie. And then the movie goes off, and that's enough. It's enough for me to just say, that was a good movie, and now I'm going to bed.
Like, listen, sometimes I think one of the best ways to help my nihilism at the point I was a nihilist was to practice like insane gratitude, because I really felt it in an embodied way. Like sometimes I do look at my partner and I look at Indiana. Oh, fuck my partner. I look at India. I love my partner, but I look at Indiana. That's a universal example. You guys don't know my partner, so you can't love them. But imagine Indiana, and I look at her. I'm gonna cry, and I imagine that she will die one day, and you know what I mean? Like, my girl's not going to make it much longer, you know? Like, and we are just soaking up every second we have with her because we know she's going to die. You know, just every second we can. I just love her so much. And I never regretted one day adopting Indiana. I never regretted one day being, you know, having to file paperwork. She's cost me so much money to move her to Europe, getting apartments, having to pay more for apartments because I had a cat. I've never regretted the inconvenience of not going out of town because I had to watch my cat. Like, I've never regretted ever having her. And I just want to soak up every second I have with her. Before I had Indiana, the way it was harder, but also the way I practiced like gratitude in a very fucked up way was like when I would have moments of peace, like at a park, and I would look at a butterfly, or I would walk through a garden and I would feel like really connected to the earth. And I'd be like, oh my God, like, oh, like I'm so grateful to be like in this space and share space with the earth and like share space with like animals and like living creatures. And like I would find ways to find it through like tangible things that felt alive to me. That's why I started to collect rocks. Every rock felt like a piece of history that I was like, oh my God, like what life has this rock seen? You know, ways to practice gratitude, to say like to die is a beautiful thing. Here I am in Croatia looking at these like ancient stones, you know, people saying like this was the Roman ruins and streets of Rome, and oh, these people, this was here 1,000, whatever. And like you're touching this like thing and you're just like, who would have lived here and who would have touched this and who would have, you know, you start to realize like it is so beautiful to be living history. You know, it's like it builds on each other, it builds on it, you know, to say like we are living history. We really are. Like billions of people, billions and trillions of people have come and gone, and we'll never know them. But that's us. Like we are the ones who will never be known. And we will be the ones who eventually will be forgotten. And we are the ones who like won't go down in history books. But honestly, like what a freedom. What a freedom to die and to be forgotten. What a beautiful sentiment to like be able to truly like let go. Right? And so yeah, like sometimes I look at Indiana or my partner and I just think like, you're going to die one day. And that is it's a painful thought. And then the pain is replaced almost immediately by gratitude and love. And just, I'm so grateful to know you, which is why I tell you, I will never cut off my parents, because I have those moments with my parents. I will do the right thing and I will be on the right side of history, but I will also be grateful for every time I get to see my parents and look at them and say like, I'm glad to have known you. And my life is better because of it. My life is better because of it. But I might actually feel that way about everybody. I think my life is always better because I had a moment to meet somebody, even somebody pretty evil. Because I think it just, again, it brings to a solidification that we are living history. What a reminder, huh? Okay, back to Brit.
that is how I'm living my life. So it's not for some people that's very dark and optimistic. That's the best that I could do. But it was enough for me to feel like I'm thriving post nihilism. It was enough for me to say I'm glad that I get to experience life, even though it's difficult and I wouldn't have designed it for that way. And I just enjoy waking up in the morning so much more now than when I was really extremely suicidal.
Yep.
So I hope you found something in there that's helpful for you and your neurodiverse brain. Next week, I'm going to do nihilism in politics, which is the new FBI term. This is now like a 5-part series on how we're talking about nihilism in the modern world. There's a new FBI term of nihilistic violent behavior. So stay tuned in for that. And then I definitely want to cover the existential elk theory, which is one of the most interesting essays I've ever read. I read it years ago and it's circulating online again. And so I want to go over that and talk about that. But as always, stay here for more notes.
Interesting. So, yeah, look at her audience. Autistic, ADHD, neurospicy. That word is interesting. Let's see. I don't know how I feel about the word neurospicy. I think it's like a little... I think it's the wrong word, probably. Odd ADHD atheist, recently diagnosed autistic. We are the autists that JFK? No, RFK. we are the autistic people that RFK Jr. is afraid of. Links in the chat for Brit's videos, guys. These are the autists that RFK Jr. should be afraid of, you know? Yeah. Chet says nihilism is killing us and it gives the alt-right their philosophical basis. Yeah, I think that I agree with that sentiment. The reason nihilism is so bad is it often does make you more bigoted and right-wing and prejudiced. Like, be careful of nihilism making you feel liberated and smarter than everyone else. You're probably not. Because philosophy without humility at the basis is not good. Nihilism is very egotistical in a weird way. It makes you feel like, oh my God, I'm so depressed, nothing matters. But depending on how you experience the nihilism, right? But my nihilism did exhibit, even in all of my understanding of the world, it did exhibit in parts of my brain thinking that like, like I knew better, or I was cooler, and I did find myself in a lot of boy bubbles, and I did find myself gravitating towards. It's why I still think I like debate bubbles, even though I hate them so much, is like there's nothing to be learned here, but it feels like an old club you used to be a part of, and you go back just to be like, I used to be here. I used to live here. And it's like, you just remember how shitty it was. But at least they're kind of like, at least they're having conversations that you wish people were having, but in a constructive way. And that's the irony of it. Yeah, like debate bubbles are so stupid and reductive. But like, man, there's some part of it that like my brain is like, man, I wish we could have this for real, this conversation for real. Ad hominem? Actually, PDF file doesn't mean that. It's like, shut up. But also, I do love the specificity, but also shut up. You know, actually, that's a straw man. I believe that's a straw man. Fuck, I wish you actually cared about specificity because you were actually trying to find the answer, not just because you were trying to be right. You know? Anyways. Okay, let's see. Discourse said the origin of neurospicy is to poke fun at functioning labels, as in mild autism implies the existence of spicy autism. Wait, that's so funny. It's reclaiming of mid-autism, like I have spicy autism. I didn't know that. Look at my Discord educating me. Wait, that's so much funnier. Like hot sauce is spicy? Is that what you're saying? Like mild spicy? Like hot sauce? I love a hot sauce, girl. When I was in New Orleans, I sent back like 5 hot sauces to my dad because I was like, girl, my dad loves hot sauce. I was like, look at these hot sauces. Wait, that's so funny. That's it for today, girls. That's what I have. Tomorrow, we have a bunch of little stories to go over that I think are important, like fucking Julia Fox and her ridiculous fucking costume and then her fucking defense. Bro, Julia Fox is so frustrating to me. You know why? I really wanted to like her. I liked her fashion. I like her outfits. Like, I'm so inspired by a lot of her fashion takes, but I'm also so disgusted at so many of her fucking takes. I wanted to like her so much. I read her book, excited to like her. I just can't, guys. Go watch my latest podcast. I cannot for the life of me like this woman. I don't think we should. I think she's the villain. I think she's a bad person. I think she's just a bad person, but I think the girls are eating it up because they're so fucking traumatized that she just feels like interesting to them. Like she's their hero, you know, like she's so significantly important to them. You know what I mean? Also, I asked that person earlier in chat, girl, I'm so sorry. I asked you about your life and then I literally missed your reply. Hold on. Fuck. Are you still here? No, the call her daddy person is different. The call her daddy person, I actually think like she's a really well-intentioned person, just like capitalistic. We can talk about that. I'm gonna review the next part of her show for you guys. I'll get it up for hopefully tomorrow. Chess says, I can't, Julia. I can't hate Julia because I related to her book. It's okay, Britt. Hold on. Because, that's okay too. Like if you related to her book, I think that's beautiful. If you found solace in that book, I just think like I can't. You know what I mean? Okay, wait. I can see your chat. I can see your chat history. You said, yes, I think people with a lot of money sometimes can be traumatized as fuck. My mom has scarcity mindset because of her own trauma, plus undiagnosed mental illness, narcissistic traits. So yeah, it was a lot. And for me, highly traumatized. My family has been there for me financially. Okay, I found it, girl. Thank you. I appreciate you. That's why I wanted you to comment so I could look at your chat history so I could like see the comment. I found it. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Honestly, though, if you relate to Julia Fox, beautiful. Tells you where you are in the story a little bit too. But also, like, she had a very interesting life. You know what I would love? I can't wait to see if Julia Fox in like 20 years can write like a very interesting story about her life. Like a deeply like reflective story about her life, because she's kind of she could be one of those old ladies that you want to meet at a coffee shop. But also you kind of want the satisfaction of them knowing they learned from their lessons. Like they learned, but I think she's still healing. So, you know, it's definitely not now. Right? Okay, with that said, girls, I think we did it. Let's go ahead and call it a day. I'll see you again tomorrow. So don't you worry. It'll be a great day. I hope you guys treat yourselves with kindness. Thank you for being here. Thank you for facilitating great conversations. Thank you to Britt Hartley and everyone we watched today. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Chess says Britt. I hope your pain gets better. It will, girl. It'll be fine. I'll, you know, I'll go eat ice cream. That's going to trigger it more. But in my defense, the ice cream is really good. I shouldn't eat this ice cream, but it's vegan and it's so good. It tastes just like ice cream in every capacity. And it's so sugary. It's going to trigger my fibro, but it's going to be worth it. You know, it will motivate me. It will motivate me to find a way to physically move. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.